Chapter 61, Challenging the Tongtian Mountain. The Minotaur, Ape Man, and Snake Man saw this and all brought out their weapons. As per usual, the Minotaur took the lead. But before the Minotaur's attack arrived, the Snake Man's illusion techniques arrived, followed closely by the Ape Man's telekinetic weapon. Lin Hao directly ignored the illusions, casually swatted away the Ape Man's telekinetic weapon, and raised his long spear to point at the Minotaur. Golden Space Spear Technique, First Form, Flowing Light. Lin Hao, together with his spear, seemed like a golden ray of light as he charged directly at the Minotaur. The Minotaur tried his best to dodge this strike, but the flowing light instantly changed its trajectory, piercing straight through the Minotaur's head. The powerful gold space fusion law shattered the Minotaur's sea of consciousness. The Minotaur was killed instantly. Lin Hao once again executed the first form of the Golden Space Spear Technique, Flowing Light. The golden light seemed tireless, making a turn and charging towards the Ape Man. The Ape Man's expression changed, and he hurriedly executed a defensive secret technique to block with his telekinetic weapon. But unfortunately, the attack of the flowing light was unparalleled. It directly scattered the Ape Man's telekinetic weapon, and the light pierced straight into the Ape Man's head. The Ape Man was killed. Lin Hao did not pause to breathe and once again executed Flowing Light, charging towards the Snake Man. The Snake Man only had time to unleash a burst of consciousness impact before his head was pierced through by the flowing light. From the start of the battle to the end, the total time taken was less than a second. The flowing light that Lin Hao had transformed into seemed tireless, passing through the Minotaur, Ape Man, and Snake Man in sequence. The next second, the three of them, the Minotaur, Ape Man, and Snake Man, all revived. The three of them cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations to Your Highness Lin Hao for clearing the foot of Taichu Tongtian Mountain. Please proceed up the mountain." Lin Hao nodded and walked up the mountain, holding his long spear in reverse. The three of them exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. "Why do I feel like Your Highness Lin Hao's strength is enough to clear the primitive Tongtian Mountain? Old Niu, your feeling is not wrong. To be able to comprehend the gold space fusion law to this extent at the universe rank, clearing the primitive Tongtian Mountain is not a difficult matter. Even if he cannot clear it this time, he will certainly be able to after cultivating a bit more." The Snake Man wiped his face with a handkerchief and said, "I think you both are underestimating Your Highness Lin Hao. He will definitely be able to clear the primitive Tongtian Mountain this time, and it won't be too difficult." The Minotaur and Ape Man both looked at the Snake Man and asked in confusion, "Why is that?" The Snake Man said in a low voice, "Your Highness Lin Hao's will is extremely powerful. Ordinary illusion techniques cannot affect him at all. When he comes to challenge the Tongtian Mountain, he can basically ignore a Snake Man. In other words, he only needs to focus on the Minotaurs and Ape Men of the primitive Tongtian Mountain." The Minotaur and Ape Man were both surprised. Could it be that he can even ignore the illusions of the Snake Man at the peak of the primitive Tongtian Mountain? The Snake Man nodded solemnly. "I heard that his will is very, very strong. This is also the reason why he was able to become a disciple of the Great Ice Peak Lord while still a member of the Apocalypse Secret Realm." His tilde. Lin Hao arrived at the mountainside. The three gatekeepers were already waiting there. The four of them didn't say much upon meeting and started fighting directly. Lin Hao used the first form of the Golden Space Spear Technique as usual, Flowing Light. The result was undoubtedly the same as it was at the foot of the mountain. In less than a second, the golden light pierced through the three gatekeepers. Lin Hao headed towards the peak. The three gatekeepers at the peak were stronger than those at the mountainside. Lin Hao's flowing light was actually blocked by the Minotaur. However, Lin Hao was not panicked in the slightest and executed the second form of the Golden Space Spear Technique, Space Splitting. Unlike flowing light, which focuses on speed, space splitting focuses on attack power. Lin Hao thrust his spear out. The great axe in the Minotaur's hand was sent flying. Lin Hao used flowing light again. The flowing light pierced through the Minotaur's head, destroying his sea of consciousness. After dealing with the Minotaur, the Ape Man was no longer a concern. Lin Hao directly used space splitting to kill the Ape Man. As for the Snake Man, Lin Hao used flowing light to pierce through the Snake Man's head. With this, the universe rank Taichu Tongtian Mountain was cleared. A notification was sent to Lin Hao's mailbox. Lin Hao, congratulations on clearing the universe rank Taichu Tongtian Mountain. From this moment on, you officially become a member of the highest beginning mythical region. Welcome to the highest beginning mythical region. Besides this, another email was sent. Greetings, Your Highness Lin Hao. Congratulations on being promoted to a member of the highest beginning mythical region. I am your exclusive steward. Lin Hao took a glance and ignored it. The treatment for members of the highest beginning mythical region was much higher than that of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. Besides the living environment changing from a villa to a manor, there were also exclusive service personnel. In addition, there was a guard troop. The guard troop configuration for a member of the highest beginning mythical region was 1 World Lord rank, 10 Territory Lord ranks, and 100 Universe ranks. But compared to members of the primitive mystical region, the treatment of the highest beginning mythical region was far inferior. For members of the primitive mystical region, the living environment changed from a 10,000 square kilometer manor to a 1 million square kilometer luxurious manor. All kinds of service personnel were available. The guard troop configuration was also higher, 1 Immortal level, 10 World Lord ranks, and 100 Territory Lord ranks. Lin Hao was next going to challenge the primitive Tongtian Mountain. As long as he cleared the primitive Tongtian Mountain, he could become a member of the primitive mystical region. Of course, there were still 12 years until the next universe rank qualification battle. He could completely wait until the qualification battle and enter the primitive mystical region through it. After all, the difficulty of the primitive Tongtian Mountain was far greater than the difficulty of entering the primitive mystical region through the qualification battle. To pass the universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain, one needed the law comprehension of the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. And to enter the primitive mystical region through the qualification battle, one only needed law comprehension above the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge to enter steadily. The 3 current universe rank members in the primitive mystical region, the strongest one had reached the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and the weakest one had reached the 8th level. Therefore, the difficulty of the qualification battle was far lower than the difficulty of the primitive Tongtian Mountain. However, Lin Hao's strength had already reached the level of the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, so there was no need to wait for the qualification battle. Moreover, passing the primitive Tongtian Mountain not only could grant a reward of 100 million points at the World Lord rank, but it was also a test from his teacher, the Ice Peak Lord. To obtain the treasure that allowed one to possess a clone without needing possession, he needed to pass the primitive Tongtian Mountain at all 3 stages, Universe rank, Territory Lord rank, and World Lord rank, within 1 million years. Lin Hao flew towards the primitive Tongtian Mountain. Compared to the previous 2 Tongtian Mountains, fewer people attempted the primitive Tongtian Mountain. The 3 gatekeepers here, the Minotaur, Ape Man, and Snake Man, were also more idle. The Minotaur was sleeping on a large rock, and the Ape Man and Snake Man did not know where they had gone. Lin Hao arrived at the foot of the primitive Tongtian Mountain. The Minotaur woke up instantly, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and laughed. Ha ha ha, someone has finally come. Your Highness Lin Hao, wait a moment, I will have them come over. Afterwards, the Minotaur roared, white-skinned monkey, slut, hurry over. Someone is challenging the mountain. Soon, the Ape Man and Snake Man rushed over from a distance. After the 3 gatekeepers stood still, the Minotaur introduced, Your Highness Lin Hao, the rules for challenging our primitive Tongtian Mountain are the same as the other 2. As long as you kill the gatekeepers at the foot, mountainside, and peak, the challenge is considered successful. The 3 of us are the gatekeepers at the foot. Lin Hao nodded and said, all right, let's begin. The Minotaur chuckled, all right. It's been a long time since anyone challenged us. Your Highness Lin Hao, you must do your best. After saying this, the Minotaur held his great axe and charged forward head-on. It was about the same routine as the other 2 Tongtian Mountains. It was always the Minotaur taking the lead, but the first attack to arrive was the Snake Man's illusion attack. After the illusion attack, the Ape Man's telekinetic weapon followed closely behind. Finally, it was the Minotaur's attack. Lin Hao had already cleared 2 Tongtian Mountains, so he was naturally very familiar with this. Chapter 62, Passing the Universe Rank Primitive Tongtian Mountain. Soon, Lin Hao passed the foot and waist of the primitive Tongtian Mountain in succession. Finally, he arrived at the summit. Lin Hao did not bother with pleasantries and started fighting immediately. The Minotaur, Ape Man, and Snake Man at the summit were very strong. Each of them possessed the strength of at least the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge. If the three of them joined forces, they would be enough to rival an expert at the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Lin Hao was still using a long spear to fight. Although he had already started to cultivate the 7 kills of the Beast God, because this secret technique was of too high a level, he could not even execute the first form. Therefore, he could only use the Golden Space Spear technique to fight. The Golden Space Spear technique had 3 forms: Flowing Light Style, Rending Space Style, and Annihilation Style. Among them, the Annihilation Style was the most powerful. After executing it, a sky full of spear shadows would descend and drown the enemy, with astonishing power. Lin Hao had not used this move in his previous challenges, but facing the 3 at the summit, he used the Annihilation Style immediately. Seeing this, Lin Hao dodged the Ape Man's attack, ignored the Snake Man's illusion, and rushed toward the Minotaur. The long spear in his hand turned into a sky full of spear shadows, colliding with the Minotaur's great axe. Boom! A powerful shockwave spread out from the 2 of them as the center. The Minotaur retreated repeatedly, but Lin Hao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, pressing step by step. He executed the Annihilation Style once again. The Minotaur hurriedly used his great axe to block. Boom! This time, the Minotaur's great axe was knocked flying. A cold light flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he stepped forward again. Just then, the Ape Man's attack arrived again. Lin Hao snorted coldly, turned around, and executed the Annihilation Style against the Ape Man's spiritual weapon. The Ape Man's spiritual weapon was instantly blasted apart, unable to pose a threat to Lin Hao in the short term. Seeing this, the Minotaur seized the opportunity to escape, wanting to retrieve his great axe. Lin Hao thrust his long spear, Flowing Light Style. He and the spear turned into a streak of light, thrusting straight toward the Minotaur. The Minotaur could not dodge in time and was pierced in the chest. Lin Hao turned back and executed the Flowing Light Style again. To the 3, this streak of light seemed to make a turn, once again piercing toward the Minotaur. The Minotaur tried his best to dodge, but was still pierced in the head. His sea of consciousness was completely destroyed. The Minotaur, dead. Lin Hao looked at the Ape Man and the Snake Man. The Ape Man had just finished assembling his spiritual weapon. The Snake Man had just used 5 illusion attacks and 2 consciousness strikes in a row. But Lin Hao did not even pause for a second. The Snake Man smiled bitterly and also took out his spiritual weapon. What followed was simple. Facing Lin Hao's Annihilation Style, the Ape Man died after taking 2 hits. The Snake Man died after taking 1 hit. The next second, the 3, including the Minotaur, were resurrected. The 3 said respectfully, "Congratulations, Your Highness Lin Hao, on passing the universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain." Lin Hao thought to himself, this is the terrifying advantage of having good affinity with the gold space fusion law. It only took him a little over 300 years after joining the core of the Virtual Universe Corporation to be promoted all the way from the Apocalypse Secret Realm to the primitive mystical region. The key was that he wasn't promoted through qualification battles, but through the more valuable challenge of the Heavenly Bridge. The universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain required the strength of around the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Yet, among the current members of the universe rank primitive mystical region, the strongest was only at the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge. It could be said that as soon as Lin Hao was promoted, he became the number 1 person in the universe rank primitive mystical region. Based on Lin Hao's current attainments in the law, even among the members of the Territory Lord rank primitive mystical region, he would be one of the best. According to what Lin Hao knew, among the current members of the Territory Lord rank primitive mystical region, the weakest had the level of the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge, while the strongest had the strength of the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Moreover, only 1 person possessed the strength of the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge, followed by 1 at the 12th level, 5 at the 11th level, and 3 at the 10th level. It could be said that even if Lin Hao broke through to the Territory Lord rank now, he would be able to rank in the top 3 among the members of the Territory Lord rank primitive mystical region. In fact, Lin Hao had long wanted to break through to the Territory Lord rank. Now that he had completed the test of passing the Universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain, he naturally did not want to wait any longer. At this time, after a battle, Lin Hao was also a bit tired, so after greeting the 3 gatekeepers, he logged off directly. The 3 gatekeepers looked at each other. Sigh, it's just the 3 of us again. There's no help for it, the primitive Tongtian Mountain is too difficult, it's not guaranteed that even one person will make it to us in 10 eras. I feel that, perhaps it won't be long before Your Highness Lin Hao comes again. There were only 3 heavenly bridges, and they were not divided into Universe rank, Territory Lord rank, and World Lord rank. The 3 heavenly bridges only varied in difficulty depending on the realm of the challenger. A Territory Lord rank challenger would face the difficulty of the Territory Lord rank. But the gatekeepers remained the same 3. Your Highness Lin Hao is probably the most talented existence in hundreds of eras. When Lin Hao first joined the Corps, he was only slightly stronger than the geniuses who entered through internal assessments. When he came out of the Primal Universe, he had already become a relatively outstanding genius in nearly 10,000 years. Now, he was already equivalent to the best among all geniuses in hundreds of eras. Lin Hao's consciousness returned to reality. Suddenly, he discovered something wrong. Unknown to him, 15 palm-sized statues had appeared in front of him. What is going on? Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Although most of his attention had been in the virtual universe, absolutely no one could have evaded his perception and done something in front of him. At least, there would be no such person in the main city of the territory where he was currently. Before Lin Hao could think, he saw a phantom image appear before him. The phantom was none other than the image of his teacher, the Ice Peak Lord. The Ice Peak Lord spoke. Sorry, I was just too curious about whether you really fused so many blood river crystals at once, so I came here to take a look. This is a beast god statue enshrined in the Immortal Temple, so I will give it to you as my apology. Just remember not to let outsiders see these statues. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this. He did not know if the Ice Peak Lord was still on the Shuiluo continent at this moment, nor did he know if the phantom in front of him would transmit his performance back to the Ice Peak Lord. So Lin Hao smiled and said, "Teacher is too polite. It's such a small matter." But in reality, he was complaining in his heart, teacher's curiosity is too strong. Coming over directly really gives one a headache. What if I have some unspeakable secret? Although my golden finger won't be easily exposed, what if it was? However, Lin Hao also knew that this was human nature. After all, fusing so many blood river crystals at once was indeed a bit exaggerated. Lin Hao thought to himself, should I be more low-key in the future? Subsequently, he shook his head. Forget it, thinking about these is useless, let nature take its course. He turned his gaze toward the 15 beast god statues on the ground in front of him. Is this the beast god statue from the Immortal Temple? Lin Hao only took one look and discovered that countless flashes of inspiration regarding the gold space fusion law were emerging. What was even more wonderful was that these 15 beast god statues were all expounding on the gold space fusion law, but they had different ways of expression. The future Luo Feng only obtained one beast god statue, but he had 15 at once. Lin Hao's original dissatisfaction was swept away, and he thought to himself, teacher is generous. He is a sincere person. If he visits a few more times, will there be even more gifts? He wished he could immediately observe the beast god statues. However, since he had seen the Ice Peak Lord's phantom, it was only right and proper to go to the virtual universe to see his teacher. By the way, he could discuss his breakthrough to the Territory Lord rank. He carefully put away the beast god statues. Then his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Teleport to Thunder Island. Chapter 63, temporarily not posting for Territory Lord rank. The next instant, he appeared in front of the Ice Peak Lord's palace on Thunder Island. Lin Hao said respectfully, teacher, this disciple has returned. The Ice Peak Lord let Lin Hao enter. Lin Hao said, teacher, this disciple has already cleared the primitive Tongtian Mountain. The Ice Peak Lord nodded, very good. Continue to work hard. Lin Hao said, this disciple also saw the recording you left behind, teacher. Upon hearing this, the Ice Peak Lord looked somewhat embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, actually, I mainly wanted to see you in reality. After all, ever since I took you as a disciple, I haven't seen you yet. Facing the Ice Peak Lord's forced explanation, Lin Hao smiled and said, this disciple understands. This is all teacher's care and love for this disciple, teacher need not mind. Upon hearing this, the embarrassment on the Ice Peak Lord's face lessened slightly. That is good. Lin Hao said, teacher, this disciple is preparing to break through to the Territory Lord rank. The Ice Peak Lord nodded slightly. You have now cleared the primitive Tongtian Mountain, remaining at the universe rank will only be a waste of time. After you break through to the Territory Lord rank, your comprehension of various laws and your speed of thought will greatly increase, which will be helpful for your cultivation. Lin Hao nodded and spoke of his plans. Teacher, this disciple intends to not go to a universe country to serve as a monitoring special envoy for the time being after breaking through to the Territory Lord rank. I wonder if this is possible. The Ice Peak Lord asked curiously, can you tell me why? Going to a universe country to hold a position is a good thing. At the very least, it can cause your assets to skyrocket, and you can also take care of your family. Skyrocketing assets naturally referred to the tribute given by the universe country branch to the monitoring special envoy. Taking care of the family meant using power for personal gain. But this was actually very normal and was also an unspoken rule. The Virtual Universe Corporation maintained a tacit attitude toward this. Even the external posting during the Territory Lord rank period had considerations in this regard. Lin Hao said, this disciple plans to stay on the Shuiluo continent for a while longer, and then return to the universe country to hold a position. The Ice Peak Lord was even more puzzled. The most precious treasure on the Shuiluo continent is the Blood River Crystal. After so many years, I suspect you already have enough Blood River crystals, and you also have treasures like the Beast God statue for comprehending the Gold Space Fusion Law. What else could attract you? Lin Hao said, this disciple has a reason that I must stay on the Shuiluo continent. The Ice Peak Lord shook his head and said, all right, I respect your choice. Geniuses always have their own secrets, so I will not ask further. If you encounter danger, contact me at any time. Lin Hao bowed and saluted. Thank you, teacher. The Ice Peak Lord said, go ahead, I will arrange things on the corporation's side. Members of the core layer are required to be posted externally for training upon reaching the Territory Lord rank. This is a regulation of the Virtual Universe Corporation. In principle, they would absolutely not make an exception for any individual. But unfortunately, the Ice Peak Lord was the principal itself. Or rather, one of the principals. Lin Hao left Thunder Island and teleported back to the heavenly region of Yushang Mountain. He looked at the emails in his inbox. Your Highness Lin Hao, congratulations on clearing the universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain. From this moment on, you officially become a member of the Primordial Mystical Region. Welcome to the Primordial Mystical Region. Someone will contact you shortly. Lin Hao, congratulations on clearing the universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain. When you break through to the World Lord rank, you will receive a reward of 100 million points. Lin Hao had long known about this. Clearing the primitive Tongtian Mountain at the universe rank and Territory Lord rank grants 100 million points and 3 billion points respectively. These points would only be issued when he breaks through to the World Lord rank. He did not pay much attention to these points. After all, for the time being, he could not use many points anyway. In terms of secret manuals, Teacher Ice Peak Lord gave him the full sets of the Ice Peak Sword Cannon, and 7 kills of the Beast God. Whether for cultivation or combat, they were sufficient. These 2 secret manuals even contained secret techniques regarding divine body amplitude. In the late stage, if he wanted to cultivate divine body amplitude, he only needed to purchase the corresponding materials to cultivate. It could be said that for a big spender of points like secret manuals, Lin Hao already had enough to cultivate for a very, very long time. Therefore, it was better to have these points, but it didn't matter if he didn't. Not long after, an email was sent over, and Lin Hao opened it to take a look. Hello Your Highness Lin Hao, my name is Dom, and I am your exclusive butler in the primordial mystical region. If you have time, this subordinate can take you to see your manor in the virtual universe. Lin Hao had nothing else to do at this moment, so he teleported to the primordial region of Yushang Mountain. Just like before when moving from the Apocalypse region to the Heavenly region, after arriving at the primordial region, he lost the permission to go to the Heavenly region. The four regions are not interconnected, only the public region allows communication with members of other secret realms. Dom, having received notification from Lin Hao, was already waiting here. Your Highness, I am Dom. A man with wings on his back looked at Lin Hao with a proper smile. Hello. Dom began to introduce the features of the primordial region to Lin Hao. Most of the functions here are similar to the other three regions. The biggest difference is that, as a member of the primordial mystical region, you are qualified to attend all public classes. The biggest change is your guard team, which is configured with 1 Immortal level, 10 World Lord rank, and 100 Territory Lord rank members. You can also designate 1 Fengo Immortal level to serve as your exclusive instructor. In addition to this, your discount in the Treasure Vault now reaches 30% off, and you have access to the Treasure Vault catalog with higher permissions. Lin Hao nodded to indicate his understanding. Soon, Dom took Lin Hao for a tour of his manor and introduced him to the Immortal level captain of the guard team. This Immortal level was named Carter, and it was said that he was not far from becoming a Fengo. Subsequently, Lin Hao came to his study. At the beginning, when he was in the Apocalypse region, the study was a small room of 15 square meters. Later, when he was in the Heavenly region, the study was a large room exceeding 100 square meters. Now, in the primordial region, the study was a vast space exceeding 2,000 square meters, the kind where speaking inside would create an echo. Lin Hao moved his consciousness, and began to change the structure of the study. A large number of bookshelves began to appear in the study. His Ice Peak Sword Cannon, and 7 Kills of the Beast God, appeared on the bookshelves. In addition to these, there was a small portion of secret manuals he had purchased previously. When all the secret manuals were placed on the bookshelves, he discovered they only occupied 5% of the space, and it was still very empty. Subsequently, Lin Hao added a partition between the desk and the bookshelves, and only then did he sit down at the desk. He opened the Points Treasure Vault and searched for the clone category. He actually found 2 Sleeping World Lord rank Golden Horned Beasts, and 1 Sleeping World Lord rank Special Life Form with clone abilities. The price of the Golden Horned Beast was 300 billion points, while that special life form, because its gene level was 300 times, was priced at 10 trillion points. Lin Hao took a couple of looks and skipped over them. He did not consider using possession to obtain a clone at all. He was not sure if his golden finger would disappear after possession. Furthermore, if he wanted to obtain a clone in this way, he could have told Teacher Ice Peak Lord long ago. Subsequently, he began searching for the resources needed to cultivate divine body amplitude. He bought these resources and wrote the delivery address as Tianxi Palace. Through the arrangements of Teacher Ice Peak Lord, after Lin Hao advances to the Territory Lord rank, he would be temporarily assigned to Tianxi Palace. Of course, he did not need to work, nor did he even need to clock in at Tianxi Palace. With the title of working at Tianxi Palace, he could go on his Territory Lord rank external posting whenever he wanted. Of course, the Ice Peak Lord could also forcefully have Lin Hao not accept external posting missions, but out of protection for Lin Hao, the Ice Peak Lord did not make him appear particularly special. Chapter 64, Epiphany. Ice Peak Lord had already greeted the Tianxi Palace Master, so the rest was Lin Hao's own business. After Lin Hao finished handling matters in the virtual universe, his consciousness returned to reality. He flew out of the secret room and flew straight upwards. Passing through 18 layers of clouds, he returned to his E9 grade spacecraft. Head to Tianxi Palace. Lin Hao ordered the spacecraft. After all, this was the work unit he would be affiliated with for the foreseeable future, so it was better to go and pay his respects. If he didn't know that the Tianxi Palace Master was of such an extremely high level, he would have definitely brought some gifts. As far as he knew, the Tianxi Palace Master was an extremely ancient top-tier universe overlord within the human race, whose origins could be traced back to the era of the origin ancestor. According to his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, in a certain sense, the Tianxi Palace Master was his junior brother. In other words, the Tianxi Palace Master was one of the origin ancestor's disciples. Or rather, one of his named disciples. Of course, Ice Peak Lord did not tell Lin Hao about the origin ancestor. After all, the matter of the origin ancestor being suppressed by the primordial universe's will was information not shared within the human race unless one had reached a certain level of strength. Although Lin Hao was a disciple of Ice Peak Lord, his strength was merely that of a small fry, so he naturally wasn't qualified to know about this. Soon, the spacecraft approached Tianxi Palace. Tianxi Palace sent a guidance signal. Lin Hao followed the signal and slowly approached. When he was almost at Tianxi Palace, Lin Hao stored his spacecraft into his world ring. Tianxi Palace was a massive structure, larger than an average planet. Just as Lin Hao put away his spacecraft, he saw a man dressed in silver robes flying toward him. "Greetings, Your Highness Lin Hao. I have been ordered by the Tianxi Palace Master to come and receive you." Lin Hao cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, please lead the way." The silver-robed man led Lin Hao toward Tianxi Palace. Unlike what he had imagined, the personnel inside Tianxi Palace were very scarce. Lin Hao had been flying for nearly 10 minutes and had seen fewer than 10 people. He couldn't help but ask, why are there so few people here? Of course, if this is something I shouldn't know, then pretend I didn't ask. The silver-robed man smiled and said, "This is not a secret. Our Tianxi Palace is mainly responsible for monitoring and guarding the Shuiluo continent. Monitoring is naturally handled by technological devices, so very few personnel are needed. As for the guarding duties, that requires powerhouses at the Immortal level or above. Because of the Tianxi Palace Master's orders, these powerhouses are currently suppressing disturbances on the Shuiluo continent, which is why there aren't many people here." Suppressing disturbances. Lin Hao couldn't help but think of the 15 beast god statues currently lying in his world ring. Could it be that because the beast god statues suddenly went missing, the Immortal Temple on the Shuiluo continent reacted violently, and then Tianxi Palace sent Immortal-level powerhouses to suppress them? Come to think of it, this had something to do with Lin Hao, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Before long, Lin Hao was brought before a tall palace. The silver-robed man said, "The Tianxi Palace Master is waiting for you inside the palace." After thanking him, Lin Hao walked toward the palace gate and said in a clear voice, "Subordinate Lin Hao, pays respects to the Tianxi Palace Master." The gate slowly opened, and Lin Hao walked inside. Soon, Lin Hao saw a person sitting on a tall throne. Wearing a silver robe with gold patterns, with brownish-red long hair, crystalline skin, black pupils, and a crack between his eyebrows that looked like a vertical eye, this was the Tianxi Palace Master. The Tianxi Palace Master looked at Lin Hao, the crack between his eyebrows opening as if light were flowing through it. Lin Hao's face was calm, without any expression. After a long while, the Tianxi Palace Master said, "Truly incredible. To be able to comprehend the gold space fusion law to such a degree at only a few hundred years of age, truly, the younger generation is formidable. Most importantly, you were actually able to fuse 45 blood river crystals with universe rank strength. Truly incredible." He had been stationed on the Shuiluo continent for countless years, what kind of genius had he not seen? But to be able to fuse so many blood river crystals at the universe rank, relying solely on the body of an ordinary human race member, this was truly the first time he had seen it. He understood even better than the other high-ranking officials of the Virtual Universe Corporation just how incredible this was. Lin Hao humbly said, "You flatter me." The Tianxi Palace Master said, "Since this was arranged by Ice Peak Lord, you may stay at Tianxi Palace. Whether you want to reside at Tianxi Palace or return to the Shuiluo continent is up to you, I will not place any restrictions on you." Lin Hao cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to the Tianxi Palace Master for your generosity." The Tianxi Palace Master waved his hand and said, "All right, you may go." Yes. Lin Hao exited the palace. The Tianxi Palace Master sighed, such a terrifying talent. I wonder how many Blood River crystals he will be able to fuse after advancing to the Territory Lord rank. And how many at the World Lord rank. Lin Hao immediately found a place to stay in Tianxi Palace. On one hand, he needed to make a breakthrough to the Territory Lord rank. On the other hand, the resources he purchased for cultivating divine body amplitude were about to arrive, and he needed to receive them here. At the same time, his cultivation mission for the Shuiluo continent was due for submission. Although he didn't care about these points now, even a mosquito's leg has meat, so there was no need to give up on something that could be done easily. In the nearly 300 years he had spent on the Shuiluo continent, he had not only obtained a large number of Blood River crystals but had also displayed the secret patterns of a Blood Warrior in a world city and received the Blood Warrior medal. Thus, he directly applied to submit his mission, and naturally, there were no issues with the result. The missions on the Shuiluo continent were divided into basic missions and advanced missions. The basic mission was to obtain one Blood River crystal, which granted 10,000 points upon completion. The advanced mission was to earn the title of Blood Warrior, and obtain the Blood Warrior medal, which granted 100,000 points upon completion. Lin Hao received 110,000 points. As for the large number of Blood River crystals in his possession, he did not choose to sell them to the Virtual Universe Corporation but kept them instead. Who knows when they might come in handy. 10 days later, Lin Hao successfully made a breakthrough to the Territory Lord rank. After the breakthrough to the Territory Lord rank, the increase in strength was secondary, the increase in comprehension of the law was significantly greater than at the Universe rank. Moreover, the biggest difference between the Territory Lord rank and the Universe rank was the life core. Before the Territory Lord rank, decapitation or a shattered heart would result in death. But with a life core, traditional vital points disappeared. As long as the life core did not receive a fatal attack, one would not die. Besides that, his lifespan also increased significantly, becoming 1 million years. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he activated the power of Blood River. A beast-shaped secret pattern appeared on his chest. In an instant, his affinity for all laws was boosted, and his affinity for the gold space fusion law was increased by more than 20 times. His affinity for the gold space fusion law, layered with the increased comprehension efficiency after his breakthrough to the Territory Lord rank and the 20-fold boost from the beast-shaped secret pattern, instantly reached an extremely high level. Lin Hao immediately took out the 15 beast god statues from his world ring. The 15 beast god statues had different forms, and each form perfectly expounded upon the complete gold space fusion law. After just one glance, he fell into an epiphany. In the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed. At Tianxi Palace, a magnificent aura descended, and everyone turned their gazes toward the location where this aura appeared. Inside Lin Hao's room, a golden droplet appeared out of thin air above his head, and then it fell directly. The golden droplet silently penetrated Lin Hao's body and landed on his origin core. At the same time, a golden sword mark appeared on Lin Hao's forehead. This was the mark of having received the recognition of the gold origin law. This was one of the results of his epiphany over the past 100 years. And the recognition of the gold origin law was only a very small part of his results. More of his achievements lay within the space origin law and the gold space fusion law. Regarding the space origin law, he had already mastered 82 essences, and he was not far from fully mastering all 108 essences. The gold space fusion law was where he had made the most progress. He could now fully execute the first layer, the scale armor chapter, of the 7 kills of the beast god. Calculated by the levels of the heavenly bridge, he was strong enough to reach the 15th level. One must know that 100 years ago, he had only reached the level of the 12th level of the heavenly bridge. To break through from the level of the 12th floor to the 15th floor in such a short time was almost comparable to the most top-tier geniuses in the history of the human race. Chapter 65, Urging Marriage. Achieving this feat was, first, because Lin Hao's affinity for the gold space fusion law had reached an astonishing level. The amplification from the power of the Blood River crystals played a significant role in this. Second, it was due to the 15 beast god statues, the complete set of the 7 kills of the beast god. Secret Manual, the complete set of the Ice Peak Sword Cannon, Secret Manual, and the frequent guidance on the space origin law from the Ice Peak Lord. With such luxurious conditions for comprehension, how could an ordinary genius possess them? Third was his extremely high comprehension ability, which was the most critical factor. As early as 100 years ago, he already had over 50 billion descendants, and his comprehension ability attribute had exceeded 7,000 points. Over these years, Lin Hao had also summarized some patterns. If comprehension ability reached 10,000 points, even without any kind of law affinity, it was possible to break through to become a universe exalt after endless years. And he was certainly not without law affinity. Not to mention the affinity for the four highest basic laws, water, earth, wind, and light, his affinity for a complex law like the gold space fusion law was already at the good grade. He estimated that unless the gold beast god were reincarnated, absolutely no one had higher affinity for the gold space fusion law than he did. With such high law affinity, combined with similar comprehension ability, it was only natural to have such results. More importantly, the 7,000 points of comprehension ability was old news from 100 years ago. By now, his total number of descendants had exceeded 80 billion, and his comprehension ability had broken through 10,000, reaching 12,000 points. After being acknowledged by the origin law, one's consciousness could enter the corresponding origin law ocean, where the speed of comprehending the corresponding law would skyrocket. However, Lin Hao had no intention of letting his consciousness enter the gold origin law ocean, given his current comprehension ability and affinity for the gold origin law. If his consciousness were to enter the gold origin law ocean, he worried that he would fully comprehend the gold origin law in a short time. That would be a disaster. Once a single basic law was fully comprehended and one's realm reached World Lord rank level 9, the origin law ocean would automatically descend, making one an immortal level. This process was irreversible and could not be interrupted. This did not align with Lin Hao's plans. He intended to stay at the World Lord rank for a while longer, utilizing the highest speed of comprehending laws at the World Lord rank to comprehend as many laws as possible. After breaking through to Undying, although the level of Undying divine power was higher, it was actually less convenient for comprehending laws than the world power of the World Lord rank. Therefore, this was also the approach of the vast majority of geniuses, to stay at the World Lord rank for as long as possible. He took out a small pile of Blood River crystals. After his strength reached the Territory Lord rank, his physical fitness had further improved, so theoretically, he could fuse more Blood River crystals. He tried to fuse one. But to his surprise, the fusion process was extremely painful, and the fusion ultimately ended in failure. Lin Hao thought to himself, perhaps it was because my affinity for the gold space fusion law was upgraded to the good grade, which pushed the number of Blood River crystals I could fuse to 45 at once. In this situation, the fusion of Blood River crystals has less to do with physical strength and is more closely related to law affinity. From Universe rank level 9 to Territory Lord rank level 1, although my strength has increased significantly, for the fusion of Blood River crystals, it can only be described as a drop in the bucket. Lin Hao looked at the gold space fusion law affinity on his panel. It was still good grade. It seems the key to fusing Blood River crystals still lies in law affinity. When his law affinity was medium grade, even fusing the 9th Blood River crystal was difficult. But when his affinity reached the good grade, he was able to fuse up to 45 Blood River crystals at once. Then, when my affinity reaches the excellent grade, could I also significantly advance the fusion of Blood River crystals? By then, I could probably reach 100 crystals easily. Lin Hao looked forward to this. Since he had already determined the key to Blood River crystal fusion, Lin Hao planned to return to the Shuiluo continent in the near future to continue pushing forward the matter of increasing the number of his descendants. His consciousness entered the virtual universe to apply for a Territory Lord rank nutrient pod and nutrient solution. After completing the application, he began to process the emails that had piled up over the last 100 years. First were the emails from Lin Feng and Lin Baiken. Every 10 years, both of them would send emails reporting on their work situation. Lin Feng reported on the development of the Taoduoduo Mall and the family members. Lin Baikan reported on the development of those descendants born via test tube. As for the increase in descendants, Lin Hao could see it from his panel. Honestly speaking, the growth rate of the number of descendants was now significantly slower than before. But this was also normal. Previously, when Lin Hao placed a male test tube descendant on an unfamiliar planet, it was not a problem for this descendant to add dozens of descendants in 10 years. Compared to Lin Hao's total number of descendants at that time, such an increase was astonishing. But now, with hundreds of billions of descendants, arranging one male descendant on an unfamiliar planet, even if he added 100 descendants in 10 years, the increase would naturally not be obvious in the face of such a huge population base. Lin Hao's financial resources could not manage to arrange all hundreds of billions of descendants onto individual life planets and provide security measures for them. Therefore, he was already very satisfied with the current growth rate of his descendants. In just a few hundred years, he had raised his talent from a level where even comprehending a domain was difficult to the level of a universe exalt. This speed was already like riding a rocket. He roughly looked through their emails, then sent them emails to encourage them, confirmed their achievements over these years, and told them to issue rewards to themselves. He gave Lin Baikan an extra large sum of money, as usual, saying nothing. Lin Baikan also asked nothing. After dealing with their emails, Lin Hao looked at his current most outstanding descendant, Lin Wanyan. More than 300 years ago, Lin Wanyan passed the assessment and entered the Primal Universe. At that time, her talent already showed signs of struggling. Sure enough, in the universe rank qualification battle 3 years ago, she ranked at the bottom of the Apocalypse Secret Realm, was kicked out of the core layer, and returned to the Qingfeng branch. After 3 years of travel, she was almost at the Qingfeng Universe country. When she came, there were high-level spaceships to pick her up, and it only took 2 years to fly from the Qingfeng Universe country to the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. When leaving, she could only take a conventional spaceship, so it naturally took longer. Lin Hao initiated a video call to Lin Wanyan. Soon, the call was connected. Lin Wanyan dared not look at Lin Hao and whispered, "Father, I have brought shame upon you." Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. "What shame? Your talent has absolutely no problem becoming a world lord, and there is even a slight possibility of becoming an undying existence. What is there to be ashamed of? Don't look at how. In the Virtual Universe Corporation, the World Lord rank can only serve as ordinary staff, and even the status of ordinary immortal level is not high. But if you look at a medium-level civilization country, a World Lord rank is already considered an existence that can hold its own. How many people are in a medium-level civilization country? I am afraid it is in the units of trillions of trillions. With such a huge population, how many world lords are there?" Facing Lin Hao's comfort, Lin Wanyan said embarrassedly, "But father, you are a member of the primitive mystical region. Yet I couldn't even keep my status as a member of the Apocalypse Secret Realm." Lin Hao laughed. "All right, don't think so much. Return to the Qingfeng Universe country and cultivate well. With you guarding the family, I will be much more at ease." Lin Wanyan nodded and said, "I will definitely protect the family well." "Good. By the way, if there is a suitable person, get married early. Look at how old you are. Your brothers and sisters all have many descendants, and look at you, you are hundreds of years old and don't even have a boyfriend." Facing a daughter who was hundreds of years old and still not married, Lin Hao instantly turned into a parent urging marriage. Unlike ordinary parents, he really needed his children to work hard at having children. Moreover, the fertility subsidies he set were extremely high, so there was no need to worry about the problem of not being able to afford raising children after giving birth. Facing Lin Hao's urging to marry, just like vast numbers of unmarried youth, Lin Wanyan directly chose to end the video call. "Lin Hao, I'll have your mother urge you later. You brat, you think I can't handle you." Chapter 66, Lin Feng's Strange Way of Cultivating. Afterward, Lin Hao saw another email from his elder brother, Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say much, he just mentioned his recent situation and asked about Lin Hao's recent circumstances. Lin Hao had nothing to do at the moment, so he initiated a video call to his elder brother, Lin Feng. The call connected quickly. Lin Feng's side seemed very chaotic, with faint sounds of women giggling. As a veteran, how could Lin Hao not know where Lin Feng was at this moment? Ever since he took Lin Feng to Tianxiang Pavilion before, Lin Feng had become unstoppable. He often went to find young ladies for heart-to-heart talks. Lin Hao had warned him many times, but his elder brother always claimed that this could increase the speed of comprehending the law. He didn't know what kind of law comprehension speed this could possibly improve. It couldn't be the yin and yang Tao, right? But the primordial universe didn't have this origin law. Lin Feng waved for the people to leave, then said to Lin Hao, "Little brother, have you been cultivating for these 100 years? I haven't seen you reply to my emails." Lin Hao replied, "I had some insights, so I haven't entered the virtual universe." Then he couldn't help but remind him, "Elder brother, you really should restrain yourself. You need to focus more of your energy on comprehending the law." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, "Sigh, I told you this can increase the speed of comprehending the law, why don't you believe me?" Lin Hao's expression of, quietly watching you perform, made Lin Feng very hurt. Lin Feng said, "Let's go to the killing field, I'll let you see the results of my law comprehension." Lin Hao, half believing and half doubting, teleported to the killing field on Qingfeng continent. After entering the killing field with Lin Feng drew a long spear. "Look at my law comprehension from these last few hundred years." Lin Feng mainly comprehended the law of water origin, and used an earth-attributed martial artist divine weapon. As Lin Feng shook his long spear, Lin Hao's expression became a bit more serious. Because Lin Hao could see that Lin Feng's move used the first form of this martial artist divine weapon, Earth Spike form. Like other divine weapons, as long as the first form could be used, it was basically equivalent to being invincible at the astral rank. According to the performance of the top geniuses in past peak genius battles, the first form of various divine weapons could basically sweep through the vast majority of geniuses. In other words, with Lin Feng's current level of law comprehension, entering the core layer through the peak genius battle shouldn't be a problem. This made Lin Hao somewhat unable to understand. Lin Feng's talent was indeed quite good among the many geniuses in the Qingfeng Universe country, but there was still a certain distance to the geniuses in the finals of the peak genius battle. How could he have mastered the first form of the Earth martial artist divine weapon with such rapid progress in just these few hundred years? This wasn't scientific. Lin Hao reached out a hand, his hand glowing with golden light, and gently pinched the tip of the spear. The long spear immediately couldn't advance an inch. Lin Feng's eyes widened. One had to know that in the killing field, both of their realms were at the astral rank. He didn't expect that although his own progress was great, his little brother's progress was even more astonishing. He couldn't even understand such a move. Lin Feng put down his weapon and sighed, "I didn't expect little brother to be so strong now. I remember you mainly comprehended the law of water origin, right? How did it become the gold origin law?" After Lin Hao entered Shuiluo continent, his cultivation schedule was very tight, so naturally, he communicated less with his father and elder brother. It was normal for Lin Feng not to know Lin Hao's current strength. Lin Hao said with a smile, "I have been cultivating in a secret realm for these few hundred years and suddenly discovered that my talent for the gold space fusion law is very high, so naturally, I mainly comprehended this law." Lin Feng didn't know at all what the gold space fusion law was, but he didn't ask much either. If the strength wasn't at a certain level, asking would be in vain. Lin Feng sighed, "Actually, I have some regrets these years. If I had joined the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch back then, I would have definitely entered the core layer, and my strength would definitely be stronger than it is now." Father and elder brother were both waiting for the next peak genius battle, so they had remained at the 9th stage of the astral rank. Lin Hao comforted him, "Each has its own advantages. Promoting from a branch to the core layer certainly has lower requirements for law comprehension, but there is a 300-year limit. If you rank at the bottom in the ranking battle after 300 years, you will still have to return to the branch. Instead, it's better to accumulate for a few thousand more years at the astral rank, make a name for yourself in one battle at the peak genius battle, and enter the core layer in one fell swoop." Lin Feng certainly understood this logic. After all, although his little brother Lin Hao was not sent back to the Qingfeng branch after 300 years, his niece Lin Wanyan had ranked at the bottom in the ranking battle and returned to the Qingfeng branch. Lin Hao asked, "By the way, elder brother, your progress these few hundred years is not small either. Could it be that doing that kind of thing really can promote law comprehension?" Rationally speaking, he didn't believe this claim. The talent for comprehending the law was comprehension ability plus law affinity. Talent is extremely difficult to change. Lin Feng's situation really made Lin Hao curious. Lin Feng chuckled and scratched his head. "Actually, I don't really understand either. Ever since I entered Tianxiang Pavilion, I couldn't calm my heart to cultivate. Later, I couldn't help but come again, and as a result, I discovered that after returning from Tianxiang Pavilion, the speed of comprehending the law was much faster for a period of time. It's as if when one's mood is pleasant, comprehending the law can also be twice as effective with half the effort. So, in order to maintain the speed of law comprehension, I basically go to Tianxiang Pavilion once a month." Lin Hao widened his eyes. "Is there really such a thing? You aren't lying to me, are you?" Lin Feng said narcissistically, "Maybe this is my unique talent. I should have discovered this earlier. I discussed this with father before, and father even went to Tianxiang Pavilion to test it himself. As a result, he didn't have the same situation as me." Lin Hao spotted a blind spot. "Wait. You took father to visit a brothel?" Lin Feng said somewhat dissatisfied. "What do you mean by visiting a brothel?" "We went to test a new method of comprehending the law. This is a very serious matter." Lin Hao patted his head. These two guys, maybe they really thought that way. Regarding Lin Feng's situation, Lin Hao didn't know what was going on, but from the result, it was a good thing. Lin Feng gained happiness, his body and mind were happy, the speed of comprehending the law was also faster, so his body and mind were even happier. The young ladies of Tianxiang Pavilion received solace and money, and also gained happiness. So Lin Hao let it be. He said, "Elder brother, if you are short of money, just tell me. Not to mention anything else, I can still sponsor your patronage fees." Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. "That's great. For the last 100 years or so, I have been spending my savings. It would be great to have your sponsorship." Lin Feng naturally also had a share of dividends in the Taoduoduo Mall. Under normal circumstances, the annual dividends were a large sum of money, but with the frequency of Lin Feng going to Tianxiang Pavilion once a month, those dividends really weren't enough to spend. Since he was young, Lin Feng had taken very good care of Lin Hao. Lin Hao naturally wouldn't spoil Lin Feng's mood, so he transferred 10 Hunyuan units to him. Lin Feng's eyes went straight when he saw the universe coin in his account. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. 10 trillion universe coin. Little brother, this is too much. I can't spend this much money. Let me transfer it back to you." Lin Hao wouldn't take it back, saying, "Elder brother, just spend it with peace of mind. Your little brother is not short of money now. This is all just pocket change." Chapter 67, Drunkenness. It was only after Lin Hao showed Lin Feng his account balance that Lin Feng accepted the 10 Hunyuan units of universe coin. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. You are no longer the little brother who needs me to worry about him." Lin Hao laughed. As expected, showing off in front of big brother is such a satisfying thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The two came out of the killing field, found a quiet bar, and while drinking, chatted about what had happened over these years. Lin Feng's cultivate life was very dull. Aside from going to Tianxiang Pavilion to have fun, it was just cultivate in the Qingfeng Secret Realm. Lin Hao's life was quite exciting. Although he couldn't reveal too much about the Shuiluo world because Lin Feng was not part of the core layer of the 5 major forces, Lin Hao still shared what he could. Lin Feng sighed. "The secret realm you mentioned, when I enter the Virtual Universe Corporation, I will also go to this secret realm to explore. The last peak genius battle was held by the Great Axe Battleground 1,400 years ago, and the next peak genius battle will be hosted by the Virtual Universe Corporation." Lin Hao clinked glasses with Lin Feng. "Good. When you enter the Virtual Universe Corporation, I will host a welcome party for you." The two chatted for 3 days and 3 nights before ending. During this time, their father, Lin Zhen, came over and had a few drinks, but he soon went back to cultivate. Lin Zhen was a cultivation fanatic. Except for the fixed memorial for his late wife every 10 years, he almost never stopped. After saying goodbye to Lin Feng, Lin Hao looked at a few emails sent by Xinghuan and Yi Chen. He emailed the two, "I have been in seclusion for the past 100 years, but I am free now. Why don't we gather in the public area?" Yi Chen replied with an email, "Sure." Xinghuan directly sent Lin Hao a tavern address. Lin Hao teleported to the public area of Yushang Mountain. Following the address, he found the tavern, walked in, and saw Xinghuan and Yi Chen at a glance. Yi Chen punched Lin Hao on the shoulder and said, 100 years ago, you leapt from the heaven and earth secret realm to become a member of the primitive mystical region, and then you disappeared. Today, I must make you pay for a meal. Lin Hao smiled and said, "Easy, easy, I'll pay the bill today." Xinghuan also smiled and said, "I want to drink spirit drunkenness." A bottle of spirit drunkenness costs 8,000 hunyuan in reality, and even buying a virtual one in the virtual universe costs 8 hunyuan units. Lin Hao naturally didn't lack this bit of money at this moment, so he waved his hand. "Good. Let's drink spirit drunkenness." The three found a seat and sat down. After turning on the anti-peeping mode, they started chatting. Yi Chen said, "Lin Hao, you don't know how big a wave you stirred up among all the universe rank members of the 4 secret realms when you suddenly became a member of the primitive mystical region 100 years ago." The 3 members of the primitive mystical region reacted the most, especially that guy named Ethan. He was already ranked last among the 3 in the primitive mystical region, and your appearance almost declared that he would be kicked to the highest beginning mythical region in the qualification battle. Lin Hao had heard nothing about this. Mainly because besides Yi Chen and Xinghuan, he didn't know anyone else, so naturally, no one would tell him these things. Furthermore, after clearing the primitive Tongtian mountain, he soon started to break through to the territory lord rank, and then followed 100 years of epiphany, so he had no way of knowing these things. Lin Hao said, "I later broke through to the territory lord rank, and in the end, it didn't affect that Ethan." Yi Chen nodded. "Actually, your breakthrough to the territory lord rank also caused a lot of discussion in the universe rank. At that time, there were still 11 years until the qualification battle started. You suddenly became a member of the primitive mystical region, and everyone knew you had cleared the primitive Tongtian mountain. After you broke through to the territory lord rank, everyone was betting on when you would clear the territory lord rank primitive Tongtian mountain. But unfortunately, information about whether the primitive Tongtian mountain has been cleared is not disclosed to us members. And since you are already a member of the primitive mystical region, clearing the primitive Tongtian mountain again wouldn't bring any other changes, so everyone was just discussing it. In fact, Lin Hao's current strength was not far from clearing the territory lord rank primitive Tongtian mountain. He already had the strength of the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and he would likely reach the strength of the 16th level within 1,000 years. By then, he would be fully capable of clearing the territory lord rank primitive Tongtian mountain. Lin Hao briefly introduced his situation over the years and then asked, "How have you been all these years?" Yi Chen said, "After 2 qualification battles, I am now a member of the highest beginning mythical region." Ha ha ha. The universe rank qualification battle is held every 100 years, and in the past 100 years, the qualification battle has been held twice. The most recent qualification battle was 3 years ago. Previously, Lin Hao and the others did not need to participate in the qualification battles for 300 years because they entered the core layer through internal promotion. Lin Hao praised, "Brother Yi Chen is truly gifted." Yi Chen's face darkened. "Why do I feel like you are being sarcastic? In front of a genius like you who has cleared the primitive Tongtian mountain, I am nothing when it comes to being gifted." Lin Hao said with a serious face, "I am praising you sincerely." "I don't believe you." Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Lin Hao asked, "Xinghuan, what about you?" Xinghuan said, "About the same as my brother, I am also a member of the highest beginning mythical region now." Lin Hao praised again. "Not bad, not bad, Xinghuan, you are also very impressive." Xinghuan smiled, "You flatter me." Soon, the three's dishes were served. Along with them came the spirit drunkenness. Yi Chen immediately opened the spirit drunkenness and took a deep sniff. Ah, this scent is really intoxicating. It's worthy of being a fine wine worth 8,000 hunyuan. This is the taste of money. Xinghuan snatched the spirit drunkenness from Yi Chen's hand, ignoring Yi Chen's glare, and gently poured a full glass for Lin Hao. She poured herself a glass, then raised her glass to Lin Hao. Big brother Lin, I'll toast to you. Looking at the bold Xinghuan, Lin Hao picked up his glass and clinked it with hers. Good. Cheers. Yi Chen also picked up his glass. Cheers. Thus, the three drank glass after glass, and before long, all three were drunk. Spirit drunkenness is not alcohol, it is a liquid containing magical power that acts directly on the soul level. Although the spirit drunkenness in the virtual universe is just a simulation, it can still make people drunk. Especially with the way the three of them were drinking. Before long, under the persuasion of Yi Chen and Xinghuan, Lin Hao was drunk. This drunkenness can be dispelled simply by disconnecting from the virtual universe. Xinghuan stood up and helped Lin Hao walk toward the guest rooms upstairs. Leaving only Yi Chen behind, holding a glass of spirit drunkenness and sighing, such good wine, I can only enjoy it by myself now. Then he thought again, I didn't expect that one day I would become a wingman for my own sister. Logically speaking, as the brother-in-law, even if I don't try to stop it in every possible way, at the very least, I should test the brother-in-law. Where exactly did things go wrong? Perhaps this is the benefit of being a genius. Finally, he thought, with a brother-in-law who is such a genius, won't I have a golden thigh to hug in the future? Thus, he began to eat and drink happily. He was dumbfounded when it came time to pay. What? It hasn't been paid yet. What a huge loss. Not only did I give away my sister, but I also had to pay for the food and drinks myself. Being this brother-in-law is truly frustrating. Chapter 68, Xinghuan is pregnant. Although Lin Hao was drunk in the virtual universe, his will remained in a clear and sober state. After all, his will was considered outstanding even among the immortal level. Although godly drunkenness could make undying and universe exalt drunk, what was in the virtual universe was not the real godly drunkenness after all. Even when he was being helped up by Xinghuan, he was in a state of half reluctance and half compliance. He was not a novice, so how could he not know what Xinghuan wanted to do? Under these circumstances, he naturally had to appear a bit unconscious to save Xinghuan from feeling shy. He was actually a person who was very considerate of beautiful women. Xinghuan's face was flushed red, and her body trembled slightly as she helped Lin Hao onto the bed in the room that had already been booked. Then, she lay on top of Lin Hao and clumsily began to help him take off his clothes. But perhaps because she was too nervous, she couldn't take his clothes off for several minutes, which instead caused Lin Hao to have a reaction. Lin Hao looked at the beautiful face close at hand and leaned over. 30,000 words omitted. Lin Hao stroked Xinghuan's snowy white wings. Xinghuan closed her eyes, savoring everything that had just happened. Suddenly, she said, Brother Lin, I'll go to the Shuiluo continent to find you. Everything before had taken place in the virtual universe, although it was very realistic, it was not reality after all. Lin Hao was excited. All right. Contact me when you arrive, and I will take you to the Shuiluo continent. Xinghuan nodded in agreement. Looking at Xinghuan's charming and naive appearance, Lin Hao immediately began the second round of battle. After a long time, the battle ended. Xinghuan also left. She needed to prepare a bit before coming to find Lin Hao. As for their relationship, whether it was impulsive or true love, neither of them cared much about such things. Xinghuan was infatuated with him, mainly due to the female psychology of admiring the strong. Naturally, she would not demand that Lin Hao favor only her or anything like that. Moreover, Xinghuan had known long ago that Lin Hao had a thriving family, with 4 wives already. Therefore, Xinghuan did not care about these things. She had already secretly investigated. Although Lin Hao's 4 wives were all very beautiful, their talents were very average. Xinghuan believed that after endless years, she would be the only one who could eventually stay by Lin Hao's side, and that was enough. Lin Hao cared even less about this. The status of husband and wife was not highly valued within the human race, and having accepted this setting after his transmigration into this world, he naturally did not care either. Of course, there were indeed examples within the human race where husbands and wives loved each other dearly and did not distinguish between each other. But clearly, Lin Hao did not belong to that type of person. After Lin Hao finished dealing with matters in the virtual universe, his consciousness returned to the real world. The nutrient solution he had requested, enough to advance to the 9th rank of the Territory Lord rank, had already been delivered. He started the nutrient pod and lay inside. His consciousness returned to his study in Yushang Mountain in the virtual universe, and he began to cultivate the 7 Kills of the Beast God secret manual. 4 months later, Lin Hao woke up from the nutrient pod, by which time he was already at the 9th rank of the Territory Lord rank. 1 month later, Xinghuan arrived at the Shuiluo continent. Lin Hao walked out of Tianxi Palace, released his spaceship from his world ring, entered the spaceship, and flew towards Xinghuan's location. A few hours later, Lin Hao saw a hovering D3 level spaceship. This was precisely Xinghuan's spaceship. After the 2 spaceships approached, Xinghuan flew out of the D3 level spaceship, put the spaceship into her world ring, and entered Lin Hao's spaceship. Brother Lin. Xinghuan threw herself into Lin Hao's embrace. Xinghuan. Lin Hao gently stroked Xinghuan's wings. The two met, just like dry wood encountering a raging fire, igniting a blazing flame. After some clouds and rain, the two finally calmed down. Although this was Xinghuan's first time in reality, due to her powerful strength, it did not cause much of an impact, and she recovered quickly. Xinghuan said, "Brother Lin, I want to see the place where you have lived all these years." What Xinghuan said was naturally not his room in Tianxi Palace, but his territory on the Shuiluo continent. Lin Hao had no objections. After maneuvering the spaceship for a period of time, they arrived above the main city of the territory where he had previously resided. The two stepped out of the spaceship and fell straight downwards. Soon, the two arrived outside Lin Hao's residence in this main city. Although Lin Hao had not returned for over 100 years, he had no enemies in this main city, so naturally, no one came to seek revenge. Everything here remained much the same as it was over 100 years ago. The only difference was that some of the children he had adopted before had returned. Lin Hao took Xinghuan and walked inside. Master, master, foster father, foster father. The servants and foster sons and daughters in the manor who saw Lin Hao bowed one after another. Lin Hao and Xinghuan planned to live here for a period of time. So, Lin Hao directly called over several stewards and the foster sons and daughters who were there. "This is my wife, madam, foster mother, foster mother." Everyone bowed one after another. Xinghuan was also someone who had seen the world, so naturally, she would not be frightened, but instead responded appropriately to each one. And so, the two began their shameless and happy life. Until one day, 20 years later. Xinghuan looked at her belly in surprise. "Brother Lin, I think I'm pregnant." With one at the universe rank and the other at the territory lord rank, the chance of conception at such a realm was naturally already much lower. It was normal for it to take 20 years to have one. Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, "Xinghuan, it is time for you to leave the Shuiluo continent." Xinghuan was somewhat puzzled. Why? Is Brother Lin worried that the obstetricians here have poor skills? With my strength, there's no need to worry about such things. Lin Hao explained, "Your current authorization is not high, so it is normal that you are unaware of some information. People born in a secret realm are inherently less potential than children born in the primordial universe. For the sake of the child, it is best to leave this secret realm." Xinghuan was surprised that such a rule existed in this world, but still said, "All right then, I will go back to the heaven and earth secret realm to give birth." Lin Hao thought for a moment and said, "I will contact my exclusive service team and let them arrange it for you." As a member of the primitive mystical region, Lin Hao had all kinds of service personnel. Perhaps there were no obstetricians among his service personnel right now, but as long as he had a need, someone would naturally be arranged. Lin Hao sent a message to Dom, his butler in the primitive mystical region. Dom replied immediately, "Understood, Your Highness Lin Hao." We will immediately dispatch a security team to the Shuiluo continent to pick up your wife, Xinghuan, and the relevant service personnel will also arrive in time. Dom's efficiency was very high. 1 month later, the security team led by an immortal level arrived, along with top-tier obstetricians and nurses. Lin Hao asked for a year's leave from the Lord of Tianxi Palace, and then, together with Xinghuan, temporarily left the Shuiluo continent under the protection of the security team. The obstetrician pointed to a planet on the star map and suggested, Your Highness Lin Hao, based on past experience and a search within an 8-month travel radius, gestation on this planet named Good Pregnancy Planet will bring higher talent to the newborn. Chapter 69, The First Genius Among His Descendants. Lin Hao looked at this planet named Good Pregnancy Star, while simultaneously searching for information about it in the virtual universe. He discovered that over the past hundreds of millions of years, the probability of people born on this planet breaking through to the territory lord rank solely based on their own talent was as high as 0.000001%. This was far beyond that of ordinary planets. Lin Hao naturally knew that it would be better for the child to be conceived on the Yuan star, the predecessor of Earth. But the Yuan star was far away in the Gamu universe country, and if he relied on himself, it would be impossible to arrive within 8 months. Only by utilizing the God Kingdom teleportation of an immortal level, or the teleportation of a powerhouse above the champion immortal level, could he arrive in a short time. Of course, he could find such a powerhouse. To say nothing else, any one of his 3 senior brothers or senior sisters could accomplish this. But the problem was, how could he persuade them to take Xinghuan to the Yuan star with a normal, non-suspicious reason? Could he possibly say that he wanted the child to be born on the planet where he was born? That reason was too far-fetched. As for announcing the magical aspects of the Yuan star to the human race, then someone would definitely ask how Lin Hao knew about it. Lin Hao simply could not answer that. Taking a step back, he was currently not even sure if the planet he found called the Yuan star was the one Zuo Shenk had modified. Previously, he thought his strong willpower was because he was born on the Yuan star, but he later discovered that it was the willpower enhancement brought by his golden finger. Therefore, whether the Yuan star was real or fake, he could not take Xinghuan to the Yuan star in time. Lin Hao said, let's just have the baby on Good Pregnancy Star. Xinghuan naturally had no objections. Thus, the spaceship flew toward Good Pregnancy Star. Good Pregnancy Star was a planet that looked ordinary on the surface, and because of information blockades, apart from the middle and high-level members of the 5 great human race powers, no one else knew about this planet. Lin Hao was now a member of the primitive mystical region, and coupled with the fact that he was a disciple of the Ice Peak Lord, in terms of authorization, he could barely be considered a middle-level member of the Virtual Universe Corporation. After the spaceship landed, Lin Hao and Xinghuan flew toward the ground of Good Pregnancy Star. Xinghuan was not yet showing, so her walking, sitting, and lying down were unaffected, and flying was naturally no problem. Very soon, the 2 of them settled down under the arrangements of the medical institution on Good Pregnancy Star. Days passed by, and Xinghuan's belly gradually grew larger. During this period, besides accompanying Xinghuan, Lin Hao spent his time comprehending the law. The Ice Peak Lord also happened to learn that Lin Hao's child was about to be born, and he casually expressed some concern, but did not say much else. After all, Lin Hao already had more than 20 children, this was not the first one. Until the expected due date. Lin Hao waited calmly outside the delivery room. Excitement. Such an emotion could not possibly appear on him. He already had nearly 100 billion descendants, having one more was nothing, unless this little guy was a genius. Immediately, Lin Hao shook his head with a dumbfounded smile. The probability of a genius was too small. It was difficult for a galaxy with tens of thousands of trillions of people to give birth to a single genius capable of breaking through to the universe rank, so how could his and Xinghuan's child be a genius? As for the gender, there was no suspense, it was a boy. Lin Hao had long since given the child a name, called Lin Yichen. In his previous life on Earth, they could use ultrasound to determine the gender. Now, his consciousness was countless times clearer than an ultrasound. From the moment the little guy took shape, Lin Hao could see him every day. It was the same for Xinghuan. She was a controller, and her application of telekinesis was even more proficient than Lin Hao's. With a cry from the delivery room, the child was born. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt that the whole world was different, as if the gold space fusion law was within reach. More than 100 years ago, his affinity for the gold space fusion law was already of good grade. Although it remained good grade these years, with his descendants on the Shuiluo continent constantly multiplying, he felt that it had increased by several times compared to over 100 years ago. However, he had never had a feeling like this before. It was as if he had previously been looking at the gold space fusion law through a layer of transparent glass, and the 100+ years of time had only allowed this transparent glass to get closer and closer to the gold space fusion law, allowing him to see it more clearly. But now, the transparent glass had disappeared, and he felt as if he could touch the gold space fusion law at close range. Could it be? He resisted the urge to immediately comprehend the gold space fusion law and looked at the panel in his mind. He saw that the original open black lens bracket gold space fusion law, good grade close black lens bracket had changed to open black lens bracket gold space fusion law, excellent grade close black lens bracket. He looked at the descendants column. There were now 85 billion descendants. Clicking to view the details, with his thinking speed comparable to a light brain, he quickly found the name Lin Yichen. Open black lens bracket Lin Yichen close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket race, human race close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket comprehension ability, 754 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket willpower, none close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gold space fusion law affinity, good grade close black lens bracket. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with amazement. In his eyes, it was as if the name Lin Yichen was glowing. This little guy was truly the one with the highest talent among all his descendants. Without exception. Before this, Lin Wanyan was the one with the highest talent, but her comprehension ability was only 1.8, and her water law affinity was medium grade. Not to mention that her comprehension ability was hundreds of times different from Lin Yichen's, her affinity was also completely incomparable. Don't look at it as just medium grade and good grade, the numerical gap between the two could be several dozen times over. Especially since Lin Wanyan's was only an affinity for a lower-level origin law, while Lin Yichen's was an affinity for a fusion law, which was a more complex existence than a higher-level law. In just an instant, he decided that he would personally raise this little guy. With this little guy's talent, the immortal level could be considered easy to grasp. Although there was a gap in comprehension ability from the Universe Exalt level, the affinity for the gold space fusion law made up for it, so breaking through to the Universe Exalt level probably wouldn't be too difficult. The Universe Lord level was impossible, unless he found a way to significantly increase comprehension ability in the late stage. Even so, Lin Hao valued this little guy immensely. He had plenty of descendants, but this was truly the first one who was such a genius. Lin Hao walked into the delivery room and saw Xinghuan and the newborn little guy, Lin Yichen. "You've worked hard." Lin Hao came to Xinghuan's side and looked at her gently. "It wasn't hard." Xinghuan shook her head, holding Lin Yichen so Lin Hao could see, "This is our child." Lin Hao nodded. Although the little guy was just born, he didn't have the wrinkled skin like ordinary babies, instead, it was very smooth. On his back was a pair of small wings, but they had no feathers, looking like a pair of plucked chicken wings. The two teased the little guy for a while, when Xinghuan suddenly said, "I've decided. I want to take leave and return to the ancestral star of the winged race to raise the baby." Lin Hao shook his head and suggested, "Let me raise the baby. There will be specialized personnel from the primitive mystical region to train him." Xinghuan was stunned for a moment. "Is that okay?" Lin Hao smiled and said, "Of course it is, the Virtual Universe Corporation won't care about these things." Xinghuan hesitated for a moment and said, "But, Big Brother Lin, you still have to cultivate." Lin Hao said, "At my stage, 10 or 20 years won't affect anything." He added in his heart, "Besides, I need to focus on fusing Blood River Crystal these years, and I don't plan to go into seclusion to comprehend the law." After his affinity for the gold space fusion law reached excellent grade, he felt that he could fuse a large amount of Blood River Crystal again. Chapter 70. Fusion of 200 Blood River Crystals and the Descent of the Primordial Universe Will. Facing Lin Hao's request, his steward in the primitive mystical region, Dom, naturally had no objections. Thus, 1 year later, Lin Hao brought Lin Yichen back to the primitive mystical region. Because Qinghuan was a member of the Universe Rank Heaven and Earth Secret Realm, her freedom was limited, so she could only separate from Lin Hao and Lin Yichen. Lin Hao promised that after Lin Yichen turned 3, he would often bring him into the virtual universe to meet with Qinghuan, which finally made Qinghuan reluctantly accept the matter. He also requested another 20-year-long leave from the Lord of Tianxi. The Lord of Tianxi agreed without even asking. After returning to the primitive mystical region, Lin Hao began the fusion of the Blood River crystals. Lin Yichen naturally had an expert-level childcare team looking after him. In his personal cultivation room in the primitive mystical region, Lin Hao sat cross-legged with a small pile of Blood River crystals placed in front of him. As his mind calmed down, he cut a wound on his palm. Then, he placed a Blood River crystal over it. The blood-red energy inside the Blood River crystal surged into his body and resonated with the Luo power within him. Lin Hao felt the changes happening within his body and thought to himself, as expected. After increasing my affinity with the gold space fusion law, fusing with the Blood River crystals has become much easier. This time, fusing the 46th Blood River crystal did not bring any feeling of pain, and his body did not undergo any abnormal changes. It was as if the energy within the Blood River crystal was of the same origin as Lin Hao, merging together without any obstruction. Soon, the 46th Blood River crystal was successfully fused. Lin Hao felt that the Luo power within him had grown stronger, and at the same time, his physical strength had also increased. Slightly. This was an improvement in his genetic level. Every successful fusion of a Blood River crystal would elevate his genetic level. Lin Hao picked up another Blood River crystal and continued the fusion. The fusion of the Blood River crystals did not bring Lin Hao any pain or discomfort, and the mental shock was also easily resisted. However, the time required for the fusion of the Blood River crystals was getting longer and longer. It was not until 3 years later that the 100th Blood River crystal was successfully fused. The secret pattern on Lin Hao's chest had become a complete beast head pattern. It could be clearly seen that this was the pattern of the gold beast god. As Lin Hao activated the secret pattern, the Luo power surged through his entire body, and his genes transformed once again, instantly reaching a 100 times genetic level. A 100 times genetic level was the limit for ordinary life forms in the primordial universe. Unless one could break through to the realm of a universe lord, it was impossible to further increase the genetic level. Of course, there were some exceptions in the primordial universe, such as some special life forms whose genetic levels naturally exceeded 100 times. Lin Hao felt the changes in his own strength and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Currently, he was at the 9th stage of the territory lord rank with a 100 times genetic level, and coupled with the enhancement from his comprehension of the law, dealing with some ordinary undying should not be a problem. Besides that, the amplification of his comprehension of the law by the secret pattern, especially the amplification of the gold space fusion law, pleasantly surprised Lin Hao. His affinity for the gold space fusion law was already excellent, and the secret pattern amplified it by dozens of times on top of that. Lin Hao thought to himself, I am afraid that I can now be called the number 1 in affinity for the gold space fusion law in the entire primordial universe. At this moment, even if he did not study secret techniques related to the gold space fusion law, a large amount of inspiration regarding the gold space fusion law could easily emerge in his mind. Lin Hao looked at the Blood River crystals in front of him and fell into deep thought. It seems, I feel that I can still continue to fuse with the Blood River crystals. Could it be that 100 Blood River crystals are not the limit? Lin Hao decided to try fusing one more. He cut his palm again and placed the 101st Blood River crystal into his palm. Just like before, the blood-red energy inside the Blood River crystal surged into his body. The fusion time was longer this time. It took a full 2 months to finish fusing the 101st Blood River crystal. Lin Hao felt it and found that his genetic level seemed to have changed, but it also seemed unchanged. To be precise, his genes had changed a little, but the external manifestation was still a 100 times genetic level. Perhaps the genetic level has indeed increased, but due to the restrictions of the primordial universe, it cannot be manifested, so it is still 100 times. Lin Hao activated the Luo power. The secret pattern on his chest emerged, and he observed it carefully, finding that it was the same as when he had fused 100 blood river crystals. There was no change. Lin Hao frowned. Could it be that the 101st blood river crystal was fused for nothing? Suddenly, he felt something strange on his forehead. He touched it and found that there was actually an extra scale on his forehead. He found a mirror to inspect it, and sure enough, a golden scale had appeared on his forehead. This scale was crystal clear and shining brightly. There were some patterns on the scale, and Lin Hao recognized at a glance that these patterns were exactly the traces of the gold space fusion law. He stopped activating the Luo power, and the scale disappeared. Lin Hao was thoughtful and decided to continue fusing the blood river crystals. He began to fuse the 102nd blood river crystal. 2 months later, the 102nd blood river crystal was successfully fused. His genes changed, but the external manifestation was still a 100 times genetic level. The beast god secret pattern on his chest was no different from before. Only a few more golden scales had appeared on his forehead. Lin Hao thought to himself, with the fusion of the blood river crystals, won't I become more and more like the gold beast god? He continued to take out blood river crystals for fusion. 16 years later, Lin Hao finished the fusion of the 200th blood river crystal. Starting from the 100th one, the speed of fusing the blood river crystals had consistently been 1 every 2 months. Besides that, the difficulty of fusing the blood river crystals had not changed at all. The mental shock was the same as the 100th one, and the transformation of his body by the Luo power was also the same. If it weren't for the changes in Lin Hao's body, he would have even suspected that the blood river crystals were useless after fusing more than 100. As his heart stirred, the massive Luo power within his body surged. His body underwent a drastic change. His limbs turned into beast claws, his body was covered in scales, sharp horns grew on his forehead, and a tail grew from behind him. At this moment, Lin Hao was like a small gold beast god. Just at this moment, a grand will descended. My child, come over. Lin Hao's consciousness uncontrollably entered a mysterious place. At the same time, the clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord, who was guarding the primitive mystical region, opened his eyes and looked in the direction where Lin Hao was. This is, the primordial universe will. Why did it descend? Is it because of Lin Hao? Subsequently, he saw Lin Hao's current appearance. Why does this form look so much like the gold beast god? In the virtual universe, the primordial Chaos City Lord arrived at the palace of the Ice Peak Lord, junior brother. The Ice Peak Lord rose from his seat. Senior brother, what brings you to my place? The primordial Chaos City Lord said, your disciple Lin Hao, he has caused the descent of the primordial universe will. The Ice Peak Lord was startled and frowned slightly. The primordial universe will. Why would it descend? The primordial Chaos City Lord said, at this moment, the primordial universe will has not yet left, so I cannot reverse time and space to investigate, but I see that Lin Hao's current state is very similar to the gold beast god of the past. Chapter 71, Innate Secret Technique, Infinite Growth. Ice Peak Lord said, Lin Hao indeed possesses astonishing talent in the gold space fusion law, and his performance in the fusion of blood river crystals is also quite outstanding. Primordial Chaos City Lord frowned and said, are you sure his performance in the fusion of blood river crystals is merely outstanding? At this moment, the Luo power within his body has already far exceeded 100 blood river crystals. Ice Peak Lord blinked. 20 years ago he did indeed fuse 45 blood river crystals. Are you saying that in these 20 years he has fused dozens more to reach 100 blood river crystals? Primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. Not just 100, I fear he has already fused 200 blood river crystals. Ice Peak Lord was silent for a moment. I will go to the primitive mystical region right now. Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. Come. Soon, Ice Peak Lord arrived at the primitive mystical region and saw Lin Hao on the Wuchen time-space continent. He really looks exactly like the gold beast god. Except for his aura being much weaker and his gene level only being 100 times, he is simply a miniature beast god. Primordial Chaos City Lord appeared beside Ice Peak Lord. Ice Peak, what do you think of this disciple of yours? Ice Peak Lord naturally understood Primordial Chaos City Lord's meaning, so he said, he is naturally very good, he respects his teacher and follows the Tao, is diligent and hardworking, has top-tier talent, and possesses infinite potential. Primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. I recall you saying that he wants to possess a clone. But he is unwilling to perform possession on an alien race. Ice Peak Lord nodded. That's right. I used to want to persuade him to perform possession, but now it seems unnecessary. Just based on his current beast god form, ordinary special life forms probably cannot compare to his current physical body. Primordial Chaos City Lord said, as long as he can pass the primitive Tongtian Mountain at the Territory Lord rank, and given his talent for fusing so many Blood River crystals, he will be fully qualified to obtain the treasure to gain a clone. In other words, there is no need to wait for Lin Hao to pass the primitive Tongtian Mountain at the World Lord rank, he can obtain a clone now. Ice Peak Lord laughed and said, ha ha ha, with your words, I am relieved. I will definitely have him pass the Territory Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain as soon as possible. Lin Hao felt something very wondrous. His consciousness entered a mysterious space, and this space was filled with points of light everywhere. His heart stirred, and he immediately realized where this was. This was the origin space of the primordial universe. He hurriedly controlled his consciousness and flew towards the brightest point of light. That point of light immediately dodged, and Lin Hao chased after it relentlessly. After a long while, this point of light seemed to have grown tired of running and stopped. His consciousness immediately lunged at it. Lin Hao's consciousness returned to his body. A look of joy appeared on his face, truly a good secret technique. The experience just now seemed complex, but in reality, after his body transformed into a miniature beast god, his consciousness was guided by the primordial universe to the place of the origin. Subsequently, in the place of the origin, Lin Hao obtained an innate secret technique. This experience was similar to when Luo Feng reached the perfect gene level of 10,081 times in the original work. The innate secret technique Lin Hao obtained was named Infinite Growth. Unlike the combat-oriented secret technique, I am the universe, that Luo Feng obtained, Lin Hao's innate secret technique was an auxiliary secret technique. Simply put, every year in the primordial universe, Lin Hao could cast the innate secret technique Infinite Growth once, and then the volume of any of his bodies would increase by 1%. This increase in volume was not like the immortal level where divine power constructs the body, it was a pure increase in volume. In other words, as long as the time was long enough, Lin Hao could make his body increase infinitely. Such an innate secret technique was not very useful below the immortal level, but it was terrifying above the immortal level. Imagine, if one person's divine body was only 3 meters tall, while another's divine body was 300,000 kilometers tall. The difference in divine power between the two would be worlds apart. If the two were to fight, for the person who was only 3 meters tall, the scene would surely be tragic. It would be like an ant confronting an elephant. Lin Hao thought to himself, when the time comes to obtain a clone, I must choose a clone with a large body size. It is the same 1% increase in volume, the human divine body is only this small, so how much volume can it increase in a year? But if his clone was one of those dozens of kilometers tall, the volume increased in a year would be countless times that of the human body itself. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly received a message from his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, come to your reception hall to see me. Lin Hao was stunned, then immediately understood. It seemed the commotion he caused this time was a bit too large, alarming the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and thus his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, had found out. After all, this was the descent of the primordial universe's will, which naturally could not be hidden from the perception of the universe lords. He hurriedly got up and headed to the reception hall. A moment later, he saw the figure of Ice Peak Lord. Teacher, Lin Hao said respectfully. Ice Peak Lord laughed, good lad. One does not make a move, but when one does, one shocks the world. You silently fused so many blood river crystals, even I was startled when I found out. Lin Hao humbly said, Teacher, you overpraise me, I was just lucky. Ice Peak Lord, whether it is talent or luck, it is all your own ability, there is no need to be humble. Just now, we Universe Lords held a small meeting and unanimously agreed that your talent is worth better cultivation. The conditions for the treasure you want to obtain a clone have also been appropriately relaxed. You only need to pass the Territory Lord rank Primitive Tongtian Mountain to obtain it. The Territory Lord rank Primitive Tongtian Mountain generally requires the law comprehension of the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge to pass. For a normal genius, this is very difficult. After all, among the current Territory Lord rank members of the Primitive Mystical Region, the strongest has only reached the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Do not look at it as only being 3 levels away from the 16th level, this difficulty is a world of difference. For every level further on the Heavenly Bridge, its difficulty is no less than the sum of all previous levels. And the members of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Primitive Mystical Region can be said to be geniuses among geniuses. It can be said without hesitation that the Primitive Mystical Region Territory Lord rank members are the top geniuses of the entire human race in the last few 100,000 years. Such geniuses, after receiving the cultivation of the Virtual Universe Corporation, still struggle to pass the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge, which shows the magnitude of the difficulty. Lin Hao only felt that this difficulty was not great at all. He had the confidence to pass it within a few years. As early as in that 100 years of epiphany before, he had already mastered the strength to pass the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Now with the blessing of the Beast God form, passing the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge was only a matter of time. After fusing 100 blood river crystals, the Beast God secret patterns on his chest reached their limit. Fusing more blood river crystals had no further effect on aligning with the law. But after fusing 200 blood river crystals this time, the Beast God form gave him a surprise. His affinity for various laws, especially the gold space fusion law, had strengthened once again. And it was a qualitative leap. Lin Hao confidently said, yes. I will definitely pass the Primitive Tongtian Mountain as soon as possible. Seeing such a confident disciple, Ice Peak Lord also felt very satisfied. Geniuses, after all, should be like this. Good. If you have any questions about the comprehension of the space origin law, ask me at any time. I will wait for the day you pass the Primitive Tongtian Mountain. Chapter 72, The Advantages of the Beast God Form. Ice Peak Lord offered Lin Hao a few more words of encouragement, then departed. Lin Hao moved, arriving at the training grounds. On the training grounds, a youth who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Hao was cultivating. However, this youth had a pair of wings growing from his back. This was none other than Lin Hao's son, Lin Yichen. Outside the training grounds, a World Lord rank powerhouse saw Lin Hao arrive and saluted, saying, Your Highness. This World Lord rank powerhouse was a member of Lin Hao's guard team, sent by him to teach Lin Yichen how to cultivate. Lin Hao asked, How has Chen'er been cultivating lately? The World Lord rank powerhouse replied, Replying to Your Highness, young Master Yichen is gifted with exceptional talent. At such a young age, he has already begun to comprehend the origin law, which is truly astonishing. He has now stepped across the threshold of the gold origin law and has also gained some insight into the space origin law. Given time, entering the company through the peak genius battle will be no problem, and he might even achieve excellent results. Lin Hao nodded. You've worked hard. The World Lord rank powerhouse waved his hands repeatedly and said, Not at all, not at all. It is the result of young Master Yichen's hard work in cultivating. Soon, Lin Yichen finished cultivating. Seeing Lin Hao, he quickly approached. Father. Lin Hao smiled. I heard from your teacher that you have been cultivating very diligently. Lin Yichen scratched his head embarrassedly. Thank you for the praise, father. Lin Hao said, Let's go to the virtual universe in a while to have a meal with your mother. It's been a long time since we've seen her. Lin Yichen nodded. Okay. Subsequently, their consciousnesses entered the virtual universe, arriving at the restaurant where they had agreed to meet Xinghuan. The family of three ate and chatted happily, enjoying a very heartwarming time. Suddenly, Lin Yichen asked, "Dad, Mom, I've had some problems with my law comprehension recently." Xing Huan was somewhat surprised. "What kind of problems?" Lin Yichen said, "Since I was young, I have had a talent for both the gold and space origin laws, so I have been working hard toward these two laws. However, some time ago, I suddenly discovered that I might have been comprehending them the wrong way. I found that there seems to be a connection between the two laws. I have also checked for information in the virtual universe, but I found nothing. Have I gone wrong in my law comprehension?" Lin Hao's heart stirred. This kid might have discovered the gold space fusion law. Xing Huan's authorization level was not high, so she looked toward Lin Hao. "Big brother Lin, do you know what's going on?" Lin Hao gave Xing Huan a reassuring look, then looked at his son, Lin Yichen, and said, "Yichen, your feeling is not wrong. The gold and space origin laws can indeed be fused, and the law after fusion is of a very high level. It is a law that leads directly to becoming a universe lord." Lin Yichen was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Really? I thought I had felt it wrong." Lin Hao smiled. "Of course it is true, but don't be happy too soon. This path is very difficult to walk. Your father is currently walking this path, and I can only be considered to have just started." Lin Yichen's expression became serious. "Dad, I understand. I will work hard." Lin Hao nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I will give you some secret manuals in this regard. You can try to cultivate them, but remember, do not pass these secret manuals on to others." Lin Yichen nodded quickly. "I understand, Dad." Afterward, Lin Hao sent Lin Yichen away. He wanted to have some alone time with Xing Huan. Lin Yichen was already in his 20s, so he naturally had his own circles in life, and he went off to have fun. The two arrived at a luxury hotel and opened a room. Like a long drought meeting sweet rain, a short separation is better than a new marriage. After the passion, the two slept in each other's arms. Lin Hao said, "I am going to enter closed-door cultivation next. Please pay more attention to Yichen. You don't need to worry about reality. I have arranged for people to teach him, but please watch over him in the virtual universe." "Okay, big brother Lin, you can rest assured and enter closed-door cultivation." Lin Hao said, By the way, when I finish my closed-door cultivation, I will probably return to the Qingfeng Universe country to take up a post. At that time, I will have Yichen go with me, and he can acknowledge his ancestors and return to his clan. We will settle down there in the future." Xing Huan naturally had no objections. No matter where Lin Yichen went, he would enjoy the top-tier educational resources, and that was enough. Although Lin Yichen had long met Lin Hao's large family, they did not live together, so it was inevitable that there would be some distance. Returning this time was also to let Lin Yichen get familiar with them. After all, they were all blood relatives, and they shouldn't be too distant. It was similar for Xing Huan. She was not very familiar with the family in the Qingfeng Universe country either. After all, she still had to cultivate, and her time was not abundant. After Lin Hao and his partner had another round of intimacy, they parted ways. Lin Hao's consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. He arrived in a secret room, took out the 15 beast god statues, and began closed-door cultivation. He activated the Shuiluo power within his body, transforming into the beast god form. He had also taken out a blood river crystal, wanting to continue the fusion. But he ultimately discovered that the blood river crystal was useless. The blood red energy within could not be absorbed at all. In the end, Lin Hao had to give up. However, with the enhancement of his current beast god form, Lin Hao believed that unless the gold beast god were resurrected, he was the existence closest to the gold space fusion law. He lay on the ground, focusing his gaze on the 15 beast god statues in front of him. The 15 beast god statues were of various forms and lifelike, each containing a complete gold space fusion law. His heart stirred, and he changed his posture to match that of the first statue. This was a posture of roaring toward the sky. As if this action fit some kind of pattern, he felt as though he had become the gold beast god himself. His affinity for the gold space fusion law increased slightly further. At this level, his affinity for the gold space fusion law had reached its limit. He became immersed in the endless gold space fusion law. 10 years later, Lin Hao woke up from his cultivation. His heart stirred. On the scales covering his body, a layer of fine, light-based scales emerged, and eventually, this layer of light-based scales merged into his real scales and disappeared. The first volume of the 7 Kills of the Beast God, the Scale Armor volume, had reached major achievement. Subsequently, he began to mobilize the second volume, the Muscle volume. The muscle fibers within his body began to reorganize, starting to transform toward a more perfect direction. A few days later, the second volume, the Muscle volume, reached major achievement. Next, Lin Hao began to cultivate the third volume, the Bone volume. The bones within his body underwent earth-shaking changes. After a long time, Lin Hao stopped his cultivation. The third volume, the Bone volume, was not yet finished, but it was close. Based on his current progress in comprehending the gold space fusion law, it was enough to clear the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge. If he revealed his beast god form, the 17th level would be no problem. And the beast god transformation within the 7 Kills of the Beast God could also be performed to the second level. The first level of the beast god transformation provided a 2-fold god body amplification, and the second level provided a 4-fold god body amplification. He could now use the second level, which meant he had obtained a 4-fold amplification effect. Lin Hao thought to himself, if I use the beast god form, would it be too cruel to the gatekeepers of the primitive Tongtian Mountain? In the virtual universe, whether clearing the Heavenly Bridge or Tongtian Mountain, the body used as a virtual body, amplifications to the body in reality, such as gene levels, cannot be brought into it. However, various secret techniques, if one knows them in reality, can be used normally. The beast god form is, strictly speaking, a secret technique driven by the Luo power, so it can naturally be used in the virtual universe. The beast god form combined with the second level of the beast god transformation's 4-fold god body amplification. Lin Hao smiled slightly. The time to obtain a clone has arrived. Chapter 73, Clearing the Territory. Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain. Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe and teleported to the Tongtian Mountain plain. 3 Tongtian mountains stood eternally. Lin Hao flew towards the highest one, the primitive Tongtian Mountain. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, the Minotaur was fast asleep just like last time, its snoring thunderous. The ape man was boredly counting leaves. The snake woman was holding a small mirror, admiring her own beauty. Sensing Lin Hao's arrival, the Minotaur woke up instantly. The ape man laughed out loud, "Your Highness Lin Hao. You've returned so quickly. Could it be that you are already confident in clearing the territory? Lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain?" Lin Hao said, "I want to give it a try." The snake woman smiled charmingly, "Your Highness Lin Hao, good luck tilde." Lin Hao didn't waste any more words and directly activated the Luo power, transforming into the beast god form. The beast god transformation, from the 7 Kills of the Beast God, began to circulate, and his divine body amplification reached 4 times. The expressions of the Minotaur and the other 2 changed instantly. They could feel that Lin Hao's aura had changed. Lin Hao didn't waste words either and directly activated the movement secret technique from the 7 Kills of the Beast God dash, and rushed up. He instantly appeared before the Minotaur. Single line whip shadow. Lin Hao's tail lashed out from behind him, striking towards the Minotaur like a long whip. The aura of the gold space fusion law surging within it made the Minotaur's expression change drastically. He took out his great axe to defend with all his might, but Lin Hao's tail still knocked the great axe away and struck him. The strike containing the gold space fusion law directly destroyed the original core inside the Minotaur's body. The Minotaur died. Lin Hao followed the same procedure, using Beast God dash again to arrive before the ape man. Then he lashed his tail, shattering the ape man's telepathic weapon defense, and then pierced a hole in the ape man's body. The original core was destroyed, and the ape man was also killed in one blow. The snake woman was the same. She barely managed to use an illusion attack, but it was ignored by Lin Hao. Then she was instantly killed by Lin Hao's tail. A moment later, the 3 revived, and they said respectfully, "Your Highness Lin Hao, please head up the mountain." Lin Hao did not retract his beast god form and flew straight up. The three exchanged glances, looks of shock appearing in their eyes. How long has it been? Your Highness Lin Hao already has this kind of strength. In less than 200 years. Your Highness Lin Hao has grown from having the strength to clear the universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain to having the strength to clear the territory lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain. The three knew Lin Hao's strength best, clearing the summit would be no problem at all. Has there ever been anyone with such talent in the history of the human race? The three looked towards the halfway point of the mountain. They heard the sounds of fighting from over there. In less than a second, the fighting stopped. Then they saw a golden figure fly from the halfway point towards the summit. Soon, sounds of fighting also appeared at the summit. This time it took a little longer. After 3 seconds, the battle at the summit also ended. The three at the foot of the mountain fell silent. Guess when Your Highness Lin Hao will return to clear the world lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain? The ape man said with a chuckle. Within 100,000 years, I bet. The Minotaur guessed. The snake woman had a different opinion. 100,000 years. I feel like he will be back within 10,000 years. Lin Hao cleared the foot, the halfway point, and the summit of the primitive Tongtian Mountain in succession. After retracting his beast god form, he teleported to the peak of Thunder Island, outside the palace of the Ice Peak Lord. Lin Hao said, feeling slightly excited, "Teacher." He couldn't help but be excited. This was the opportunity to obtain a clone. And it was a way to obtain a clone without needing possession. The Ice Peak Lord's voice came from inside the palace, "Come in." Lin Hao walked into the palace. "Teacher, this disciple has cleared the territory lord rank primitive Tongtian Mountain and has come specifically to report it." The Ice Peak Lord nodded slightly. "Not bad. After you cleared the primitive Tongtian Mountain, we, the higher-ups, received an email. Wait here for a moment, I will return shortly." Lin Hao bowed and said, "Yes, teacher." The Ice Peak Lord's figure disappeared. Lin Hao guessed that he had gone to discuss this with other universe lords or even the Great Axe founder. It seems this kind of treasure is indeed very precious, Lin Hao thought to himself. A moment later, the Ice Peak Lord returned. The Ice Peak Lord said, "These are 3 types of treasures from the human race's treasury that can allow one to obtain a clone. Take a look." Lin Hao looked at the light screen in front of him and saw 3 types of treasures listed, along with detailed introductions. The first treasure is called the split fruit. After consuming it, one can split oneself into 2 bodies. The 2 bodies are identical and have equal strength, which is equivalent to obtaining a clone exactly the same as the main body. The second treasure is called the ethereal stone. After using it, one can obtain 3 clone slots, but the gene multiplier for each clone can only be below 10 times. The third treasure is called the Taichu fruit. After using it, one can obtain 1 clone slot, and this clone's gene multiplier can be below 5,000 times. Lin Hao didn't even consider the first one, the split fruit. What's the use of having an identical clone? It really has no use other than providing an extra life-saving ability. The second, the ethereal stone, and the third, the Taichu fruit, were the only ones that were somewhat interesting. The ethereal stone can provide 3 clone slots, but the gene multiplier can only be below 10 times. The Taichu fruit, although it only has 1 slot, can reach a gene multiplier of 5,000 times. Lin Hao pondered secretly. The benefits of the ethereal stone are obvious. Having an extra clone means an extra combat force in the future. But the restriction of a 10 times gene multiplier is a bit too harsh. I'm afraid I could only cultivate clones like starry sky giant beasts. Can I cultivate a golden horned beast? Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he looked at the Ice Peak Lord and said, "Teacher, can the ethereal stone's clone be used to cultivate a golden horned beast?" The Ice Peak Lord looked at Lin Hao amusingly. "Of course you can cultivate one, but the golden horned beast you cultivate will not be able to cultivate its own clones again." Lin Hao nodded. If it can't be nested, its value is reduced significantly. In reality, the only requirement Lin Hao had for a clone was that its volume must be large enough. For combat, his own physical body was enough. With the beast god form in hand, he was even stronger than many special life forms. And among the life forms in the primordial universe, those with huge volumes won't have low gene multipliers. So that left only one choice. Lin Hao said, "Teacher, I want to choose the Taichu fruit." The Ice Peak Lord nodded slightly. I guessed you would choose this. However, I want to remind you that after using the Taichu fruit, it will be more difficult if you want to make a breakthrough to the immortal level. At the very least, you will need to create a peak secret technique to break your original core and achieve the immortal level. Lin Hao's heart tightened. A peak secret technique. I have confidence. With his current comprehension ability, creating a peak secret technique was not a big problem, and he could even try an ultimate secret technique. And by the time he was ready to make a breakthrough to the immortal level, his comprehension ability would definitely be even higher, so that would be even less of a problem. The Ice Peak Lord also had confidence in Lin Hao and smiled. Someone will be sent to deliver the Taichu fruit to you shortly. He paused and then asked, have you decided what you are going to choose for your clone? Lin Hao said, I haven't decided yet. I hope to choose a clone with a large volume. I have no other requirements. Chapter 74, Determining the Clone Selection. Ice Peak Lord said, large volume. There are quite a few good choices with large volumes under the 5,000-fold gene level, such as the World Tree, 9 Nether Blood Sea, Li Volcano. They are all quite good. Ice Peak Lord said, I have temporarily granted you the highest authorization for information queries. You can examine them yourself. Once you have made your choice, tell me, and I will help you obtain enough genetic materials to cultivate the clone. Lin Hao was somewhat moved upon hearing this. His teacher, Ice Peak Lord, was too kind. He was actually willing to personally help find the genetic materials for cultivating a clone. Thinking back to Luo Feng's experience in the original work, to obtain the genetic materials for his third clone, he had to blow up the branches of the World Tree and venture into the 9 Nether Blood Sea. However, thinking about it, it was normal. After all, Luo Feng already had 2 clones at that time, and his ability to save his own life was extremely strong. It was different from Lin Hao now. If he were to go on an adventure and encounter life-threatening danger, he might truly never return. Moreover, the two of them had different teachers. Primordial Chaos City Lord was the steward of the human race. Everything he thought about was for the sake of the entire race, so it was difficult for him to be too partial towards his disciple. Ice Peak Lord did not have so many concerns. He was much freer. Lin Hao simply began to browse the information within Ice Peak Lord's palace. First, he looked at creatures with large volumes. To Lin Hao's surprise, among the World Lord rank creatures, the one with the largest volume was neither the 9 Nether Blood Sea, nor the World Tree, nor even the Li Volcano, but an existence named the Eternal Continent. Eternal Continent. World Lord rank special life form, 1 light year in diameter, 4,000-fold gene level, high affinity for time and space origin law. Unknown innate secret technique, perished 300 million epochs ago. Ranked second was the World Lord rank 9 Nether Blood Sea, 300-fold gene level, 80 million kilometers in diameter, approximately equal to 0.053 light years. Ranked third was the World Lord rank World Tree, 1,000-fold gene level, 60 million kilometers in height, and a canopy diameter of 100 million kilometers. After using the Taichu fruit, one could cultivate a clone with a gene level below 5,000 times. If possible, Lin Hao preferred to choose the Eternal Continent as his clone. The 4,000-fold gene level far exceeded the World Lord rank 9 Nether Blood Sea and World Tree, and it had a massive volume. His main combat clone in the future would be his human body, so he only needed to cultivate a clone that could serve as a divine power reserve. The volume of the 9 Nether Blood Sea was not small either, and it would suffice as a divine power reserve, but Lin Hao felt its gene level was a bit low, and furthermore, the 9 Nether Blood Sea had no affinity for space and time law. He did not have the 9 Calamity Secret Manual to cultivate, and for the time being, he had no confidence in being able to significantly increase the gene level of such a massive volume like the 9 Nether Blood Sea. As for searching for the 9 Calamity Secret Manual to increase the gene level of the 9 Nether Blood Sea, forget it. Such things were hard to come by. Perhaps the 9 Calamity Secret Manual had already been obtained and cultivated by the strongest being of this generation of Yuan star. Moreover, he had confidence that even without these things, by relying on his golden finger, he could still stand at the peak of the universe sea. As for the world tree, although it had affinity for space and time law, its volume was much smaller than the 9 nether blood sea, let alone the eternal continent. Therefore, the eternal continent was more useful to him. He raised his head and looked at Ice Peak Lord. Teacher, I have decided, I choose the eternal continent. Ice Peak Lord was stunned. Why would you choose this? Lin Hao asked, Teacher, is there a problem with choosing this? Ice Peak Lord said, speaking of which, when this eternal continent first appeared, it caused a sensation throughout the entire universe because its volume was simply too large. At the World Lord rank, it had a diameter of 1 light year, which was truly astonishing. Countless factions wanted to invite it to join them. But unfortunately, because it was too large, moving was extremely difficult. Moreover, because it had just been born, its intelligence was not high, and it could not communicate. Eventually, many factions began to fight over it, and in the process of that struggle, it was accidentally destroyed. Lin Hao, Ice Peak Lord continued, therefore, I do not know what innate secret techniques it had. I only know that its control over time and space was very strong. With World Lord rank strength, it was enough to rival a champion undying. Lin Hao thought to himself, his own affinity for time and space origin law was currently only poor, and with this clone, these two shortcomings could be considered filled. Ice Peak Lord continued, what I just mentioned were its advantages, the disadvantage is naturally that it cannot move. Seeing that Lin Hao still wanted this clone, Ice Peak Lord said again, if you really cultivate this clone, then it will be even harder for you to achieve a breakthrough to the immortal level. After using the Taichu fruit, your original core will be incomparably hard and will require a peak secret technique to break from the inside. If you cultivate a clone with such a high gene multiplier, then the original core will be even more solid. At the very least, you will need to create a Universe Exalt level ultimate secret technique to break the original core. Ice Peak Lord advised, although gene multipliers are important, if you cannot achieve a breakthrough to the immortal level, everything is just empty talk. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, then said with a firm gaze, Teacher, I still want the eternal continent as my clone. Ice Peak Lord said helplessly, Fine, I respect your choice. I hope you will not regret it. Lin Hao nodded seriously, I will never regret it. Ice Peak Lord said, I was also present when the eternal continent was destroyed. Out of curiosity, I collected some of its remains, and I will have someone send them to you shortly. Lin Hao said gratefully, Thank you, teacher. Ice Peak Lord waved his hand, Right, since you want to cultivate a clone, you should achieve a breakthrough to the World Lord rank now, otherwise, you won't be able to cultivate a World Lord rank Eternal Continent clone. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher, I have not yet gone to the universe country to take up my post, will it be alright to have a breakthrough just like this? Ice Peak Lord laughed, It doesn't matter. Didn't you serve as an inspector of the Jushi Empire at the Qingfeng Universe Country branch? This can completely serve as a test of your heart nature. As for the matter of training, once you achieve a breakthrough to the World Lord rank and cultivate the Eternal Continent clone, you can just go directly to the outside territory battlefield for training. Lin Hao nodded, Understood, teacher. 3 days later, in the primitive mystical region, Lin Hao received the Taichu fruit and a world ring sent by a special representative from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Inside the world ring was a huge rock fragment. Lin Hao immediately began to work on his breakthrough to the World Lord rank. In this world, the World Lord rank is a very important realm. At the Territory Lord rank, an original core forms within the body, and within this original core, a embryonic world will be nurtured. A breakthrough to the World Lord rank means the embryonic world transforms into a real world. And, possessing an internal world is also the hallmark of the World Lord rank. The power used by the World Lord rank is World Force, which is the energy medium closest to the origin. Therefore, the World Lord rank is also the realm where it is easiest to comprehend the origin law. Many geniuses also choose to stay at the World Lord rank for a long time to comprehend the law. Chapter 75, World Lord rank and beginning to gestate a clone. The power used by the Immortal level is undying divine power. Its essence is higher than world force, but it is actually more difficult to comprehend the law. Lin Hao was already at the 9th rank of the Territory Lord rank, and the law required for a breakthrough to the World Lord rank had already met the standard. Not to mention other laws, speaking only of the Gold Origin Law, he had already obtained the law's recognition. Naturally, there was no problem whatsoever with the law required for a mere breakthrough to the World Lord rank. However, before breaking through to the World Lord rank, he had to first consume the Taichu fruit. After using the Taichu fruit, the original core would become more solid. A solid original core has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is naturally that to break through to the Immortal level, one needs to master a higher level secret manual to break it from the inside. And the advantage is that one can possess a larger internal world while at the World Lord rank. An average 9th rank World Lord rank can at most cultivate their internal world to a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. The reason for this result is that the strength of the original core of the World Lord rank is limited. An ordinary World Lord rank's original core simply cannot withstand a larger world. Conversely, possessing a stronger original core naturally allows one to carry a larger internal world. Lin Hao sat cross-legged in the cultivation room and took out the Taichu fruit, stuffing it into his mouth. The Taichu fruit melted upon entering his mouth, and a strange energy surged into Lin Hao's original core. In just an instant, the original core was transformed, and its main body became more solid. At the same time, a realization surged into Lin Hao's heart: he could now gestate a clone. However, the eternal continent he chose was at the World Lord rank, and as he was still at the Territory Lord rank, he could not gestate a World Lord rank clone. Lin Hao's heart stirred. Let's break through to the World Lord rank. He sank his consciousness into his original core. He saw that within a patch of chaos inside the original core, a vague, embryonic world was floating. As Lin Hao released the restrictions, this embryonic world instantly lost its invisible shackles, and the space within it expanded violently. The space that was originally confined to a singularity grew rapidly, becoming real space. The space quickly filled the entire original core, and the internal world appeared. At the same time, the soul crystal ball and the original force crystal within the original core were drawn by an invisible force, turning into liquid and merging with each other. In addition to these two energies, Lin Hao's consciousness and will also merged into it. Soon, the first wisp of world force belonging to Lin Hao was born. The moment this wisp of world force was born, Lin Hao's consciousness arrived on a boundless, ancient land. This was a projection of the place of the universe origin. It was filled with universe origin energy, and every grain of soil, every pebble, seemed to be a space. The next second, Lin Hao's consciousness returned to his internal world. The world force within his body vibrated gently, and a wide channel appeared, with the other end of the channel connecting to the ancient land that Lin Hao's consciousness had reached. Boom! Endless universe origin energy surged into the internal world like a flood. Lin Hao did not waste any time. This was the only gift of universe origin energy when advancing from the Territory Lord rank to the World Lord rank. He immediately controlled the world force to expand his internal world. Only when it expanded to his current limit did he stop the expansion, and it was at this moment that the connecting channel closed. Lin Hao felt slightly regretful and began to use the world force to generate all things. In the internal world, a golden central continent appeared, corresponding to the gold space fusion law. Immediately after, 9 smaller continents appeared, corresponding to the other 9 types of origin laws besides the time origin law. Then, an endless ocean surrounding the continents appeared. Only at this moment could he be considered to have truly ascended to the World Lord rank. Lin Hao sensed his internal world and discovered that the diameter of his internal world was a full 100,000 kilometers. The volume of his internal world at the first rank of the World Lord rank could already compare to that of an ordinary 9th rank World Lord rank. What surprised Lin Hao even more was that his perception of various laws had become several times clearer. Even the time origin law, which he had not dabbled in much, could be clearly perceived. The World Lord rank is truly miraculous. Lin Hao exclaimed. However, this was not the time to comprehend laws. Lin Hao took out the world ring given by the Ice Peak Lord. With a stir of his heart, his body entered the internal world, leaving only the original core in place. Lin Hao stood in the void, with the golden central continent beneath his feet. A huge rock fragment appeared in front of him. Begin gestation. Endless world force appeared and wrapped around the rock fragment. The rock fragment was crumbling. This was the analysis of the life genes contained within it. Strictly speaking, the eternal continent should not be considered a rock-type life form. According to the information Lin Hao had found, there was a life crystal core at the center of the eternal continent, which stored its consciousness. In fact, this point is very similar to energy-type life forms, and the characteristics of the eternal continent are also very similar to energy-type life forms. It does not have a soul in the traditional sense. In other words, the eternal continent is not afraid of soul attacks. Therefore, Lin Hao did not have to worry about some powerhouse breaking through layers of obstacles to find the eternal continent clone and launch a soul attack against him. Soon, the rock fragment was finished being analyzed, and the endless world force wrapped into a huge cocoon, gestating the eternal continent within it. At the same time, Lin Hao also learned the time required for this gestation, a full 100,000 years. This was because the gene level of the eternal continent was simply too high. This was still with his internal world having a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. If an ordinary first-rank world lord rank were to gestate it, it would probably take millions of years to gestate. However, this 100,000 years was calculated based on Lin Hao's current internal world. The stronger the internal world, the easier the gestation. The more powerful the gestated life form, the longer the gestation time. This is the rule of gestating a clone. In other words, as long as Lin Hao continues to expand his internal world and becomes stronger, the gestation time can naturally be shortened accordingly. And to expand the internal world, one only needs sufficient universe energy. Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe, first applying for enough energy to advance to the 9th rank of the World Lord rank, and then began to place an order for universe energy crystals in the treasury. Nowadays, he was not short of points at all. Passing the primitive Tongtian mountain at the universe rank would reward 100 million points, and passing the primitive Tongtian mountain at the territory lord rank would reward 3 billion points. Both of these rewards would be issued upon reaching the world lord rank. Just these two sums of points exceeded 3.1 billion, and Lin Hao did not need to buy secret manuals for the time being, so he placed orders for universe energy crystals with all of them. 2 days later, the nutrient solution he applied for and the universe energy crystals he purchased arrived. What surprised him a little was that the amount of nutrient solution was very large, more than hundreds of times what it was when he was at the territory lord rank. The staff member responsible for the delivery didn't know the reason either, only saying that it was the company's decision. Lin Hao immediately understood. With his current 100-fold gene level, perhaps he really needed to consume that much nutrient solution. He didn't dwell on this matter much, placed the nutrient solution into the nutrient pod, and lay down inside. At the same time, he took the world ring containing the universe energy crystals into his internal world. He absorbed the nutrient solution while using the universe energy crystals to expand his internal world. Chapter 76, Changes in Training. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 years, Lin Hao advanced from World Lord rank level 1 to World Lord rank level 9. His internal world also increased from a diameter of 100,000 kilometers to 10 million kilometers under the influence of countless crystallized universe energy. For ordinary World Lord rank, due to the strength of their internal origin core, 100,000 kilometers is a limit. But because Lin Hao consumed the Taichu fruit, even at a diameter of 10 million kilometers, he still hadn't reached the limit of his origin core. The eternal continent clone that was gestating in his internal world also had its gestation period shortened from 100,000 years to 10,000 years. Although Lin Hao's internal world could still expand, he knew that because the gene multiplier of the eternal continent clone was too high, it would take at least several thousand years to gestate. Thousands of years, I haven't even lived for 1,000 years since I was born. Lin Hao sighed. He stepped out of the nutrient pod, but his main consciousness was still expanding his internal world. It wasn't until a day 3 months later that he suddenly received a message from his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, come to Thunder Island in the virtual universe immediately. Lin Hao's consciousness entered the virtual universe and teleported outside the palace of his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, on Thunder Island. He unexpectedly discovered that, besides himself, the other 3 disciples of his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, had all arrived. But Ice Peak Lord was not there. The 3 looked at Lin Hao and greeted him with smiles. Junior brother, you're here. So fast, you are already World Lord rank. When you become a Universe Exalt, let's go on an adventure together. Lin Hao responded to each with a smile, then asked, Senior brothers and senior sister, does teacher have something important for calling us over so suddenly? The 3 looked at each other. The eldest, senior brother, Lin Yuan Universe Exalt, who wore black armor and stood 10 meters tall, said, we don't know the specific situation, but I have some guesses. Second senior brother, Great Sword Universe Exalt, and fifth senior sister, Ice Dream Universe Exalt, both looked at the eldest senior brother. Boss, stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. You were stuttering earlier as if you knew the truth, but after stalling for so long, you still haven't said anything. The eldest senior brother coughed lightly. Let's get this straight, this is just my guess. You know Yuho Universe Exalt, right? Upon hearing this, second senior brother, Great Sword Universe Exalt's eyes lit up. I heard that tens of thousands of eras ago, he was only 1 step away from becoming a Universe Lord. Could it be that he really took that step? Fifth senior sister, Ice Dream Universe Exalt, fearing Lin Hao didn't understand the situation, explained to him, Yuho Universe Exalt is one of the most genius Universe Exalts in our Virtual Universe Corporation. It is said that tens of thousands of eras ago, he was only 1 step away from fully comprehending the origin law of time. Lin Hao understood immediately. He hadn't known before whether Yuho Universe Lord had become a Universe Lord, and after becoming a disciple of Ice Peak Lord, he hadn't deliberately looked into it. After all, information about Universe Lords was of no use to him. Lin Hao thought to himself, it seems this matter is truly related to Yuho Universe Lord. The eldest senior brother said, I'm just guessing, after all, I haven't seen Yuho Universe Exalt in a long time. But for all the Universe Lords to summon their disciples for a meeting, I'm afraid this is the only thing it could be. Lin Hao only then realized that it wasn't just Ice Peak Lord who had summoned his disciples, all the other Universe Lords had summoned their disciples as well. Although he was also a disciple of a Universe Lord, because his strength was low, he hadn't truly stepped into this circle. Naturally, he was not as well informed as these senior brothers and senior sister. Just then, Ice Peak Lord returned, his voice coming from inside the palace, come in. The 4 quickly walked into the palace. A trace of a smile still lingered on Ice Peak Lord's face, it seemed he was very happy. Teacher, the disciples have all arrived, the eldest senior brother said. Ice Peak Lord nodded. I called you over because of a happy event. Yuho Universe Exalt has broken through to become a Universe Lord. From today on, you must address him as Yuho Universe Lord. Yes, Lin Hao and the other 3 immediately acknowledged. Ice Peak Lord continued, in light of Yuho Universe Lord's breakthrough, our human race leadership has decided to launch a small-scale territory expansion war. The location of this war is in the direction of the human race territory 9458, 5142, 4577. You 3 may participate at your discretion. He looked at Lin Yuan Universe Exalt and the others. The eldest senior brother and the other 2 cupped their hands and replied, yes. We will definitely participate actively. Ice Peak Lord continued. The target for this war is initially set at 2 major star sectors, which means our human race will gain 2 more cosmic countries. Do any of you 3 wish to serve as the Universe Country Lord? The 3 looked at each other, none of them wanted to serve as a Universe Country Lord. After all, they were quite strong, the eldest senior brother was even a Universe Overlord, and none of them wanted to be tied down to the position of a Universe Country Lord. Ice Peak Lord added, the major star sector territory we are going to war for belongs to 3 medium-sized races. In the late stage of ruling the territory, there might be trouble caused by the remnants of these three races. Therefore, our leadership tends to dispatch powerful universe exalts to guard it. After serving as Universe Country Lord for 500,000 eras, the race will issue 0.3 treasure points as compensation. As soon as Ice Peak Lord finished speaking, the eyes of the three lit up. The three knelt on one knee almost simultaneously. Teacher, I am willing to guard the frontier for the race. X3. Ice Peak Lord said, of the two newly added cosmic countries, only one belongs to our Virtual Universe Corporation. Since there is only one vacancy for the Universe Country Lord, those willing to serve must compete. You three should prepare well. After the war ends, a small competition will be held, and the final winner will obtain this Universe Country Lord position. Fighting spirit immediately appeared in the eyes of the three. Ice Peak Lord waved his hand, and the three left one after another. Ice Peak Lord looked at Lin Hao and asked, how is your clone's gestation going? Lin Hao said, it will take 10,000 years to successfully gestate. Ice Peak Lord was not surprised. He reminded him, regarding your World Lord rank training, there has been a change. The company has decided to first send you to Qingfeng Universe Country to serve as an inspection special envoy for 1,000 years. Afterward, you will be sent to the Virtual Universe Corporation branch in the new Universe Country, responsible for the establishment of the branch and striking against alien forces within the territory. Lin Hao felt a stir in his heart. He didn't expect that after breaking through to World Lord rank, he would now be sent to serve in a Universe Country. Ice Peak Lord explained, this war is expected to last for more than 10,000 years, so you have plenty of time. Lin Hao said, yes. Ice Peak Lord suggested, you haven't used your Primal Universe contemplation time for the Territory Lord rank and World Lord rank yet. Why not take this opportunity to use it? You will likely be quite busy afterward. Lin Hao asked hesitantly, Teacher, if I enter the Primal Universe, wouldn't my clone's gestation take even longer? The time-speed ratio between the Primal Universe and the Primordial Universe is 10:3. Ice Peak Lord shook his head. No, the gestation time of the clone has nothing to do with your own time flow rate. To be precise, the clone is not being gestated by you, but by the secret technique bestowed by the Primordial Universe. Therefore, this time is only related to the passage of time in the Primordial Universe. He gave another example. If the time you personally experience could affect the clone's gestation time, if I were to directly use time acceleration, wouldn't that allow you to gestate the clone in a very short time? Chapter 77, 1000 Years in Primordial Chaos City. Lin Hao left the palace of the Ice Peak Lord. Sitting in his study, he applied to travel to the Primal Universe. His application was quickly approved. Greetings, Your Highness Lin Hao. Your application to travel to the Primal Universe has been approved. You may choose to come to the company headquarters yourself, or wait for a designated person to pick you up. Lin Hao naturally chose to travel himself. As a member of the primitive mystical region, he had top-tier F-grade spaceships for transport. They were far better than the ships dispatched by the company. He walked out of the cultivation room and found Lin Yichen, who was comprehending the gold space fusion law. For the past 10 years, Lin Yichen had been comprehending the gold space fusion law. Because his cultivation time was too short, his progress in the gold space fusion law could only be described as just beginning, but his talent in this area was already showing. Lin Yichen woke from his cultivation. Dad, are you looking for me? Lin Hao nodded. I am going on a long journey. Lin Yichen asked, how long will you be gone? Lin Hao said, more than 10,000 years. Lin Hao said, stay here with peace of mind. Wait for the peak genius battle in 3,000 years, I believe you will be able to become a member of the primitive mystical region by then. Lin Yichen was very confident about this. I will definitely take first place in the peak genius battle. Lin Hao took out a beast god statue and handed it to Lin Yichen. This is a treasure containing the gold space fusion law. You should be able to feel how it helps with comprehending the gold space fusion law. From the moment the beast god statue appeared, Lin Yichen was captivated by it. Countless problems that had previously stumped him were now being solved one after another. He knew the value of such a treasure all too well. Father, you should keep this treasure. I can just cultivate the secret manuals. Lin Yichen clearly knew the gap between his talent and his father's. It was better for his father to use such a treasure. Lin Hao smiled and said, "This beast god statue is already useless to me." When he cultivated before, he focused on imitating this beast god statue, and now he had deeply imprinted it into his mind, so this item was naturally useless to him. Moreover, he still had 14 other beast god statues to cultivate with, so giving one to his son would not affect his own cultivation at all. Only after hearing this did Lin Yichen carefully put away the beast god statue. Lin Hao suddenly said, "You must be careful when comprehending this beast god statue. Once you become part of the core layer, remember not to reveal it on the Shuiluo continent." "I understand." After Lin Hao finished giving instructions to Lin Yichen, he went into the virtual universe to inform his family, including Xinghuan, one by one, before boarding the spaceship to the Primal Universe. Entering the Primal Universe again, Lin Hao was already familiar with the path. After choosing his residence, he sat cross-legged and watched the law patterns in the sky. As for the chaos steel in the city lord's mansion, it was of little use to Lin Hao anymore. On one hand, Lin Hao's main energy was now focused on the gold space fusion law, and on the other hand, Lin Hao could consult his teacher, the Ice Peak Lord, at any time. With the original creator of the Ice Peak Chaos Steel present, the function of the Ice Peak Chaos Steel became negligible. Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the terrace, quietly watching the law patterns in the sky. Just by taking a glance, he felt the inspiration of various origin laws constantly emerging in his mind. Over these years, his comprehension ability had already exceeded 13,000 points, and his affinity for various origin laws had also increased slightly. His realm had also reached the World Lord rank, the realm most advantageous for comprehending origin laws. With multiple factors combined, his speed in comprehending origin laws had reached a terrifying level. 10 years in Primordial Chaos City, his comprehension ability reached 15,000 points, and the Gold Origin Law was thoroughly comprehended. If it were before, Lin Hao would not have dared to comprehend the Gold Origin Law so recklessly, fearing that he might accidentally make a breakthrough to the Immortal level. But after consuming the Taichu fruit, he did not need to worry about this point. If he wanted to make a breakthrough to the Immortal level, merely comprehending a complete lower origin law was far from enough. 20 years in Primordial Chaos City, his comprehension ability reached 17,000 points, and the 108 essences of the space origin law were thoroughly comprehended. 50 years in Primordial Chaos City, his comprehension ability reached 25,000 points, and the law of water origin was thoroughly comprehended. 300 years in Primordial Chaos City, his comprehension ability reached 80,000 points, and the 3 origin laws of light, wind, and earth were thoroughly comprehended. 800 years in Primordial Chaos City, his comprehension ability reached 200,000 points, and the origin laws of fire, wood, and lightning were thoroughly comprehended. 1,000 years in Primordial Chaos City, his comprehension ability reached 250,000 points, and teleportation, one of the 3 profound mysteries of the space origin law, was thoroughly comprehended. Among the 3 profound mysteries, teleportation was the most difficult one, but because Lin Hao had focused his comprehension in this direction, he finally managed to thoroughly comprehend the profound mystery of teleportation. After all, teleportation was a divine skill for saving one's life. Lin Hao had no reason not to put effort into this area. Over these 1,000 years in Primordial Chaos City, Lin Hao's main energy had not been placed on the gold space fusion law, so his progress in this area was not significant. But his other origin laws could be said to have improved at a rapid pace. All 8 lower laws were thoroughly comprehended, and he was already comprehending the profound mysteries of the space origin law. His attainments in the space origin law alone were enough to rival a high-level champion. If he used the gold space fusion law, he would be even stronger than a peak champion who had comprehended 2 profound mysteries. Of course, this was only in terms of his realm of law comprehension. In terms of real strength, Lin Hao, calculated with a 100-fold gene multiplier and including various secret techniques, was about on par with a peak undying military leader. He was still a bit away from an ordinary marquis-level undying. Lin Hao ended this period of closed-door cultivation. This 1,000 years of continuous closed-door cultivation was longer than all the time he had experienced before. He stretched. Phew. Time for a short break. With a thought, his consciousness entered the virtual universe. During this 1,000 years, more than 3,000 years had passed in the outside world. The war launched by the human race was in full swing. The Universe Lord level did not directly participate in this war. The main forces participating were Universe Exalts and Undying Spiritual Gods. After all, it was just a war against ordinary races. The strongest individuals among these three ordinary races were only at the level of Universe Overlord. They didn't even have any top-tier Universe Overlords. Even the Universe Exalt level mostly stayed behind to command. It was mainly the Undying beings who were fighting. Because this war was actually a celebratory war by the human race for the birth of a new Universe Lord, they did not intend to deal a fatal blow to these three ordinary races. Therefore, most of the Universe Exalts of these three ordinary races were gathering their clansmen and organizing an evacuation. Correspondingly, the Universe Exalts on the human side rarely attacked either, keeping the intensity of the war within a controllable range. Lin Hao then teleported to the Qingfeng continent in the virtual universe. More than 3,000 years had passed, and the Lin family was now divided into two factions. One was the faction represented by the Patriarch Lin, and the other was the faction of Lin Hao's branch. Because Lin Hao's status in the Virtual Universe Corporation was becoming higher and higher, the power of Lin Hao's branch was becoming increasingly strong, making the Patriarch Lin's faction seem more like a branch instead. Chapter 78, The Peak Genius Battle begins. Lin Hao arrived at his family's territory. This was Tianlin Island, a massive island on the Qingfeng continent that belonged exclusively to the Lin family. Only core members of the Lin family were qualified to come here. Among the members of the Patriarch Lin's branch, besides the clan chief, only those who held mid-level positions or higher at the Taoduoduo Mall could enter. Tianlin Island was very lively today, as many family members had taken time out of their busy schedules to come here. The Peak Genius Battle, held every 5,000 years, was about to begin, and many astral rank members from the Lin family and its affiliated forces had chosen to participate. However, the vast majority of members were just there to make up the numbers. They were merely participating for the sake of it. But this time, the Lin family had 5 members who had a great chance of achieving a good ranking. Lin Hao's father, Lin Zhen, and his eldest brother, Lin Feng, counted as 2. Lin Yichen naturally counted as 1 as well. Besides them, there were 2 other geniuses sponsored by the Taoduoduo Mall, named Parker and Hawk respectively. The 2 were actually descendants of the offspring produced by Lin Hao's test tube babies. Lin Hao discovered through his panel that the 2 had decent comprehension ability, so he instructed Lin Baikan to sponsor their cultivation in the name of the Taoduoduo Mall. Their comprehension ability scores were 82 and 79 respectively, and they had no affinity for any origin law. With their level of comprehension ability, it would not be a problem for them to cultivate to the World Lord rank on their own without external opportunity, but reaching the Immortal level was almost impossible. However, if the 2 were lucky enough to become core members of the Virtual Universe Corporation and could come to the Primal Universe to hunt chaos beasts to improve their law affinity, they would have a hope of becoming immortal level in their lifetime. Therefore, they had long been instilled with the belief to cultivate hard and strive to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Corporation through the Peak Genius Battle. The 2 had cultivated for over 1,000 years just for this day. When Lin Hao arrived at Tianlin Island, his eldest son, Lin Feng, brought many of Lin Hao's children out to welcome him. Father. Under Lin Feng's lead, everyone bowed to Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded, rise. After speaking with them one by one, Lin Hao walked into his room. His 5 wives, including Xinghuan, all stood up to welcome Lin Hao. Today was the day Lin Yichen was participating in the Peak Genius Battle, so Xinghuan naturally made time to come and watch. Lin Hao had spent 1,000 years in the Primal Universe, while over 3,000 years had passed in the Primordial Universe. During this time, Lin Hao had been completely immersed in cultivation and hadn't even logged into the Virtual Universe much, so naturally, he hadn't had much contact with his wives. At this moment, it was a case of absence making the heart grow fonder. The six of them were together, pouring out their hearts to each other to alleviate the sorrow of separation. After a long while, Lin Hao and his 5 wives finally came to the front hall. At this time, the first stage of the peak genius battle had already begun, and Lin Yufeng had paid people to broadcast the live situation of the Lin family's participants. The core members of the Lin family sat in the hall, eyes fixed on the screen in front, which was currently broadcasting a live stream of Lin Yichen's battle. Lin Hao sat down with his 5 wives and looked at the screen. He saw Lin Yichen holding a long spear, charging wantonly across the wilderness. Countless enemies launched attacks at Lin Yichen. But Lin Yichen's expression remained unchanged, a faint golden light radiating from the spear in his hand. No matter what the attack was, or what was in front of him, everything was vulnerable before his spear. Wherever he passed, nothing remained. Lin Yufeng, having been piled with massive resources, was now at the universe rank. However, he found that he couldn't understand Lin Yichen's attacks. Little brother is truly amazing. I have never seen an astral rank able to unleash such a powerful attack. Lin Baiken said with a smile. Little brother's strength naturally goes without saying. I even feel that little brother could kill me, a universe rank level 9, with his astral rank strength. Lin Wanyan, who was considered one of the more knowledgeable among Lin Hao's many children, looked serious. Little brother is already comprehending the gold origin law. He has even gone very far in the gold origin law. I feel he is stronger than some world lord ranks. The others were shocked upon hearing this. What? An astral rank's law comprehension is stronger than a world lord ranks. Doesn't this mean that Uncle Yichen will at least be able to become a world lord rank powerhouse in the future? A younger generation member said in surprise. Lin Hao thought to himself, world lord rank. With Lin Yichen's talent, if he doesn't reach Universe Exalt, it would be considered slacking off in his cultivation. Although Lin Yichen's comprehension ability was far from the standard for a Universe Exalt, his affinity for the gold space fusion law made up for it. Lin Hao looked at Xinghuan beside him. I previously suggested that Yichen enter the core through the internal recommendation method, but this child wanted to make a stunning debut in the peak genius battle. Otherwise, with his talent, he should have already been able to gain a foothold in the territory lord rank primitive mystical region. Xinghuan said with a smile. Yichen also mentioned this to me before. He already resides in the primitive mystical region, so whether he enters the core or not makes little difference to him. Since he has such a genius father like you, he naturally wants to enter the core through the most upright and legitimate way. Lin Hao laughed in spite of himself. This child, both of us entered through internal assessment, yet he actually disdains this method. Xinghuan said, anyway, there's no real difference. His law comprehension is not low now, it's enough to pass the 7th level of the heavenly bridge, almost catching up to me. 3,000 years had passed, and Xinghuan was still at the universe rank, though she was now a member of the highest beginning mythical region. Speaking of this, Xinghuan was a bit troubled. When Yichen finishes the competition, I'm afraid he will be the first in this peak genius battle. At that time, he will join the primitive mystical region. Both of you are members of the primitive mystical region, and only I remain in the highest beginning mythical region. Lin Hao smiled. Doesn't that just show that our method of raising children is excellent? Speaking of this, Xinghuan was even more troubled. I feel like I haven't really participated much in the children's education. Lin Hao actually hadn't participated much in their education either. He mainly relied on the exclusive team provided by the Virtual Universe Corporation. As for the children's education, he probably only gave them some cultivation resources, and hadn't even offered much guidance in these 3,000 years. However, Lin Hao felt it was fine. Barring any accidents, Lin Yichen would never be able to surpass him in cultivation or law comprehension in this lifetime. He, however, would not experience Xinghuan's troubles. Lin Yichen soon scared the wits out of the enemies on the wilderness, and countless figures fled far away from him. This was also the limitation of a martial artist in the world zone battles of the peak genius battle. The efficiency of killing was far inferior to that of a controller. Seeing that the battle here had ended, Lin Yufeng had someone switch to Lin Zhen's feed. Lin Hao also looked at the screen. Honestly, in these few thousand years, he didn't know how his father, Lin Zhen's, law comprehension was at the moment. Lin Zhen was also a martial artist, and his strength was much stronger than an ordinary astral rank. But he was not as flamboyant as Lin Yichen. Instead, he was steady and solid, eliminating enemies one by one. Chapter 79, The Peak Final Battle begins. Lin Hao looked carefully and discovered that his father's law comprehension could barely unleash the second level of the martial artist god weapon. With this level of strength, entering the top 1000 in the whole universe shouldn't be a problem. Subsequently, Lin Hao carefully examined his eldest brother Lin Feng's combat situation and discovered that he was even stronger than his father, Lin Zhen, and could already skillfully use the second level of the martial artist god weapon. Lin Hao speculated that Lin Feng's strength could likely reach the top 10 in the whole universe, and entering the highest beginning mythical region shouldn't be a problem. For these 3,000 plus years, Lin Feng had still been using that very strange method of comprehension, which Lin Hao completely failed to understand. First, he would go to a brothel to enjoy himself, and then, as if entering Asajj mode, his speed of comprehending the law would greatly increase. However, regardless of the comprehension method, as long as it is effective, it works. There is no need to speak much of Lin Yichen, relying on his strength as an astral rank who can comprehend the gold space fusion law. The primitive mystical region is absolutely no problem. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, with the Lin family having 3 people enter the Virtual Universe Corporation core layer this time, it shouldn't arouse any suspicion from others, right? 1 member of the primitive mystical region, 1 member of the highest beginning mythical region, and 1 member of the Apocalypse Secret Realm or Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. Plus, him, the disciple of the Ice Peak Lord. The Lin family seems a bit too outrageous. Normally speaking, for the top 1000 in the whole universe, with 1 spot per universe country, on average, there would still be 6 universe countries with no one entering the top 1000. This time, all 3 are from the Lin family. Lin Hao just hopes it won't cause any trouble. Lin Hao watched for a while but found it uninteresting, so he returned to the room with his wives to continue sharing their hearts. The Peak Genius battle lasts a long time and is divided into 2 major stages, the Universe Country Selection Battle and the Peak Final Battle. The selection matches for each universe country are further divided into preliminary elimination and arena finals. What is starting now is the preliminary elimination, lasting 30 days, where the first place in points for each world zone directly obtains qualification for the final battle. Subsequently, the arena finals will begin. This stage takes even longer, and depending on the actual situation of each universe country, it will take about 5 years in total. The final peak final battle will also take about a year. With such a long time, Lin Hao naturally has no need to waste it. Therefore, in these years, his main energy remained focused on law comprehension, occasionally entering the virtual universe to check on the competition situation of his family members. Regarding the law comprehension situation of the Lin family contestants, with Lin Hao's current level of having fully comprehended 8 lower-level laws, guiding them is more than enough. Lin Hao demonstrated the key points of the laws corresponding to them one by one, allowing them to benefit greatly. However, his father, Lin Zhen, was somewhat reluctant at first. After all, letting his son guide him doesn't sound very good when spoken of. This made him, who has always been known as a genius, lose a lot of face. But in the end, he compromised under the cajoling of his eldest son and the urging of his second son. There are also gaps between geniuses. Lin Zhen's and Lin Feng's aptitude can only be called a genius of a single universe country. In the entire human race, it counts for nothing. Every 10,000 years, thousands or even tens of thousands of such geniuses appear. Whereas Lin Yichen can be called a genius at the level of the entire human race, in tens of thousands of epochs, the human race hasn't had many such geniuses. As for Lin Hao, he can now be called one of the few geniuses in the history of the entire human race, at least ranking in the top 100. Possessing an aptitude sufficient to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the human race. However, such aptitude is still not the limit for Lin Hao. His comprehension ability, under the support of the panel, is still constantly improving. one day, he will become the most dazzling genius in the history of the entire human race. He will even become the #1 person of this universe era and even countless universe eras. Time passed quickly, and the start time of the peak final battle arrived. Among the Lin family contestants, 5 people obtained the qualification to participate in the peak final battle: Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, Lin Yichen, Parker, and Hawk. However, Lin Hao saw very clearly that Parker's and Hawk's aptitude were ultimately insufficient. Even with Lin Hao giving them special guidance, they likely wouldn't be able to enter the top 1,000 in the whole universe. Lin Hao met the 5 of them on Tianlin Island. He first chatted with Parker and Hawk, and after encouraging them, he let them go back to prepare for the competition. Then he came to the hall, where countless core members of the Lin family were surrounding Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, and Lin Yichen. The 3 had previously been either in seclusion to cultivate or participating in competitions, so many family members hadn't really seen them. It was only when the final battle was approaching that they saw the 3 of them. Lin Yufeng laughed and said, "Grandfather, uncle, little brother, I wish you success from the start and a triumphant return." Lin Zhen looked at this whole family of descendants and said with some emotion, "Good, good, good. Yufeng, and everyone, thank you for your blessings." Lin Feng had still not married or had children during these years, so he had no descendants. Looking at his second brother Lin Hao's whole family, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. "After I finish fighting the peak final battle, I will also marry and have children." Lin Hao walked in from outside, heard this, and said with a smile, "Eldest brother, you are setting a flag here." The people in the hall saw Lin Hao enter and stood up one after another. "Father. Grandfather." Lin Hao looked at Lin Zhen. "Dad, good luck." Lin Zhen nodded. Subsequently, Lin Hao looked at Lin Feng. "Eldest brother, after you finish fighting the final battle, I will find you 8 or 10 wives, each one beautiful as a flower and stunningly gorgeous." Lin Feng didn't feel any embarrassment at all. "Good. My requirements are very high, you figure it out." Ha ha ha. Lin Hao patted Lin Yichen's shoulder. "Yichen, just put in the effort, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lin Yichen nodded. "I know." Everyone sat down one after another and started chatting, the atmosphere harmonious and warm. It was not until the 3 of them, Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, and Lin Yichen, received notification and left Tianlin Island to head to the universe country's genius gathering place that everyone dispersed. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and his consciousness arrived at a space. Here, he was above a sea of clouds, surrounded by mist. Below was the venue for this peak final battle, where 1,006 buildings rose from the ground, forming a circle. The location he was in was where the middle and high-level members of the Virtual Universe Corporation watched. At this time, some middle and high-level figures were already sitting here watching the battle. They were generally experts of the Universe Exalt realm. Although Lin Hao was only a world lord, his identity as the disciple of the Ice Peak Lord qualified him to sit here and watch the battle. Although these Universe Exalts had not met Lin Hao, they had heard of him to some extent. However, Lin Hao himself was very low-key within the core layer of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and ordinary Universe Exalts simply could not obtain information about him. Since Lin Hao passed the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge 30 years after first entering the Primal Universe, he had never challenged the Heavenly Bridge again. When he passed the 14th island of the Illusion Sea, because he had become the disciple of the Ice Peak Lord, his information was classified as confidential, and only those at the Universe Lord level could access it. Except when Lin Hao challenged the Universe rank primitive Tongtian Mountain, the change of him being promoted from the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm to the primitive mystical region allowed others to know slightly about his aptitude. After that, when Lin Hao challenged the Territory Lord rank Tongtian Mountain, ordinary Universe Exalts did not know this information. Chapter 80. Someone wants to take Lin Yichen as a disciple. As for the qualification battles, Lin Hao had not participated in a single one to this day. The Universe rank qualification battle occurs once every 100 years, the Territory Lord rank qualification battle once every 1,000 years, and the World Lord rank qualification battle once every 100,000 years. Because Lin Hao entered the core layer through an internal assessment, he did not need to participate in qualification battles during his first 300 years there. Shortly after clearing the cosmic-level Primal Heaven Mountain, he broke through to the Territory Lord rank. He only stayed at the Territory Lord rank for a few hundred years before breaking through to the World Lord rank without participating in any qualification battles. Therefore, these universe exalts only knew that Lin Hao was a disciple of the Ice Peak Lord and had cleared the cosmic-level Primal Heaven Mountain. Nothing more, nothing less, they knew nothing else. This was also the result Lin Hao wanted. When it was time to show his talent, he would be active, but when it was time to be low-key, he had to be low-key. If he were truly incomparably high profile, once he went out, he would just be waiting to be crazily targeted by alien races. Have you not seen that super genius Qidi, who died at the hands of alien races, without even a chance to be resurrected? Oh, that is not right, it seems Qidi has not even appeared in this era yet. But the principle is the same. The Ice Peak Lord has 6 disciples, and 2 of them were targeted and fell, in a way that they could not be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Hao being cautious was the right thing to do. The dozen or so universe exalts present did not pay too much attention to Lin Hao, merely nodding slightly to him in greeting before looking away. They were all universe exalts with transcendent statuses. Although Lin Hao was a disciple of a universe lord, at the end of the day, he was not even at the immortal level, and in their eyes, he was not even qualified to converse with them as an equal. Lin Hao was naturally happy to have some peace and quiet. He had only come here to see the competition results of the few members of the Lin family. Soon, many contestants appeared on the plaza below. Each universe country had 1,000 participants, and with 1,006 universe countries, there were over 1 million people competing in total. Following that was the person presiding over this final battle. Lin Hao was surprised to find that it was actually Venerable Gui Yi. He had only met Venerable Gui Yi once before, and the two did not have much interaction. Lin Hao thought to himself, so this means the geniuses of this peak genius battle will all eventually be subordinates of Venerable Gui Yi. Venerable Gui Yi is a disciple of the primordial Chaos City Lord, and it is said that he has a close relationship with Lin Hao's senior brother, Venerable Lin Yuan. The next day, the geniuses participating in the final battle of the Peak Genius Battle were teleported into the trial space. There were 7 trial towers in the trial space, each divided into 7 floors. From bottom to top, they were the blood-haired mammoth, 9-headed python, Tuoluo race warrior, flying Hu, automaton race puppet, starry sky giant beast Kang, and insect race mother nest. Many geniuses started by advancing triumphantly in their respective trial spaces, all clearing the first trial tower. The second trial tower did not eliminate many people either. But starting from the third trial tower, a large number of geniuses were eliminated, accounting for almost 90% of the total. Parker and Hawk were both eliminated at the third trial tower, one dying on the 4th floor and the other on the 5th floor. Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, and Lin Yichen made it to the 4th trial tower. It was here that the gap between the 3 became apparent. Lin Yichen continued to advance triumphantly, as if there was no difference between the 4th trial tower and the previous 3. Lin Feng's tower clearing speed slowed down a bit, but he was still relatively relaxed. Lin Zhen was different, his enemy killing speed slowed down significantly, and from the 2nd floor onwards, he could not even finish killing the monsters. In the end, he stopped at the 5th floor of the 4th trial tower. However, his results were considered quite good, at least qualifying him for the final arena battle. He was a martial artist himself, and in terms of the trial towers, he did not have an advantage compared to controllers. But with Lin Hao's discernment, he could tell that Lin Zhen's strength could rank in the top 800 among the geniuses of this batch. As long as his luck was not too bad, making it into the top 1000 would not be a problem. When they reached the 5th trial tower, Lin Feng's speed slowed down significantly. In the end, he stopped at the 6th floor of the 5th tower, ranking in the top 20 among all the geniuses. He was also a martial artist, so his ranking was naturally a bit lower. With his strength, the top 10 would not be a problem. Lin Yichen, on the other hand, was different. Even when he reached the 5th trial tower, his enemy killing speed had not slowed down compared to the previous trial towers. Facing the monsters in the trial tower, he still swept through them while holding his long spear. His performance also attracted the attention of the Universe Exalts in the space where Lin Hao was. This little fellow named Lin Yichen has quite good strength. If I am not mistaken, he seems to have already grasped a trace of the gold space fusion law. Indeed, quite good. To be able to grasp a trace of the fusion law at a mere astral rank, his future is limitless. He might even reach a realm higher than mine. Ha ha ha, if it weren't for the fact that I don't understand the gold space fusion law, I would have wanted to take him as a disciple myself. There are not many people among our human race who follow the path of the fusion law. This little fellow's talent is good, I hope it will not be wasted. I remember a few friends who follow the path of the fusion law, let them come and take a look. As these Universe Exalts sent messages to their friends, soon a dozen more Universe Exalts arrived in this space. After seeing Lin Yichen's performance, these people clicked their tongues in wonder, truly a good seedling for cultivating the gold space fusion law. Everyone, this child is mine. None of you are allowed to fight me for him. A burly Universe Exalt shouted loudly. Lin Hao looked over and discovered that this person was a universe overlord who indeed followed the path of the gold space fusion law. The golden space spear technique that Lin Hao had previously cultivated was created by this universe overlord. His name was Venerable Golden Spear. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused other Universe Exalts to jeer. Golden Spear, you are getting such a good disciple, shouldn't you show some appreciation? That's right, that's right. If you don't show something, maybe I will have to fight you for the disciple. Venerable Golden Spear glared at them. HMPH. Among the human race, other than me, who else is qualified to guide him in the gold space fusion law? Stop misleading the youth. Lin Hao thought to himself, it seems pretty good for Yichen to be taken as a disciple by Venerable Golden Spear. Although Venerable Golden Spear has a fiery temper, he is upright and open-minded, and his strength is also strong. With him guiding Yichen's cultivation, I can be more at ease. Lin Hao could certainly guide Lin Yichen's cultivation himself, but his time was ultimately limited, and he needed to devote more time to his own cultivation. Having Venerable Golden Spear guide him was also a good thing. Moreover, Lin Hao had another consideration. Although he had his golden finger, was protected by his teacher, the Ice Peak Lord, and would soon have a clone like the Eternal Continent, who could say for sure that no accidents would happen. Therefore, if Lin Yichen could take Venerable Golden Spear as his master, it would at least leave a way out for the Lin family. In case something happened to him, Lin Yichen would be able to support the entire Lin family. Lin Hao turned his gaze to Lin Yichen's tower clearing footage and discovered that he had already cleared the 7th floor of the 6th trial tower. The next second, he was teleported to the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower. Chapter 81, Peak Genius Battle concludes. The Universe Exalts stopped talking and turned their gazes toward Lin Yichen. Down on the plaza, the contestants who had been eliminated were also watching the combat footage of Lin Yichen. By now, almost everyone had been eliminated. Facing the powerful blood-haired mammoth, Lin Yichen finally wore a serious expression for the first time. The spear in his hand pointed forward, and with a flash of light, he transformed into a stream of light and charged into the dense swarm of blood-haired mammoths. In an instant, a streak of light wove through the battlefield, killing countless blood-haired mammoths, with blood splattering everywhere. A moment later, Lin Yichen retreated to a distance to begin recovering his origin power. Lin Hao thought to himself, it is still somewhat strenuous to use the flowing light style with the strength of an astral rank. Lin Hao knew Lin Yichen's strength, so he was naturally not surprised. However, the Universe Exalts here were different. Everyone turned their gazes toward Venerable Golden Spear. If I am not mistaken, this is the flowing light style, right? Golden Spear, have you already taken this kid as your disciple? That's right, how does he know the first style of your spear technique? Venerable Golden Spear was also a bit confused. I haven't taken him as a disciple, this is my first time seeing him. The other Universe Exalts looked at each other and suggested, Could it be that this kid is a disciple or descendant of an employee of one of the 5 major powers, and that is why he was taught the Golden Space Spear technique? Lin Yichen's Golden Space Spear technique was naturally taught by Lin Hao. Before teaching him, Lin Hao had also reported it to the Virtual Universe Corporation and paid for it on Lin Yichen's behalf. Everything was legal and compliant. Venerable Golden Spear said, "Let me check this kid's information. Wait, why can't I find information about his family?" Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled slightly and sent an email to Venerable Golden Spear through the mailbox. "Greetings, Venerable Golden Spear. I am Lin Hao, a member of the primitive mystical region. Lin Yichen is my son. Regarding your desire to take him as a disciple, I have no objections. Thank you for your appreciation. If you do not mind, I hope you will accept my son as your disciple." After sending the email, Lin Hao left the place. If he stayed, it would inevitably be awkward for Venerable Golden Spear and the others. Discussing someone's son in front of them was somewhat impolite. It would be one thing if the person concerned wasn't there, but knowing he was, it would inevitably be uncomfortable. Venerable Golden Spear saw the content of the email and quickly looked at the position where Lin Hao had just been, only to find that he had already left. He remembered that Lin Hao seemed to have been here just a moment ago. He didn't know much about this disciple of the Ice Peak Lord. However, since Lin Hao had no objections to taking his son as a disciple, he felt relieved. Venerable Golden Spear was not a gossipy person, so he laughed and said, all right, I already know why he knows the Golden Space Spear technique. Let's get this straight. I have decided to take this disciple. You are not allowed to fight me for him." The other universe exalts were a bit curious about this matter, but seeing Venerable Golden Spear's firm attitude, they didn't ask anything. They turned their heads to continue watching Lin Yichen's battle. Lin Yichen recovered his origin power slightly, then attacked again. He quickly cleared all the blood-haired mammoths on the first floor, leaving only one dying, one unkilled. After his condition was fully restored, he killed the blood-haired mammoth and teleported to the second floor. Each trial tower increased in difficulty from the lower floors to the higher ones. Lin Yichen ultimately stopped at the 5th floor, where, due to a moment of carelessness, he was killed by an automaton race puppet. Venerable Golden Spear said, "This kid has profound attainments in the gold space fusion law, but unfortunately, he is limited by his astral rank strength. Otherwise, passing the 7th floor would not be a problem." Although the other universe exalts did not know much about the gold space fusion law, they still had the eye for it and naturally knew that what Venerable Golden Spear said was true. So they teased him, "Golden Spear, you must cultivate this disciple of yours well, you absolutely cannot waste his talent." Venerable Golden Spear laughed, "That goes without saying. Such a precious disciple is rarely seen in hundreds of thousands of epochs. Of course, I must cultivate him well." And the best part was that although Lin Yichen's talent was high, it was not high enough to attract the attention of a Universe Lord. Otherwise, Venerable Golden Spear would not have the confidence to snatch someone from a Universe Lord. After the trial tower ended, it was naturally the final battle. Lin Zhen's ranking among all the geniuses in the universe was over 3,000. In the first stage, those ranked from 7,300 to 100 would undergo 3 rounds of one-on-one elimination matches to compete for 900 spots. In this stage, only Lin Zhen among the Lin family members needed to participate. Lin Zhen lived up to expectations, winning all 3 battles and successfully entering the top 1,000. In the second stage, the virtual universe system would select 100 people from the last 900, plus the top 100, for a total of 200 people to compete for the top 100 of this peak genius battle. Except for these top 100, the other 900 people would all enter the Apocalypse Secret Realm. And among these top 100, the virtual universe system would select another 20 for a duel to compete for the top 10, and even the first place. Among the top 10, except for the first place, the other 9 would enter the highest beginning mythical region, while the first place would enter the primitive mystical region directly. Lin Zhen was naturally not selected by the virtual universe system, so he didn't even have the qualifications to compete for the top 100. Lin Feng and Lin Yichen successfully passed the competition for the top 100, and then entered the top 10 during the 20-person duel. At this point, Lin Feng relaxed. He knew his own strength, he was at a mid-level among the top 10. And except for the first place, the treatment for the other 9 was the same. As for the first place, Lin Feng clearly knew Lin Yichen's strength, he didn't believe anyone could defeat Lin Yichen. The facts were indeed as such. In the final, Lin Yichen didn't even use the flowing light style of the Golden Space Spear technique, he defeated all opponents directly relying on his comprehension of the space origin law. After the battle ended, Venerable Gai announced that the Peak Genius battle had ended. Subsequently, employees of the Virtual Universe Corporation appeared to register everyone's addresses so that the corporation could send people to pick them up to the Primal Universe. Lin Yichen registered a planet closest to the primitive mystical region. Lin Zhen and Lin Feng registered the Qingfeng Secret Realm of the Qingfeng Universe country. After the 3 of them finished handling everything, they arrived at Tianlin Island. The members of the Lin family naturally learned of their rankings from the news in the outside world. They came forward one after another to congratulate them. Congratulations, grandfather. Congratulations, uncle. Congratulations, little brother. May your futures be bright and everlasting. Lin Hao also appeared here to congratulate the 3 of them. Afterwards, the Lin family held a grand banquet to celebrate. Even someone as serious as Lin Zhen got drunk. Lin Hao secretly asked Lin Baikan to arrange for 20 beautiful women with fair skin, pretty faces, and long legs for Lin Feng, sending them to the Qingfeng continent where the Qingfeng Secret Realm was located to let Lin Feng enjoy himself. Afterward, Lin Hao gave Lin Yichen a few instructions. Venerable Golden Spear wants to take you as a disciple, you should consider whether to agree. Lin Yichen asked, Dad, can't you guide me? Lin Hao smiled and said, of course I can guide you. Even after you take him as a master, I can still guide your cultivation. As for Venerable Golden Spear, he is an upright person, there is no harm in taking him as your master. Lin Yichen nodded, okay, I understand. I will handle this matter. Chapter 82, about to leave the Primal Universe. After the Peak Genius battle ended, Lin Hao began to cultivate in seclusion with his whole heart once again. During this period, when Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, and Lin Yichen entered the Primal Universe, Lin Hao came out of seclusion to welcome them, and then went back into seclusion. Lin Zhen and the other 2 could only stay in the Primal Universe for 30 years, after which they left the Primal Universe and returned to their respective secret realms. Afterward, for his first cultivation mission at the Universe rank, Lin Yichen chose the Shuiluo continent. He also possessed considerable talent in the fusion of Blood River crystals. With his Universe rank strength, he easily fused 20 Blood River crystals. It was at this time that his teacher, Ice Peak Lord, called Lin Hao into the virtual universe. A Universe Lord wants to take your son, Lin Yichen, as his disciple. Do you agree? Lin Hao naturally had no objections, just like when Venerable Golden Spear accepted him as a disciple, this was a good thing. However, Lin Hao still asked, which Universe Lord is it? Ice Peak Lord said, it is the newly ascended Lord Yuho. Although the Lord Yuho had average strength among the Universe Lords of the human race, he was, after all, a great Universe Lord. Moreover, this Lord Yuho was not without a background, his teacher, Darkness Lord, was a Tier 5 Universe Lord. However, not many people knew that Darkness Lord was a powerhouse of the human race. Therefore, it appeared that the Lord Yuho lacked a solid foundation. But Lin Hao knew this fact, so he immediately said, I have no objections. This is Lin Yichen's opportunity. Ice Peak Lord smiled and said, that is good. Subsequently, Ice Peak Lord asked Lin Hao about his progress in cultivation. Upon learning of Lin Hao's situation, Ice Peak Lord was very satisfied, very good. Even better than I expected. Not long after, Lin Yichen sent an email to Lin Hao, saying that a Universe Lord wanted to take him as a disciple and asked for Lin Hao's opinion. Lin Hao replied directly, my teacher, Ice Peak Lord, asked me about this matter earlier, and I have no objections. In the end, Lin Yichen became a disciple of the Lord Yuho. Much like Ice Peak Lord, the Lord Yuho did not know much about the gold space fusion law, but he could easily guide Lin Yichen in the space origin law. Because the Lord Yuho was a newly ascended universe lord and Lin Yichen had the highest talent among his disciples, he valued Lin Yichen highly and spared no effort in guiding his cultivation of the space origin law. He was even better to Lin Yichen than Ice Peak Lord was to Lin Hao. With this, Lin Hao felt even more at ease. He probably wouldn't need to worry about Lin Yichen's affairs in the future. Naturally, he would be taken care of by the Lord Yuho. 2,000 years in Primordial Chaos City, Comprehension ability reached 600,000. For this millennium, Lin Hao fully focused on comprehending the gold space fusion law, and the bone chapter of the 7 kills of the beast god had been completely mastered. With his strength reaching this stage, his comprehension of the law was not far from the 20th level of the heavenly bridge. 2,800 years in Primordial Chaos City, Ji Chen was about to leave Primordial Chaos City. Lin Hao came out of seclusion. The two sat in Ji Chen's residence, drinking and talking. Ji Chen sighed with emotion. Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to reach the World Lord rank in less than 10,000 years. And several types of lower-tier origin laws have approached perfection. It truly exceeded my expectations. Lin Hao humbly said, Teacher, you flatter me. He asked again, Teacher, how have your gains been over these years? Ji Chen seemed to be in a very good mood. He smiled and said, I have thoroughly comprehended the law of water origin, just waiting to return to the primordial universe to become undying. One cannot achieve undying in the primal universe, nor can one even receive recognition from the origin laws. Over these years, although Lin Hao had already comprehended 8 types of lower-tier laws and had received recognition from the space origin law, the mark of recognition from the gold origin law was still the only one on his forehead. This was also something that required him to return to the primordial universe to obtain the relevant marks. Lin Hao asked again, Ji Chen, do you have any plans after leaving the primal universe? A hint of confusion appeared on Ji Chen's face. Plans? I haven't decided yet. Several departments of the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters have sent me invitations. The Qingfeng branch also intends to recruit me, and even people from the Qingfeng Universe country have expressed hope that I will go there to serve. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and said, Teacher, after I leave the primal universe, I will first go to the Qingfeng Universe country to serve for a period of time, and then I will have new work arrangements. If you don't mind, why not come and help me then? Ji Chen asked curiously, what new work arrangements? Lin Hao said, not long from now, our human race will have 2 new universe countries. I will be heading to one of them to take up a post, responsible for establishing a branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Upon hearing this, Ji Chen immediately understood. Nowadays, the human race's war against those 3 ordinary races was nearing its end. The 3 ordinary races had basically withdrawn from those 2 large star sectors, and the preparations for the 2 new universe countries were not a secret at the World Lord rank level. Many ambitious World Lords intended to bring people to those 2 large star sectors to develop. Ji Chen had naturally heard about this matter. However, he was still surprised by the responsibility Lin Hao mentioned, being responsible for establishing a branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation. He didn't know much information about his disciple, only that he seemed to be a member of the primitive mystical region. He didn't expect him to be appointed such an important responsibility. This was not like serving as a supervisory special envoy in the universe countries within the human race's territory. To put it bluntly, a supervisory special envoy was a dispensable position. Although the status was high, the power directly held was not great, merely relying on the power of supervision to intimidate others. If the person in charge of the branch being supervised chose to resist, both sides would end up losing face. But it was different when responsible for establishing a Virtual Universe Corporation branch in a new universe country. The power one could wield was much greater. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a local emperor. It could be said that apart from the universe country lord, this person possessed the highest power. Such an important position was given to a world lord. Ji Chen couldn't help but guess Lin Hao's status in the Virtual Universe Corporation. Could it be that he was a disciple of a legendary universe exalt? Ji Chen thought for a moment and said, I want to go back to the Qingfeng Universe country first to take a look. No problem. I still have nearly 2,000 years before I go to take up my post in the new universe country, there is plenty of time. Lin Hao was not in a hurry, he just wanted to give Ji Chen a hand, and if he wasn't willing, then so be it. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Lin Hao left. He returned to his residence and continued to look at the law patterns on the horizon. 3,285 years in Primordial Chaos City, Lin Hao's comprehension ability reached 1.5 million. He had gained some clues regarding the fourth layer, the Claw chapter, of the 7 Kills of the Beast God. He was about to leave the Primal Universe, and the gestation of the eternal continent within his inner world was also nearing its end. With a thought, Lin Hao entered his inner world. As he let go of his control over his figure, his body began to grow, only stopping when it became a 10,000-meter giant. This was the result of him operating the infinite growth secret technique over these years, because the eternal continent clone hadn't been gestated yet. In order not to waste it, he applied the innate secret technique to his own human body. Every year in the primordial universe, Lin Hao would operate the secret technique once, increasing his body size by a portion. Originally set to increase volume by 1% annually, but later found this to be a bit too perverted. It could increase by 1.63 times 10 to the 43 times in 10,000 years, enough to fill the entire universe if given a bit more time, so the setting was changed. Chapter 83, Innate Secret Technique of the Eternal Continent Clone. Originally, Lin Hao's height was 1.8 meters, but now it had grown to 10,000 meters. The increase in volume was even more astonishing. Now, his physique was enough to rival some of the royal families of the monster race. To facilitate daily life, he specially exchanged for a World Lord-ranked secret technique that could control body size in the treasury, keeping his physique within the previous range. However, the innate secret technique, infinite growth, was truly miraculous. Now that his body had grown into a 10,000-meter tall giant, this giant physique was actually his normal state, meaning he could exert his strongest strength in this form, using the body-controlling secret technique instead suppressed part of his strength. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he activated the innate secret technique, infinite growth. His body grew slightly larger. Although the volume increase was considerable, compared to before, the growth rate of his physique had clearly slowed down. Lin Hao thought to himself, this must be close to the limit of a human body in the 100 times genetic level, right? Although infinite growth was an innate secret technique bestowed by the will of the primordial universe, it ultimately had its limits and could not truly grow infinitely. Lin Hao couldn't help but look expectantly at the incomparably huge cluster of cosmic energy at the center of his internal world. At the center of the cosmic energy cluster, one could faintly see a landmass. Soon, once the clone is gestated, I will apply the operation of infinite growth to the eternal continent clone every year. The original eternal continent had a diameter of 1 light year. Lin Hao didn't even dare to imagine what extent its physique could reach after applying the infinite growth secret technique. Even if the secret technique had limits, Lin Hao did not covet a height increase of several thousand times like his human body. For a body as huge as the eternal continent, even an increase in diameter by 100 times would be extremely astonishing. An increase in diameter by 100 times in equal proportion is equivalent to an increase in volume by 1,000,000 times. With 1 year left before leaving the primal universe, the eternal continent clone in Lin Hao's body finally finished gestation. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and he arrived in his internal world. He saw that the cluster of cosmic energy at the center of the internal world had been exhausted, revealing a vast landmass. Lin Hao stepped onto this landmass and discovered that it was hemispherical, with a diameter of only 10 million kilometers. His internal world was now 100 million kilometers. A hemispherical landmass with a diameter of 10 million kilometers was indeed a behemoth. But compared to the original eternal continent with a diameter of 1 light year that Ice Peak Lord had mentioned, it was still very, very far off. 1 light year is approximately equivalent to over 9 trillion kilometers. After Lin Hao carefully examined the information that appeared in his consciousness after his eternal continent clone was gestated, he quickly understood everything. In short, it was malnutrition. This was not Lin Hao's problem, but a problem that would be encountered when gestating a clone as huge as the eternal continent. How much world power does a world lord rank's internal world have? How could it be compared to the primordial universe? The eternal continent, a special life form gestated by the primordial universe, naturally would not suffer from malnutrition. The original eternal continent absorbed cosmic energy over a long period, which is why it had such a huge physique as soon as it was born. Even if Lin Hao exchanged all his points for cosmic energy crystals, he still couldn't gather enough energy for the eternal continent clone. That was why there was this malnourished eternal continent clone. Since he knew the reason, he would just slowly replenish the energy later. Besides that, the genetic level of the eternal continent clone reached 4,000 times. Subsequently, Lin Hao carefully examined the innate secret technique of the eternal continent. For such special life forms, they were generally bestowed with secret techniques by the will of the primordial universe. The higher the genetic multiplier, the more powerful the bestowed secret technique. A moment later, Lin Hao looked at the eternal continent clone in front of him with a face full of shock. This innate secret technique is too strong. Or perhaps I shouldn't use the word strong, but rather, functionally powerful. The eternal continent had two innate secret techniques, neither of which was related to combat. The first innate secret technique was named energy extraction. At the World Lord rank, it could rapidly absorb surrounding cosmic energy. At this time, the innate secret technique was not yet heaven-defying. What was truly heaven-defying is after becoming an immortal level. After reaching the immortal level, the energy extraction, innate secret technique could increase the speed of extracting energy from the sea of laws in the origin of the universe. The speed of extracting energy could be increased by 1,000 times. It was equivalent to a piece of origin class treasure, although this speed of extracting energy could only be considered an ordinary treasure among origin class treasures. But even so, this was heaven-defying enough. The eternal continent clone itself had an extremely huge physique, and coupled with the energy extraction, innate secret technique increasing the speed of energy extraction, burning divine power after reaching the immortal level would be like child's play. And the second innate secret technique was called gestation. Simply put, it could consume energy to gestate life, and it could also appropriately modify genetic maps to gestate life. Lin Hao's heart stirred. Gestation. I wonder if the life gestated counts as my offspring. Thinking of this, Lin Hao decided to try it immediately. When the innate secret technique, gestation, was operated, it required providing a genetic map and energy. Depending on the different talents of the gestated life, the consumed energy would also be different. Lin Hao found the most ordinary human genetic map in the primordial universe. According to this genetic map, he began to gestate life. 10 days later, a baby was born. At the same time, Lin Hao noticed that this baby was indeed his own offspring. He checked the baby's information from the panel and found that the baby's comprehension ability was appalling, much worse than those humans in the Luo Secret Realm. After all, it is a life gestated in my internal world. It is normal for its aptitude to be a bit poor, Lin Hao thought. Lin Hao put the baby into a nutrient pod to maintain its vital signs. After he left the primal universe, he would send the baby to the Qingfeng Universe country to be raised. This experiment was very successful. At least it showed that the life gestated by Lin Hao's innate secret technique belonged to his own offspring. Then in that case, can I consciously gestate offspring with affinity for various origin laws? No, currently my affinity for various origin laws is not bad. There is no need to do this. What I should improve even more is something like the gold space fusion law affinity. Lin Hao thought to himself, if I can gestate offspring with affinity for other fusion laws, that would be perfect. No sooner said than done. Lin Hao began to search for genetic maps with affinity for other fusion laws in the virtual universe. Among humans, there were no ethnic groups with affinity for other fusion laws. The reason why humans with gold space fusion law affinity occasionally appeared on the Luo continent was because they were on the Luo continent, which was deeply influenced by the gold beast god. However, although there was no such ethnic group within the human race. The primordial universe was so large that there were indeed races with relatively high affinity for a certain fusion law. Regardless of what alien race it was, as long as Lin Hao obtained their genetic map, then by fusing it into the existing human genetic map, it would be possible to obtain humans with fusion law affinity through the innate secret technique, gestation. And as long as these humans reproduced offspring, then Lin Hao's corresponding fusion law affinity would improve. Chapter 84, Proposal regarding innate secret technique. Besides the gold space fusion law, there are 7 other fusion laws: wood space, water space, fire space, earth space, wind time, thunder time, and light time. Each consists of a fusion between a lower-level law and its corresponding upper-level law. Suddenly, a somewhat bold idea popped into Lin Hao's mind. As his understanding of the nurturing secret technique deepened, could he eventually compile genetic maps to nurture life forms that possess affinity for other fusion laws? For example, water-time fusion law, light-space fusion law. Of course, it would likely be difficult to nurture this level of fusion law in the primordial universe. After all, this would involve the level of the chaos law. But it was a train of thought, and Lin Hao secretly noted this matter down. After obtaining the eternal continent clone, my affinity for the time and space origin laws has both reached the good level, and my final weakness has been addressed. Lin Hao looked at his panel. Open black lens bracket name, Lin Hao close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket race, human race close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket comprehension ability, 1.65 million close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket willpower, universe exalt level close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket law of water origin affinity, excellent, law of light origin affinity, excellent, law of wind origin affinity, excellent, law of earth origin affinity, excellent, law of thunder origin affinity, excellent, gold origin law affinity, excellent, law of wood origin affinity, excellent, law of fire origin affinity, excellent, space origin law affinity, good, law of time origin affinity, good, gold space fusion law affinity, excellent close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket offspring, 3 Jing click to expand for details close black lens bracket. 1 Jing equals 10 carat 16 equals 10 quadrillion. His comprehension ability had now reached 1.65 million. A comprehension ability of 1 million is equivalent to having a slim chance of breaking through to become a universe lord without any affinity for various origin laws. Lin Hao's affinity for various lower-level origin laws had now reached excellent, and his affinity for the time and space origin laws had reached good. It could be said that his talent had already reached the level of a universe lord. Not to mention that his gold space fusion law affinity was not only excellent, but he also had a beast god form that could further enhance his gold space fusion law affinity. His willpower had also risen to the level of a universe exalt over these years, all thanks to his 3 Jing offspring. Lin Hao thought to himself, I am about to head to the Qingfeng Universe country for my appointment, and afterwards, I will head to a new universe country. While serving in these 2 universe countries, Lin Hao would be a high-level official of the universe country, and the growth rate of his offspring would be even faster. This is the most critical capital for my talent. Lin Hao looked at his eternal continent clone. The eternal continent clone had no soul, it only had a crystal core deep in the center of the continent. Of course, he wouldn't bring the eternal continent clone with him to his appointment in the Qingfeng Universe country, but where would be a suitable place to put the eternal continent clone? Lin Hao pondered. With such a massive size, and it would only grow larger in the future, it could not be placed just anywhere. Because once it was placed down, he shouldn't even think about moving it. The first place he thought of was to put it in a secret realm in the core territory of the human race. In this way, its safety would be greatly guaranteed. However, Lin Hao then thought that he would continue to nurture life in the future. If he nurtured life in a secret realm, he could only nurture life forms with low talent. This did not align with his original intention. His heart stirred, and his consciousness entered the virtual universe, arriving outside the palace of the Ice Peak Lord at the top of Thunder Island. Teacher, Lin Hao called out. Come in, the Ice Peak Lord said. Lin Hao walked into the palace and said, "Teacher, my Eternal Continent clone has already been nurtured." The Ice Peak Lord nodded slightly. It is time for you to go out and take up your post. Have you decided where to put the Eternal Continent clone?" Lin Hao did not say where he wanted to put it, but instead said, "Teacher, the Eternal Continent clone possesses an innate secret technique called nurturing, which can nurture life and, to a certain extent, customize talent." The Ice Peak Lord was somewhat surprised. Nurturing. There is such an innate secret technique. Tell me in detail. Lin Hao carefully recounted his innate secret technique. After listening, the Ice Peak Lord thought for a moment and said, "Regarding this innate secret technique of yours, I have some thoughts. Listen to them. If you feel it is acceptable, the race is willing to provide you with a large reward." Lin Hao nodded and said, "Please speak, teacher." The Ice Peak Lord said, "Within our human race, geniuses like you and your son Lin Yichen who possess fusion law talent are very rare. Ultimately, it is because we do not possess the innate advantages like the alien races with beast god bloodlines. And an innate secret technique like yours provides us with an opportunity, which is to cultivate one or several human bloodlines that possess affinity for fusion laws. If such a bloodline can truly be cultivated and can be bred and passed down, then our human race will emerge with countless geniuses in the field of fusion laws. If this matter can succeed, it would truly be a great contribution to our human race. The human race rarely has talent for fusion laws. This can be seen from the human experts in the beast god cult. Standing from the perspective of the entire human race, the proposal of the Ice Peak Lord is absolutely beneficial and harmless. But to outsiders, this would be a bit troublesome for Lin Hao. In the eyes of the Ice Peak Lord, Lin Hao's talent definitely has the potential to become a universe lord. For such a genius, to spend a large amount of time nurturing bloodlines is undoubtedly a huge waste. Therefore, the Ice Peak Lord's words just now were only a suggestion. But in Lin Hao's view, this was exactly what he needed. Nurture human bloodlines with fusion law talent. He had originally intended to do this anyway. As long as he agreed to the Ice Peak Lord, the human race would provide him with all kinds of genetic maps. Even if the human race did not have the genetic maps, they could arrange for strong experts to acquire them. What's even better is that once Lin Hao successfully cultivates a human bloodline with fusion law talent, the human race will definitely vigorously propagate this branch of the human race. And in this way, Lin Hao's goal would also be achieved, with both his comprehension ability and fusion law affinity improved. The core interests of both parties highly overlapped. Lin Hao had no reason to refuse. Lin Hao said with an expression of devoting his life to the human race, "Teacher, I agree to this proposal. I will definitely cultivate the human bloodline diligently and strive for the early emergence of humans with fusion law affinity." The Ice Peak Lord looked at him approvingly. "Good. Rest assured, teacher will not let you suffer a loss. I will strive for the benefits you deserve. By then, your Eternal Continent clone will become an important institution of our human race, and the human race will also send strong experts to guard it. You don't need to worry about the safety of this clone." Lin Hao nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher." The Ice Peak Lord was a man of action. He directly found the Primordial Chaos City Lord and explained Lin Hao's situation. The Primordial Chaos City Lord is the great steward of the human race and holds countless resources in his hands. However, whether this matter can succeed is still an unknown variable. Therefore, the Primordial Chaos City Lord did not inform the other four forces, but first let the Virtual Universe Corporation cooperate with the research. Chapter 85, Placing the Eternal Continent Clone. The Virtual Universe Corporation has a total of 5 Universe Lords. The Darkness Lord is an existence hidden extremely deep, basically not participating in management. The Lord Yuho has just become a Universe Lord, and his main energy is focused on perfecting secret techniques and improving his genetic level. Only the Primordial Chaos City Lord, the Ice Peak Lord, and the Lord of Longxing participate in the company's management, and among the three, the Primordial Chaos City Lord is in overall charge of the company's affairs. Now that the Primordial Chaos City Lord and the Ice Peak Lord have proposed this, the others naturally have no objections. Thus, the matter was settled just like that. The Ice Peak Lord returned to the palace and said to Lin Hao, the company has decided to establish an eternal research institute at a location 10,000 light-years away from the company headquarters. After you come out of the Primal Universe, place your Eternal Continent clone there, and the Eternal Research Institute will be established directly on your Eternal Continent clone. The headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation is not only guarded by the Ice Peak Lord, but the connection channel to the Primal Universe is also here, so the Primordial Chaos City Lord can step out from the Primal Universe to provide support at any time. A distance of 10,000 light-years sounds very far, but in reality, for the level of a Universe Lord, it can be reached in an instant. Placing Lin Hao's Eternal Continent clone there is truly extremely safe. If even this place were attacked, then the entire human race would be in danger. Lin Hao said, "All right, teacher." The Ice Peak Lord continued, "In view of your contribution to the race, the company has decided to grant you a Soul Defense Type Ordinary Supreme Treasure. When the time comes, your human original body should carry this supreme treasure, and you should leave your original core on the Eternal Continent. Once you encounter an enemy you cannot resist while outside, your original body can simply self-destruct. Do not feel bad about this Soul Defense Type Supreme Treasure. As long as you successfully nurture a breedable fusion law affinity bloodline, your value will be even more precious than a peak supreme treasure." Lin Hao was overjoyed. A Soul Defense Type Supreme Treasure. This is truly too safe. What people with clones fear most is not their clones being killed, but being attacked by soul attacks or being enslaved. Once struck by either of these two, having more clones is useless. But now with the Soul Defense Supreme Treasure, plus Lin Hao's own Universe Exalt level will, his human original body can roam freely. As long as he has a split second to react, if he encounters an assassination by an alien powerhouse he cannot resist, he can simply self-destruct. In the 3300th year of Primordial Chaos City, Lin Hao's time for enlightenment in Primordial Chaos City ended. With Lin Hao's current strength, he can barely pass the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge. According to the regulations, as long as one passes the 18th level of the Heavenly Bridge, one can obtain permanent residency in Primordial Chaos City. However, Lin Hao does not want to be too ostentatious. Unlike primitive Tongtian Mountain, the Heavenly Bridge plain is crowded with many eyes. Even if Lin Hao's information is highly confidential, it might still be discovered by some alien spy. To be able to pass the 20th level of the Heavenly Bridge at just over 10,000 years old, such talent is definitely the #1 person on the alien assassination list. He is about to go to the Qingfeng Universe country to take up a post, and subsequently go to a new universe country to take up a post. If he is so ostentatious, isn't it clearly telling the aliens, "Come and assassinate me quickly"? Lin Hao does not like risks, he only likes to suppress others with power. It would be best to wait until he quietly becomes a Universe Exalt, and then have the aliens send Immortal level beings to assassinate him. That would be safe. Lin Hao sat on a spacecraft and left the Primal Universe. As soon as he returned to the Primordial Universe, he saw his senior brother, Venerable Lin Yuan. "Lin Hao, senior brother." Venerable Lin Yuan said, "Teacher asked me to take you to the Eternal Research Institute. This was all arranged by the Ice Peak Lord beforehand." Lin Hao said, "Then I will trouble you, senior brother." Venerable Lin Yuan waved his hand and began to teleport with Lin Hao. Lin Hao had also comprehended the mystery of teleportation within the space origin law, but his maximum teleportation distance at one time was only 10 light-years. But Venerable Lin Yuan is different, he can teleport over 1,000 light-years at a time. The difference lies in the fact that Venerable Lin Yuan has fully comprehended the space origin law, so naturally, his teleportation distance is much farther than Lin Hao's. After a few breaths, the two appeared in a void realm. Lin Hao discovered that this void realm was very empty, with no planets within a radius of over 100 light-years. And further away, through spatial perception, Lin Hao discovered that countless planets were disappearing. Venerable Lin Yuan saw Lin Hao's expression and immediately laughed. "Junior brother's attainments in the space origin law are truly astonishing, you can even perceive events happening at such a great distance." Lin Hao said, "Senior brother, you overpraise me. At such a distance, I can only vaguely sense it. What is being done here?" Venerable Lin Yuan naturally knew about Lin Hao's Eternal Continent clone, and also knew what the so-called Eternal Research Institute was for. He explained, this is to prevent the birth of other life forms from affecting your talent for nurturing life. Moving these planets is just the first step. Afterwards, the concentration of universe energy in the vicinity will be further increased. Besides that, warning devices will be set up in the distance. Whether it is the primordial universe or the dark universe, as long as something comes over, an alarm will be issued. Lin Hao nodded. Venerable Lin Yuan pointed forward and said, this is the designated location. Junior brother, you can release your clone now. Lin Hao followed instructions and sank his consciousness into his internal world, wrapped the Eternal Continent clone with world power, and began to move it to the outside world. Because the Eternal Continent clone was too large, this process was relatively slow. An hour later, the Eternal Continent clone finally came out from the internal world. As soon as it came out, Lin Hao felt a burst of joy from the bottom of his heart. When the Eternal Continent clone was in the internal world, it was like a strong man squeezed into an extremely stifling small house, with even breathing restricted. But now that it had come to the primordial universe, the surrounding universe energy could finally be absorbed to its heart's content. Lin Hao's heart stirred, and the Eternal Continent clone's secret technique, energy absorption, began to operate. He saw the surrounding universe energy begin to converge toward the core of the Eternal Continent clone. Seeing this, Venerable Lin Yuan threw out a world ring. Endless universe crystals fell from the world ring onto the Eternal Continent. The energy within the universe crystals was rapidly extracted and converged to the core of the Eternal Continent. At the same time, the size of the Eternal Continent began to expand. The diameter grew rapidly from 10 million kilometers, 10 million kilometers, 20 million kilometers, 30 million kilometers, 50 million kilometers, 100 million kilometers, 1 billion kilometers, 10 billion kilometers, 100 billion kilometers. When all the universe crystals were consumed, the diameter of the Eternal Continent reached 100 billion kilometers, which was an increase of 10,000 times compared to the previous diameter, and the volume had increased by 1 trillion times. Venerable Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh, what a behemoth. Next, the universe crystals you need subsequently will be brought over by the people from the Eternal Research Institute. This is the benefit of cooperating with the Virtual Universe Corporation. Don't look down on universe crystals, just those universe crystals from earlier were worth several trillion hunyuan. Their value is approximately equal to an ordinary heavy treasure. Although Lin Hao has a top-tier armor heavy treasure on him, it was bestowed by his teacher, the Ice Peak Lord. Apart from that, all the hunyuan and points on his entire body added together could not afford an ordinary heavy treasure. Let alone the fact that these universe crystals worth several trillion hunyuan are just a drop in the bucket for the Eternal Continent. There is still a million-fold gap to the World Lord rank limit of the Eternal Continent, which is a diameter of 1 light year. Of course, although universe crystals have such value, Lin Hao can also completely allow the Eternal Continent clone to slowly absorb universe energy from the primordial universe to grow. After absorbing for a few million years, it would definitely be able to grow to its limit. It's just that in this way, Lin Hao would have to maintain the operation of the secret technique, energy absorption, every moment for these few million years, which is a bit troublesome. Chapter 86, Is Yuan Star about to be destroyed? After Lin Hao had properly placed his Eternal Continent clone, he placed his original core inside the body of the Eternal Continent clone. Venerable Lin Yuan took out a world ring and handed it to Lin Hao, saying, Junior brother, this is the soul-type ordinary supreme treasure that teacher asked me to give you. Lin Hao solemnly took the world ring. Many thanks, senior brother. Venerable Lin Yuan continued, by the way, I heard that after junior brother finishes serving in the Qingfeng Universe country for 1,000 years, you will be heading to a new universe country to take up a post. Lin Hao nodded, that is indeed the case. Venerable Lin Yuan laughed, that's good. Perhaps we will be colleagues by then. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, senior brother, are you saying you are going to serve as the lord of the new universe country? Venerable Lin Yuan nodded, if nothing unexpected happens, that should be the case. There were quite a few people who signed up this time, but none were stronger than me. Lin Hao thought to himself, it seems 0.3 supreme treasure points cannot attract a peak universe overlord. As far as he knew, Venerable Lin Yuan was a universe overlord, but in terms of strength, he was still a distance away from a peak universe overlord. He then thought that if his senior brother were to serve as the universe country lord, his own work would be much simpler. Lin Hao smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations, senior brother, on becoming a universe country lord soon. Venerable Lin Yuan waved his hand. Don't say that. I am just picking up a leftover opportunity, it's mainly because those stronger than me didn't fancy this position. Afterward, Venerable Lin Yuan brought Lin Hao's human original body back to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and then left. Lin Hao did not return to the primitive mystical region, he was going to the Qingfeng Universe Country soon anyway. There were no important items to pack in the primitive mystical region either. He had a premonition that the next time he returned, it would likely be a long time from now. Perhaps by then, he would be an undying spiritual god, or even a universe exalt. Lin Hao arrived at the residence arranged for him at the company headquarters and took out the Soul Defense Ordinary Supreme Treasure gifted by the human race from his world ring. This supreme treasure was called the Soul Fixing Bead. Once integrated into the soul, it could withstand soul attacks of a certain intensity. Based on Lin Hao's current willpower intensity, with the soul-fixing bead, the soul attacks of ordinary universe exalts could no longer do anything to him. Only universe exalts who were proficient in soul attacks or beings above the level of a universe overlord could threaten Lin Hao. Although his willpower had reached the universe exalt level, his consciousness was still only at the world lord rank. The gap between the world lord rank and the universe exalt level was too great. The disparity in consciousness was extremely difficult to bridge. But now, with such a soul defense supreme treasure, this chasm had been more than half filled. This was the power of a supreme treasure. And this was merely the power of an ordinary soul defense supreme treasure. Lin Hao thought to himself, given my low-profile conduct in the past, the alien races likely do not know my true talent. Even if they send people to assassinate me, they won't take it too seriously. A peak champion would likely be the limit. And Lin Hao had absolutely no fear of such a level of assassination. At worst, I'll just self-destruct. Anyway, now that I have a clone, I can't die. Lin Hao arrived at Tionline Island in the virtual universe. Because he had returned from the Primal Universe, he called his family members to gather together. However, he didn't call too many people. His current children all had countless descendants, there were simply too many people. So he only called his 5 wives and 20-something children over. Besides that, he also invited his father, Lin Zhen, and his elder brother, Lin Feng. Lin Feng also brought a few wives and children over. Except for those test tube children of Lin Hao, 3 generations of the Lin family, starting from Lin Zhen, were all present. The atmosphere during the meal was harmonious and lively. After the meal, Lin Zhen, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, Lin Yichen, and Xing Huan gathered together to drink tea and chat. The others had their own circles and gathered to chat. However, almost everyone kept their attention on the 5 of them, including Lin Hao. After all, the reason the Lin family held such a status today was entirely due to the support of Lin Hao and the others. Lin Hao and the others didn't intend to discuss any secret topics, so there was no need to avoid the crowd. Xing Huan brought up something she had heard recently. I heard that the war in those 2 major star sectors has basically ended, and they are currently doing the final cleanup work. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be over within 1,000 years. Lin Hao nodded. That's right. 2 universe countries should be established soon. I suggest that the family develops over there when the time comes. There are more opportunities there. Lin Feng asked, the war there just ended, so it's probably not peaceful, right? Is it suitable for development? Lin Hao nodded. I'm not sure about others, but for our family, it will definitely be no problem. After all, the matter of taking up a post in a new universe country had not yet been finalized, so Lin Hao could not say much. They were all smart people, so they didn't ask further and turned to chat about other things. Lin Feng said, by the way, little brother, you remember the planet where we were born, right? It's the planet named Yuan Star within the Ganwu Universe country. Lin Hao nodded, of course I remember. What about it? Lin Feng said, I heard that the lifespan of Yuan Star is coming to an end. Lin Hao frowned, what? Coming to an end? What does that mean? Lin Feng said, you might not believe it when I say this, but the locals of Yuan Star do not cherish their home planet at all. It's one thing to wantonly exploit resources, but they also don't place any restrictions on powerhouses above the universe rank. It is said that several great battles between universe rank powerhouses have occurred, which destroyed the star core of Yuan Star. In the last few thousand years, the surface of Yuan Star has been constantly cracking, and it is estimated that it will be destroyed in a few thousand years. Lin Hao fell silent. He didn't know whether he should protect Yuan Star, or even repair its star core. For him now, this was very simple. But there was one question he was never sure about, was this Yuan Star really the predecessor of Earth? Verifying this matter was not easy. Even a universe lord could not tell, only a true god like the Great Axe founder could know the result by going there in person. Of course, regardless of whether it was the predecessor of Earth, Lin Hao could protect this Yuan Star in the name of it being his birthplace. It was just that, by doing so, Lin Hao did not know whether Luo Feng would appear. He was too far removed from the timeline of the original work, and he didn't even know if, after the changes he had made to the world previously, Luo Feng would even be born. Or rather, would the Luo Feng who was born be that same Luo Feng? And now, if Yuan Star really was the predecessor of Earth, and he protected the Yuan Star that was supposed to be destroyed, would Earth still appear? If there was no Earth, would Luo Feng still appear? Lin Hao thought for a long time, but still didn't know whether he should protect Yuan Star. Seeing Lin Hao in a daze, the others did not disturb him and continued chatting among themselves. Everyone chatted for a while. Longer before dispersing, Lin Hao and his 5 wives spent some intimate time together in the virtual universe. The other 4 wives left, leaving only Xinghuan to accompany Lin Hao. Xinghuan asked, Brother Hao, were you troubled by something just now? Lin Hao nodded, yes, there is something troubling me, and I don't know whether I should do it. Xinghuan tried to analyze, why are you troubled? Is this matter very difficult? Chapter 87, Eternal Research Institute. Lin Hao shook his head. This matter is very simple for me. Xinghuan said, does doing this thing result in huge consequences? Lin Hao thought about it. If Luo Feng didn't appear, the early stage plot actually didn't matter, it wouldn't have any impact on me. But could I resolve the world beast crisis in the late stage? Lin Hao thought to himself, my comprehension ability will get higher and higher in the future, so I should be able to obtain the Duandong legacy later on. If Yuan Star really is the predecessor of Earth, then I could be considered a bloodline cultivated by Zuoshenk, and perhaps I could gain his favor. I might even be able to receive preferential treatment in the world of Jin. After obtaining so many opportunities, the world beast crisis doesn't seem so terrifying anymore. Immediately, Lin Hao thought again, even if I don't resolve the world beast crisis, so what? By the time the world beast crisis breaks out, there will still be endless years left. Having lived for so long, I would have already gained enough. Dying because of the world beast crisis doesn't seem like such a bad deal either. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt relieved. The consequences do seem quite serious, but it doesn't matter. There is still a very, very long time before the serious consequences occur, so long that it's unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Xinghuan smiled. Since there is still a very, very long time, you don't need to worry too much. Lin Hao had completely figured it out by now. You're right. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally go straight. There's no need to worry too much about such distant things. Seeing that Lin Hao was no longer dwelling on this matter, Xinghuan let out a sigh of relief. But no matter what, I will always be with you. Lin Hao pulled Xinghuan into his embrace. Not long after, Lin Hao called Lin Yufeng and Lin Baikan over together. Father, did you call for us? The two asked. Lin Hao said, what do you think about the matter of Yuan Star that your uncle mentioned at the banquet? As soon as Lin Hao said this, Lin Yufeng and Lin Baikan exchanged a glance and understood their father's meaning. Lin Feng said, Father, since Yuan Star is the place where you and uncle were born, and it is also grandmother's hometown, it should be protected. Lin Hao looked at Lin Baikan and asked, Baikan, what do you think? Lin Baikan said, Father, I think not only should we protect Yuan Star, we should also buy it. That way, we can protect it even better. Lin Hao was very satisfied with their proposal. Very good. Do as you both said. Buy it as soon as possible, then repair the star core and restore the ecosystem as soon as possible. The two nodded in agreement. Given the current financial strength of Taoduoduo Mall, buying a planet on the verge of destruction and repairing it was completely not a problem. Lin Hao said, Oh right, if the natives of Yuan Star are willing to stay, let them stay. If they want to leave, don't stop them. Baikan, you are mainly responsible for this matter. Lin Hao said with a meaningful tone. Lin Baikan understood instantly. Wasn't this just the thing he had been doing for so many years? Simple. Yes, I will definitely do this well. Lin Baikan said. After arranging this matter, Lin Hao asked, How is the cultivation progress of you and your brothers and sisters recently? Lin Yufeng said, We have all been cultivating very hard. Because of the support of various high-quality resources, our progress is rapid. Even our sixth brother Yunfei, who has the weakest strength, is already at the universe rank level 5. Lin Hao nodded. Very good. You two must supervise their cultivation well. My status will become higher and higher in the future, so universe rank is not your limit. Territory Lord rank, World Lord rank, and even Immortal level are not impossible. The two nodded repeatedly. Never mind. Their current universe rank strength, before their father rose to power, they would have been thanking the heavens just to be able to cultivate to the planetary level. Now, not only did they easily reach the universe rank breakthrough thousands of years ago, but they would soon be able to break through to the territory lord rank with the help of treasures. Even becoming an eternal undying spiritual god was not a dream. This was simply like a dream. Lin Hao continued, Next, the family needs to prepare to move to a new universe country to develop. Not only for business development, but we also need to prepare a large number of clansmen to settle there. You should draft a plan to encourage migration, and make the clansmen willing to move. Yes, father. After Lin Hao finished giving instructions to Lin Yufeng and Lin Baikan, his consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. He turned his gaze toward the direction of his Eternal Continent clone. Ever since the Eternal Continent clone was placed, the human race, or more accurately, the employees of the Virtual Universe Corporation, began building a research institute on the Eternal Continent. Countless buildings rose from the ground. It only took a short 3 days for a super-large base to be built. Subsequently, a large number of researchers moved in and began to research the gene maps of various life forms in the universe. All the data regarding gene maps within the human race was also fully open to Lin Hao. Although the researchers had only been moved in for less than a day, there were already tens of thousands of adjusted gene maps placed before Lin Hao. Most of these researchers were Territory Lord rank, and a small number were World Lord rank. Their cultivation talent was not high, but their IQ was not low. Therefore, their cultivation levels were actually piled up by resources. And their path to promotion was also very simple. As long as they could produce major scientific research results, they could obtain various cultivation resources. There were even resources that could allow people to directly break through to the immortal level. Therefore, their research enthusiasm was extremely high, especially after learning about the abilities of Lin Hao's Eternal Continent clone. After signing confidentiality agreements and obtaining relevant materials on the nurturing innate secret method, they began their research, forgetting to eat and sleep. Their realm of at least territory lord rank guaranteed their research time. They researched for at least 23 hours a day, only needing to rest for a moment to recover their energy. Of course, they didn't know that the continent beneath their feet was a special life form. They only knew that a certain area on this continent was very magical. One only needed to input the gene map and then deposit a large amount of universe crystals. After waiting for a period of time, the life form corresponding to the gene map would appear. Their existence allowed Lin Hao to utilize the nurturing innate secret method at the fastest speed. Their various ideas and creativity also opened Lin Hao's eyes. After all, Lin Hao's comprehension ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. One day, Lin Hao's research speed alone would be able to surpass all of them. In the central region of the Eternal Continent, there was a boundless ocean with an actual diameter of over 1 million kilometers. It was also the place where life was born after the Eternal Continent clone's nurturing innate secret method was executed. Over 100 researchers came to the seaside and transmitted the designed gene maps through the virtual universe to the system of the Eternal Research Institute. Life form number 001 begins nurturing. The terminal for that so-called Eternal Research Institute system was actually Lin Hao's own email. Lin Hao split off a portion of his consciousness and began to analyze the number 001 gene map. The nurturing innate secret method began to operate. One day later, a baby with a lightning mark on its forehead was born. The baby was wrapped in endless seawater and sent to the seaside. The researchers carried the baby away. Subsequently, the leading researcher said, life form number 002 begins nurturing. Lin Hao's Eternal Continent clone continued to nurture life form number 002. He looked at the panel in his mind and found the information about the newly born baby. Open black lens bracket lightning origin law affinity, pour close black lens bracket. Lin Hao nodded slightly. These researchers really have something. Chapter 88, Star Sector Governor. An offspring with poor affinity for the lightning origin law was, of course, of no use to Lin Hao now. But this was a good start. It showed that these researchers could truly modulate humans with affinity for a certain origin law by adjusting their genetic maps. Don't look down on this infant just because its affinity is only poor. Such talent was already far superior to countless ordinary people. More importantly, if it was proven after cultivation and reproduction that these affinities could be inherited, even if only unstably, that would mean the human race would henceforth have countless branches possessing affinity for origin laws. If they could really modulate humans possessing other fusion laws in the future, that would be interesting. After these offspring were cultivated and reproduced by the human race, Lin Hao would possess countless descendants with affinity for other fusion laws. By then, perhaps Lin Hao would be able to fully master all 8 fusion laws. Lin Hao thought to himself, the Eternal Research Institute is truly my lucky star. I hope you can design genetic maps with affinity for fusion laws soon. On the other side, at the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, Lin Hao received a notification to take up an important position in the Qingfeng Universe country. He found the position in the notification a bit strange, because the position to be held this time was not the supervisory special envoy held by primitive mystical region members of the territory lord rank, but a position called Star Sector Governor. Lin Hao searched for this position in the virtual universe and was surprised to find that such a position actually existed. However, the position of Star Sector Governor had not been appointed in the last 80,000 epochs. But there were still Star Sector Governors currently serving in various universe countries. In other words, although this position was rare, such an appointment was not abrupt. Unlike the personnel appointed as supervisory special envoys, who were all primitive mystical region members of the territory lord rank. The strength of personnel appointed as Star Sector Governors varied. The weak were at the World Lord rank, while the powerful included Champion Undyings. His appointment was not abrupt. Lin Hao realized upon further thought that since he was already at the World Lord rank, it would be too strange to appoint him as a supervisory special envoy again. Doing so would instead attract the attention of alien races. But the Star Sector Governor was different. Although the last appointment was 80,000 epochs ago, such a duration was fleeting for the strong of various races in the universe and was not considered very long. Appointing Lin Hao as Star Sector Governor would only make alien races think that Lin Hao was a talented genius, and nothing more. After receiving the appointment, Lin Hao, under the protection of his guards, headed towards the Qingfeng Universe country. On the other hand, the Virtual Universe Corporation Qingfeng branch was in a bit of chaos. To be precise, the 3 heads of the Martial Department, Commercial Department, and Military Department were a bit panicked. Marquis Jingfeng, Marquis Qingguang, and Marquis Shanlin had also received Lin Hao's appointment notification. The three did not dare to discuss it in the virtual universe but gathered together in reality. The head of the commercial department, Marquis Qingguang, spoke first. Let's talk about it. The Qingfeng Universe country has never had a star sector governor appointed before. Now that one is suddenly coming, will it be unfavorable to us? Marquis Qingfeng said slowly, a star sector governor oversees all affairs of the Virtual Universe Corporation in the entire star sector and is our immediate superior. A mother-in-law has really arrived. The head of the military department, Marquis Shanlin, looked at the head of the martial department, Marquis Qingfeng, and said, I remember Lin Hao seemed to have entered the headquarters, core layer through the branch's assessment. Qingfeng, you have been sponsoring geniuses leaving our Qingfeng Universe country for so many years. Have you sponsored this Lin Hao? Marquis Qingfeng nodded and said, I have. However, when he was on Yunhai planet, the planet where the Qingfeng branch cultivates geniuses, his aptitude was not that amazing. When he passed the assessment to enter the headquarters, I only gave him some secret techniques, which, added together, were worth 30 Hunyuan units. Marquis Qingguang and Marquis Shanlin were somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, only 30 Hunyuan. Marquis Qingfeng coughed lightly and continued, later, when he left the Primal Universe, I found out that he had already passed the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge, so I added a reward of 10,000 Hunyuan. Marquis Qingguang and Marquis Shanlin looked at Marquis Qingfeng with eager eyes. Brother, we have been colleagues for millions of epochs. Brother Qingfeng, I still have a few hundred crates of godly drunkenness. I will have someone send them to you later. Marquis Qingfeng enjoyed the compliments of his two colleagues, then shook his head and refused, sorry, my own hands are not clean either. I don't know if this bit of favor is enough to get me ashore. The expressions of Marquis Qingguang and Marquis Shanlin were somewhat ugly. Marquis Qingfeng stopped teasing his two colleagues, as everyone's hands were not clean anyway. Although I don't know this Your Highness Lin Hao, I know he has a Taoduoduo mall under his name. This Taoduoduo mall is operated by the descendants of the Lin family, and the profits are used for the family. People, after all, always have desires, right? Lin Hao is only over 10,000 years old, and his close relatives should still be alive. Marquis Qingguang immediately understood, I know what to do. Marquis Qingfeng reminded him, in fact. Because of Lin Hao's status in the core layer, the Taoduoduo mall itself receives preferential treatment from the commercial department. Qingguang, you must grasp the scale well, don't be too obvious. Marquis Qingguang smiled, I understand this routine. After saying this, he went to find people from the commercial department to make arrangements. Marquis Shanlin's face looked grim. He was in charge of the military department, and although his power was immense, he had no idea how to use this power to cater to Lin Hao's preferences. Qingfeng, your mind is the most active. What do you think I should do? Marquis Qingfeng spread his hands, I don't know much about Lin Hao either. I can only find out that he has passed the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge and that he is a member of the primitive mystical region. I can't find anything more. Marquis Shanlin could certainly find these things too, as they were semi-public information, but this information was useless, at least it was of no help to him. Marquis Shanlin paced back and forth, feeling somewhat irritable. Marquis Qingfeng comforted him, don't worry. At the very least, wait until Lin Hao takes office and see how things go. The situation is not that bad. How could Marquis Shanlin not know this principle? If none of the three had any connection with Lin Hao, it would be fine, but the current situation was that Marquis Qingfeng, being in charge of the martial department, had given gifts when Lin Hao was weak. Marquis Qingguang, being in charge of the commercial department, could curry favor with Lin Hao by granting benefits to the Taoduoduo mall. And what about himself? He could only stare blankly. Marquis Shanlin said bitterly, if this Lin Hao targets me alone and you just stand by and watch, then don't blame me for exposing some secrets. Marquis Qingfeng was afraid of exactly this. He quickly stood up and comforted him, that won't happen, that won't happen. The three of us are grasshoppers on the same rope, we must share wealth and honor together. Marquis Qingfeng hurriedly sent a message to Marquis Qingguang, come over quickly after you finish the arrangements. Chapter 89, Small Welcome Banquet. After Marquis Qingguang finished making arrangements, he hurried back to comfort Marquis Shanlin together, expressing that he would certainly not stand idly by. The three of them discussed it and decided to first meet with Lin Hao in the virtual universe to at least sound him out and see what kind of background this big shot had. Lin Hao looked with confusion at the email sent by Marquis Qingfeng in his inbox. Opening the email, he discovered it was an invitation. Your Highness Lin Hao, I am Qingfeng, the head of the Martial Department of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Qingfeng branch. I heard that you are coming to our Qingfeng branch to serve as the Star Sector Governor. The leaders of our Qingfeng branch would like to hold a small welcome banquet to express our joy. Seeing this invitation, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. All these years, he had been at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation, coming into contact only with middle and high-level management, at the very least at the level of Universe Exalt. Before them, he was just a junior, and it was only because he was a disciple of the Ice Peak Lord that he could converse with them. But now that he had been sent out, he discovered that the once unreachable Marquis-level Undying were now so cautious in front of him. Thinking back to when he first faced Marquis Qingfeng, he was just a genius who hadn't yet grown up. Although in the eyes of his teacher, the Ice Peak Lord, he was still a genius who hadn't grown up, his true strength now was enough to rival a Marquis-level Undying. Because he had already comprehended the teleportation mystery within the space origin law, he even held an absolute advantage when facing Marquis-level Undying. As for the welcome banquet mentioned by Marquis Qingfeng, after pondering for a moment, Lin Hao sent an email accepting the banquet invitation. Marquis Qingfeng immediately informed Lin Hao of the time and location. Since Lin Hao was still on his way to the Qingfeng Universe country in reality, this banquet was naturally held in the virtual universe. The location was on a scenic floating island above the Qingfeng continent in the virtual universe. Lin Hao arrived there on time. Marquis Qingfeng, Marquis Qingguang, and Marquis Shanlin had long been waiting there. Seeing Lin Hao appear, they immediately stepped forward. Your visit, Governor Lin, makes our place shine with brilliance. Governor Lin, you are truly young and promising. Facing the three men's flattery, Lin Hao did not accept it directly and offered some modest refusals. After some casual conversation, the four of them took their seats. Marquis Qingfeng sighed with emotion. I didn't expect Governor Lin's talent to be so astonishing. In just over an epoch, you have become a member of the primitive mystical region at the World Lord rank. Lin Hao said modestly, Marquis Qingfeng, you are too kind. I must thank you for your gift back then, I have kept it in my heart. The smile on Marquis Qingfeng's face widened. Ha ha ha, Governor Lin, do not take it to heart. I only saw that your talent was extremely high back then, so I put in a little effort. You were too polite, Governor. Marquis Qingguang and Marquis Shanlin secretly cursed Marquis Qingfeng on the side. He got the benefits and is still acting coy. However, the hearts of the two, which had been hanging high, were mostly put to rest. At least judging by Lin Hao's attitude, he was not the type of person who was unreasonable. As long as there was room for maneuver, they were not afraid of not being able to come up with the appropriate price. These three had served at this Qingfeng branch for millions of epochs. Over such a long time, the tributes from their subordinates alone were an unimaginably vast fortune. Not to mention that the three of them held such power, even if they used their authority just a little, they could seize a massive amount of wealth for themselves. With the three of them intentionally fawning over him, the banquet atmosphere was harmonious. Lin Hao did not intend to use his authority to deal with the messy affairs of the three. After he accepted the position, the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters had sent him the evidence of the three's crimes collected over the years. Much like before at the Jushi branch, the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters also wanted Lin Hao to deal with the three. But the current Lin Hao was different from before. He now had the Ice Peak Lord as his backer. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. If he didn't have to. No one would be so blind as to cause trouble over such matters. And how to deal with the evidence of these three's crimes? That would depend on their performance. If they performed well, naturally nothing would happen. If they didn't perform well, looking at the three of them, it was likely they wouldn't perform poorly. However, Lin Hao certainly couldn't dirty his own hands for a bit of profit. For some very egregious offenses, he would remind the three to rectify them. For some harmless mistakes, having a drink and apologizing would suffice. The banquet ended in a warm atmosphere. After Lin Hao left, the three marquises gathered together again in reality. Marquis Qingfeng said confidently, "It seems this Governor Lin of ours is quite easy to talk to." Marquis Qingguang rubbed his hands and said, "I have already prepared several orders for that Taoduoduo Mall. After taking on these orders, the assets of Taoduoduo Mall will at least increase by several thousand times." Marquis Qingfeng frowned. "Qingguang, don't go overboard." Marquis Qingguang waved his hand. "Don't worry, everything is within the rules. They are just orders for ordinary goods, who cares who does them? These orders have even lower prices than those from previous suppliers. They are absolutely legal and compliant, and can withstand any investigation." Once these words were said, Marquis Qingfeng and Marquis Shanlin realized what was happening. "Qingguang, you gave up the orders for each of our three families." Marquis Qingguang nodded. "That's right, I gave them all up. This is a special period, so please don't take offense." The two of them certainly wouldn't blame him. Marquis Qingfeng nodded and said, "Not just these, other businesses that might be in violation must also be stopped. Our respective families must also be strictly rectified. Whatever needs to be done, do it, so as not to run into trouble." Marquis Shanlin scratched his head. "You two must give me some ideas, what should I do?" Marquis Qingfeng suddenly remembered an unintentional remark Lin Hao made at the banquet. He said, "Lin Hao seemed to mention earlier that he met his teacher in the Primal Universe. Shanlin, you can start from this angle." Marquis Shanlin said with confusion, "Lin Hao's teacher? What does that have to do with me?" Marquis Qingfeng explained, "I remember that when Lin Hao was cultivating at our branch, a world lord rank named Ji Chen served as his instructor." Marquis Shanlin remembered, "Ji Chen. I do have such a person under my command. He returned to our Qingfeng branch from the Primal Universe over 1,000 years ago and is currently serving as a legion commander in a legion." Marquis Qingfeng smiled and said, "Look, your opportunity to show goodwill has arrived." Marquis Shanlin frowned. "This Ji Chen has just become immortal level, I need to think about how to proceed." The three of them chatted a few more sentences and then left separately. Not long after, Lin Yufeng sent an email to Lin Hao. Lin Hao opened it casually. "Father, recently the Virtual Universe Corporation's Qingfeng branch added our Taoduoduo Mall to the list of honest enterprises and gave us some orders. These orders themselves have no problems, and the prices are reasonable, but the required quantity is huge. After completion, our Taoduoduo Mall's assets could double without any issues. Do you know about this?" Lin Hao immediately understood. This was Marquis Qingguang showing goodwill. Although Lin Hao had not yet officially taken up the post of Star Sector Governor, he already possessed the authorization within the virtual universe. He quickly found the orders Lin Yufeng mentioned, had his intelligent computer check and confirm there were no anomalies, and only then allowed Lin Yufeng to accept them. Chapter 90, Bribery. 2 years later, Lin Hao finally returned to Qingfeng Universe country. Judging by the time in the primordial universe, it had been a full 10,000 years or more since he last left. The spaceship's destination was the administrative planet of Qingfeng Universe country. However, unlike last time, the spaceship did not land at the docking port but flew directly above the Qingfeng branch. This was the difference in status. When Lin Hao came last time, he was merely a genius nurtured by the Qingfeng branch. But now, he had returned in the capacity of Star Sector Governor. He was fully responsible for all affairs of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Qingfeng branch, with a transcendent status. Naturally, there was no need to follow those rules. Rules were always made for the weak, the strong need not abide by them. Upon arriving at the Qingfeng branch, Marquis Qingfeng, Marquis Qingguang, and Marquis Shanlin had already been waiting there with a group of senior officials from the Qingfeng branch. Lin Hao slowly descended from the sky, and Marquis Qingfeng stepped forward and said, "Welcome, Star Sector Governor Lin, to the Qingfeng branch." Marquis Qingguang and Marquis Shanlin followed closely behind and said in unison, "Welcome, Star Sector Governor Lin." Lin Hao nodded slightly. You have all worked hard. From today on, we are colleagues. After some pleasantries, everyone went to the conference hall. The three marquises, Qingfeng, Qingguang, and Shanlin, had originally planned to hold a welcoming banquet and invite various factions from the Qingfeng Universe country to attend. However, for security reasons, Lin Hao rejected this proposal. He simply held a meeting with the senior officials and then adjourned. Afterward, Lin Hao and the three marquises went to a small conference room. As the saying goes, hold small meetings for big matters, and big meetings for small matters. The meeting with the senior officials just now was merely a formality. This was the meeting to truly discuss matters. Lin Hao spoke first. Everyone, I have come to Qingfeng Universe country this time with a mission. As for what the mission is, I cannot disclose it to you, but I can tell you that this mission is related to the newly established Universe country. The three marquises were somewhat surprised. They had assumed Lin Hao was here for a normal posting, but they hadn't expected it to be related to a new Universe country. Marquis Qingfeng asked, Star Sector Governor Lin, how do you need us to assist? Lin Hao said, this matter is simple. I need to master all the business data and information of the Qingfeng branch, as well as the personnel information of the Martial Department. The business data and information were to prepare for establishing a virtual universe corporation branch in the new universe country in the future. As for the personnel information of the Martial Department, it was to understand the situation of these personnel so that when heading to the new universe country later, he could select some suitable people to accompany him. The three marquises had no objections to this. Lin Hao's appointment notice stated very clearly that he possessed all authority over the Qingfeng branch, and these matters were included within that. Seeing that the three had no objections, Lin Hao continued, before I came to the Qingfeng branch, I received some information from the company headquarters. This information involves illegal and non-compliant issues concerning many senior personnel of the Qingfeng branch and their relatives and descendants. Upon hearing this, the three marquises felt a tightening in their chests, but then they relaxed. They didn't know much about Lin Hao, but they knew about his performance back in the Jushi Empire. Back then, it was the Qingfeng branch that had given Lin Hao some evidence of crimes by the person in charge of the Jushi Empire branch, asking Lin Hao to handle it. But in the end, Lin Hao picked it up high and put it down gently, even privately informing the person in charge of the Jushi Empire branch about the information. Ultimately, the person in charge of the Jushi Empire branch remained unscathed. At this moment, it was exactly like that moment back then. The three marquises quickly stood up to express their stance. We are irreconcilable with evil. We will definitely cooperate with Star Sector Governor Lin's work and wipe out all evil. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Exterminating evil must be thorough. But for criminals who can be rehabilitated, we cannot just kill them all with one stick. We must give them a chance to correct their mistakes and let them turn over a new leaf. Don't you agree? The three marquises nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Star Sector Governor Lin is right. We will definitely keep this in mind. Lin Hao handed a portion of the information to them. This is the first batch of data. You look at it first. Handle what needs to be handled, and rehabilitate what needs to be rehabilitated. The three quickly examined the data and soon discovered that this information did not involve the three of them. They immediately understood Lin Hao's intention. He was waiting to see their performance. If they performed well, the messy affairs of the three of them could have a chance to be corrected. The three marquises couldn't help but secretly curse Lin Hao for being cunning, but they still put on smiling faces and said, Rest assured, Star Sector Governor Lin, we will definitely handle it impartially. Lin Hao nodded. That is good. The four chatted a bit more before standing up to leave. Lin Hao returned to his office. Though called an office, it was actually a residence converted from several floors of an office building. It covered functions such as accommodation, office work, entertainment, and leisure. There were also more than 10 young and beautiful maids providing 24/7 service. Lin Hao did not stand on ceremony and began to enjoy himself directly. At the same time, he meticulously examined the data of the Qingfeng branch and various work contents in the virtual universe. 1,000 years later, he would be heading to the new universe country to serve as Star Sector Governor, so he had to prepare in advance. Even if there would be subordinate staff to assist him then, he still had to have a general understanding of things clearly. 3 years later, Lin Hao was already very familiar with the various work contents of the Qingfeng branch. In these 3 years, he also began to formally intervene in the management work of the Qingfeng branch. The 3 people in charge, including Marquis Qingfeng, had no objections and cooperated very well with his work. As for the information Lin Hao had given the 3 marquises in advance, they had no intention of fooling Lin Hao. Those with serious cases were directly executed according to the law, and those with less serious cases were also given corresponding punishments. It could be said that this handling was fair and just, complying with the headquarters' requirements without being overly harsh. Overall, Lin Hao was very satisfied. This matter provided an account to both superiors and subordinates. However, Lin Hao was still in no rush to hand over the information regarding the 3 marquises to them. Until one day, the 3 marquises found Lin Hao. Star Sector Governor Lin, people from the branch have discovered a new World Lord world. According to company regulations, you are still a core member of the World Lord rank and require some tempering. This World Lord world completely meets the requirements for tempering. Would you like to go and see it? Lin Hao looked at the 3 of them. All 3 marquises were smiling. Logically speaking, if it were a normal World Lord world, Marquis Qingfeng, who was in charge of the martial department, could have reported it alone. The 3 of them coming together made this matter seem unusual. Marquis Qingguang said, according to preliminary investigations by our branch, this World Lord world was left behind by a powerful World Lord from several 100 million eras ago. It is said that this World Lord discovered a treasure trove back then, and because this World Lord ultimately failed to become immortal level, this treasure trove was left inside the World Lord world. Lin Hao's authorization level in the virtual universe was higher than that of the 3 marquises, but he hadn't found information on such a World Lord. Either this World Lord was relatively low profile with very little information, or this World Lord world was actually forged. And looking at the 3 of them, appearing so confident, it seemed as if they were absolutely certain about the treasure trove inside. Lin Hao's heart stirred. Could this so-called World Lord world be a bribe from the 3 of them to me?